Good morning everyone and welcome to day 4 of the Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final here at Webb Paris Oval between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here. Last day of the 2021 season, exciting finish set, sun is shining here at University of Queensland. We've got a great game here. Northern Suburbs will start the day 4 batting, chasing 371 for victory. University of Queensland need 10 wickets or a draw to take out the Cam Basby Cup, the 2-day premiers for 2020-21, going for 3 titles in a row in that competition. Northern Suburbs, 112 overs in the day's play today. The early start at 9:30, 371 to chase for victory. Looking forward to an exciting day here at Webb Paris Oval. Early on the call, before we have the umpires and players out in the field, a huge congratulations to the Queensland Fire. Yesterday, bringing home the WNCL title, the Ruth Preddy Cup, for the first time in 90 years of its history. Previously runners-up 5 times. To get their first victory is massive. So congratulations to the Queensland Fire squad, their coach Ashley Nofke. A huge achievement, breaking a long-standing drought, which is great to see. So plenty of exciting stuff from women's cricket in Queensland, with plenty of youngsters in that grand final side. So many more to come from a Queensland point of view. So well done to the Fire players and coaching staff on a great result there yesterday against the Victorians. Just recapping yesterday, for those who are just joining us on day 4, a day full of swings and roundabouts and momentum changes between Northern Suburbs and University of Queensland. Northern Suburbs had the upper hand early, having University of Queensland 6 for 123 just before lunch, around the time of the second new ball at the 80 over mark. University of Queensland withstood some pressure just after lunch and then started a partnership for the 8th wicket between James Grady and Will Sanders, worth 174. Maiden first grade hundreds to Will Sanders and James Grady. James Grady finished 104 not out of 203 deliveries, with Will Sanders 100 of 113 deliveries, taking the attack to Northern Suburbs late on day 3, pushing their total of 370 all out for 151 overs. From a bowling point of view, Connor Sully amongst the wickets for Northern Suburbs, 4 for 80 off his 28 overs. Captain Nathan McSweeney with his right arm off spin, 3 for 88 or 43 overs. Luke Feldman, 26 overs, 1 for 50. Noah McFadden, 29 overs, 1 for 53. Extremely economical, 15 maidens out of that. Will Presswood, 20 overs, none for 67. And a few overs from Josh Brown, picked up the big wicket of Michael Phillipson before lunch, 1 for 23 or 5 overs. So that's the summary of day 3, just as we get umpires and players ready to take the field for day 4. Should be an absolute cracker as you wrap up the season. Sun is shining and have a full day of play here at Webb Paris Oval, which is great to see. Umpires Peter Boland and Stephen Dionysius taking the field, followed by University of Queensland's, led out by skipper Scott Henry. And to open the batting for Northern Suburbs have Tom Healy and Michael Dawson. Just waiting for our commentary partner in Doogie Hill to make his way to the booth. Got us, Doogie. Welcome aboard.
Morning, Righty. Pleasure to be here on a fine Sunday morning at Webb Paris Oval.
As they make their way to the field, we'll do some predictions, or we'll want to talk about who are the key players on day 4. I'll let you do the Northern Suburbs, and I might do the University of Queensland, just to be, impartial.
Key player for me today would be big Sammy Wilson in the middle order as he walks up the stairs.
Been amongst the runs lately.
Been amongst the runs. He's in form. He batted for a long time in the semi-final. Really was the linchpin to that nice total they set there, which was just enough in the end without Wilson, I thought. No, it was
definitely that batting on day 2 of the semi-final got the score and also the time to North's favour. A key batter for North. I think I'd also probably chuck in the likes of maybe a Kendall Fleming and Nathan McSweeney would be need to make a big score to chase down this 371.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the chase today, you've got to have definitely one batter to go big, if not two.
Well, this cup, the first ball is Scott Walters coming in from the university end to Tom Healy. And there's a big shout.
Oh, and
it's been given.
First ball.
First ball of day 4. Scott Walter, LBW. We've seen that before, and geez, the students are pumped here. Couldn't have asked for a better start.
The ideal start.
Replay here. It's going to be right down the camera, this. Oh, that's right in front. Unless he's got some batter on that, that's a pretty stock standard Scott Walter.
Delivery.
In swinging full, middle and leg.
Plenty of wickets for Scott Walter over the years with that delivery, I think, Righty.
LBW and Bold Walter has featured a bit in the score sheets. Likewise, Bold Walter caught Fry.
Yes.
But couldn't have asked for a better start, the students. Northern Suburbs, 1 for none.
As we said, brings McSweeney to the crease. One of the key players for us today.
He's had 1,000 runs this year and 40 wickets. Has been a massive season for him. Did plenty of bowling yesterday. It was amongst the wickets, so come in the hottest part of the game here. 1 for none.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more pressure than this, does it, Righty?
For number 3, I know you need to prepare to be coming in early, but 1 for none. That's a real test, that one. But he says in form, a couple of deep breaths, and ready to face the experienced left arm swing of Scott Walter. What's he like in the nets? Do you face him much in the nets, or you avoid him? Or?
Oh, mate, I tend to avoid Walter. Walter actually comes down. He's not one of those blokes who bowls at night 3 metres over the popping crease, believe it or not. He comes down before training and sort of gets his overs in. He's either bowling at a few markers and a stump, or he usually asks one of the blokes who's got the pleasure of living the uni life to come down and face him, and he just nicks him up for fun just to get his confidence up. So he's always full of confidence heading into the weekend, Big Waltz.
Yep. That's probably about number 560 first grade wicket for Scott Walter.
Yeah, and I dare say he'll be eyeing off 561 with this delivery here at McSweeney.
Probably going to look full and straight as Walter steams in from the university end. Through to the keeper. That's shaped back in.
Yeah, I think Walter's a key for uni today, especially with the new ball.
We didn't get to the students, but he was probably going to be the first name out of my mouth. Huge back half for Scott Walter. Multiple fifers on the trot. Picked up 5 for against North in the fixture, which was the one of the first rounds back after Christmas. And just a ultimate competitor as he comes in again to McSweeney. Full and straight again, and he's dug that out.
That's pretty similar delivery to the first one we saw this morning, I thought, Righty.
And from a right-hander point of view, first over the day, making him play every single ball, even if it is on the full side. Sometimes that first couple of balls, even that over-pitched ball, that almost Yorker type thing, you're not really expecting. You're probably looking, top of off, maybe to leave one. Sometimes that a little bit fuller can just sneak under the eyes and wrap them on the pads. If those feet aren't going that first ball, it can be a real tough ask. As Walter comes in to McSweeney again. And another wrapped on the pad, another shout.
Just sliding down leg, I think.
Asking plenty of questions here, first over the day.
Yeah, you've got to use the new ball here. Pitch it up, let it swing. As you can see. Just doing a bit too much, I think.
You see good stride on the high side as well, but you see the keeper sort of going a bit down the leg. With that shape, he does take it a fair way, and probably even plenty of doubt to not adjudicate that one as Walter comes in again. Just got a bit of bat on that and squirts it out to square leg. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things, everyone knows what they're going to expect with Waltz, but you still got to go and face it, don't you?
Yeah, and ideally you just want to leave well against Waltz, but in the back of your mind, you've also got that hooping in from over the wicket.
Then he gets that one which just holds its line and goes across him.
Bowls the cutter across him.
Brings in Fry and the slips.
Yeah, I know he's bowled really good line here to the right-handers to start, and I can't wait to see what he's got in store for Dawson at the other end as he steams in for his last delivery of the over.
On the money again, played to mid-on. So end of a successful over here, the first over of the morning here on day 4. Northern Suburbs 1 for none. Scott Walter with the big wicket of Tom Healy, first ball of the match here on day 4. We might, early on today, recap some of the other finals, which are in the balance as we toe in the day 4 across the competition. It was a big day yesterday for Northern Suburbs in second grade against Sunny Coast. Get that up on the phone here. 437, couple of hundreds for Northern Suburbs. Mitch Doolan with a big 100, 350 plus balls he was in that innings, and Nicky Chowdhury with a little bit more brisk 100 down the order. And they've got Sunshine Coast 1 for 27 going into day 4. What's the predictions of that game, Doogs?
Mate, I think chasing 410.
It's a tough ask.
In 112
overs.
112 overs today. It's 50 more than what Norths have got here today, so ideally Sunny Coast wouldn't have wanted to lose a wicket last night, that's for sure.
Sanders coming in for second over of the day. A little bit down the leg side there, bit of a loosener. You'll give him that after his efforts yesterday off the bat?
Yeah, I think I'd love to see Sanders come in. He'd no doubt be full of confidence after yesterday afternoon's extraordinary innings and partnership with James Grady. I thought it really changed the game. I know there was a lot of us sitting here biting our nails when I rocked up at tea.
Yep.
And it was just phenomenal. They took the game on.
One of those classic sort of finals innings and momentum swings where, you know, two good sides playing each other whilst one side might be on top. Still plenty can happen as Sanders comes in here, second ball of his over. Mate Dawson playing the back foot there. Good start. Good comeback after that one down the leg side. Yeah, one of those great counter-attacking. Whilst Grady did the hard work against the second new ball early with a bit of support from Fry in that middle session, Sanders definitely took the attack on with a bit more of a counter-punch at number 9 and scored a bit quicker. And the story which was going around from the supporter group was people were actually trying to tell him to take it easy or just, be, some dots and get through it. He just kept hitting fours.
Yeah, he's a very confident young man, Will. Really believes in his ability. He's only 19. I saw he was picked in the Queensland 19 side starting on Monday. Coming
in again here to Dawson. Oh, a bit of a push from Dawson and missed and through to Fry there.
Yeah, I don't think that's the shot from Dawson there. I think, especially with the loss of an early wicket here, I think Norths really need to consolidate. Runs aren't really an issue for them, I think, in this first session now.
You want that platform.
They want that platform. They want to have wickets in hand, ideally one or two down. You're not going to be able to take the game on in the first hour here. I think it's very critical to knuckle down, and I'm sure McSweeney at the other end will be into him.
Indeed. You saw yesterday plenty of runs late. This first session is 2.5 hours and can be quite draining and sapping from a bowling point of view. So as Sanders turns and comes again into Dawson, flicked off his hip, it's run away. Probably will just be the one who put a bit of pressure on the left hand, Walter, and
Walter
gets it in quickly there on a high after that successful first over.
Yeah, I know yesterday afternoon when I checked the score at one stage, Grady was about 8 off 40 and he finished 104 off 203. So we saw yesterday that you can score a lot of runs here in the last session. And no doubt today, after a full day of sun yesterday, the outfield will be probably quicker for Norths today.
Indeed.
So they'll really target that last session, and what they need is an ideal platform in the first two sessions to build towards that.
Definitely. I talked late yesterday when we knew that Norths are going to be chasing a big total. There was the semi-final here last year before the COVID sort of outbreak end of the season, and Michael Nesser had a bit of a late charge as Sanders comes into McSweeney. Just down the leg side again, and with only about 50 or 60 overs to chase, I think it was about 360. He had a bit of a flurry and went pretty close. So you can score. You can, if a set batter gets going here, they can clear the fences as we saw with Sanders and Grady yesterday. So you just want that platform, a couple of the top order to be set around that tea time, where they can kick it on and play that sort of one-day type of innings in the third and final session here.
And ideally, I think Dawson would probably anchor the innings here, with McSweeney being a bit more of an aggressive bat when he wants to be, as Sanders trudges in from the river end.
Long run up. Flicked off the hip. Good intent from McSweeney. Runs the first one hard, but to the left-hand side of Walter and in nicely. But got to keep busy early from Northern Suburbs. They finished the second over, 1 for 2. Got to keep rotating that strike and busy with singles. Not let Walter and Sanders work away at one batter in particular and get stuck down one end. So got to be busy here early.
That's right. And if we keep recapping around the grounds yesterday, righty, and we move on to third grade at Alan Pettigrew Oval, North versus Gold Coast.
Not the greatest of days from Northern Suburbs. Bowled out for 126 in reply to 205 from the Dolphins. Of his weight as Walter wheels in for the first ball of his second over to McSweeney. Off maybe a bit of bat pad there and work down to fine leg. They've run hard. Well, they're coming back and good intent from McSweeney there. Comes back for 2. Had to make Sanders go pretty fine there. Not the greatest day for North in third grade. Good experience with Dan Doran bowling his leggies and tied down end and a bit of a sort of lower order collapse. They had a good starting. They might have been 2 for 70 or 3 for 80
3
odd.
for 70, yeah.
And then just sort of fell away a bit there. And Gold Coast in with a bat late on day 3, 2 down, I think. So North, there's still time left in the day to force an outright, but they're going to have to bowl well as Walter comes in back here in first grade. Flick through to square leg, well fielded by Coetzee there. So yeah, need a bit of good fortune in that first session. Probably need to bowl Gold Coast out in about 2 hours and give themselves, 200 or so, maybe a bit, 220, 250 max to chase in 3 hours. So still a game on there, and they've got good enough bowlers, and anything can happen in third grade. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, a bit behind the 8 ball there, and Gold Coast can dictate that day 4 with the bat. Walter starting up here again into McSweeney. Bit full there in the block hole, dug out to mid-off. Been really full early, Walter, just asking questions. With 370 on the board, you can err on the side of full and challenge those pads and stumps here and hoop them back in from that left-hander slot.
Yeah, got to make the new ball talk while it's new here. Walter will do that, and as will Sanders. They'll both pitch it up, make the batsman play. That'll be the uni game plan here in the first session this morning, is to make Norths play as much as they can.
We'll let Walt bowl this one, and then we might jump into fourth grade, which is a game which the students will be interested in as it comes in again. Left alone. That late shape back in. Well left from McSweeney. Out at Redlands. Redlands the top side. Batting first. 4 for 268. Students, bit of a tough ask there.
Yeah, it's a pretty imposing day from Redlands there. 4 for 268. I think Ollie Miller and the boys would be a bit disappointed they didn't take more wickets there. I see Gray scored 100, which would be back-to-back hundreds from the semi-final, which is really good.
Good way to wrap up the season, that.
Great way to wrap up the season.
Probably not playing fourth grade next year.
Yeah, definitely not.
As Walter comes in again. Good shot from McSweeney, but well fielded by Walter.
Yeah, and Justin Ormandy, 49, not out there at the end as well. He's a former uni boy. He's a really good guy, and I can see Giddings got 46 off 208, so they're really knuckling down there at Redlands, and I think same thing as Norths in third grade. I think Uni need a few early wickets there and sort of need to bowl them out within about 2 hours and set themselves a bit of a chase in the afternoon.
Is a small affair with a good wicket and can score runs there, so still hope for Uni, but yeah, probably need a big first hour. Need to take with second grade, with third grade, fourth grade, so they're only taking this second year ball recently as Walter comes in. So still a newish ball and can take some early wickets. But yeah, need to wrap Redlands up quickly if they want to have a chase in that game there in fourth grade.
It's a great over from Walter.
Another good finish there.
2 leg byes off it, nothing against him as per usual, and it's 1 for 4 after 3 overs.
Walter also 1 for none after 2. Doing it well from the university end. We'll keep moving to fifth grade. That's another one at North. 3 finals at North, so great job to Dan Swan, the curator there. I'm sure he's had a busy 3 or 4 weeks with 3 semi-finals and now 3 grand finals. I saw him there this morning nice and early, as well as Saturday. So thanks to Swanee and the crew. Ian Bartlett helps out there with the ovals there as Sanders comes in to Dawson. Another one down the leg side.
He would have had a busy week mopping up the water for the Shield game.
Yeah,
no start as well.
Having a full-on week, the Shield game, and then some finals as well. In that game in 5th grade, Norse, pretty good batting day for them in day 3. Eventually dismissed late on day 3 for 279. Indy Runatunga with 100, and Sam Deacon with a 50 down the order, who kept the innings going late into day 3, and Toombul 1 for 28 in reply. So 279, big ask on 4th day chasing, but doable. So games are well poised there as Sanders comes into Dawson. And he's flicked that down the leg side, big shout, but bit half and half there. Some of them were up, but some of them weren't. So
trying to sell that one there, I think, the uni boys.
Just got to ask the question early.
Umpire wasn't phased, was he?
Stephen Dionysius probably just flicked the pad here. Replay. Yeah, just off the pad.
Yeah.
Well moved by Mitch Fry down leg side. Get a bit of a heart in the mouth moment though when you play those ones, and you
very much so. It's
and the appeal goes up. You're like, oh, the finger might go up here.
I've seen worse ones than that, Righty.
Sanders comes in again to Dawson. Flicked again. He's missed a couple there. Sometimes not the easiest early in the innings. With the balance and the feet not quite right, the head might go a bit too to the offside and miss out on those ones on the leg.
That's right, and I think Sanders just straying with his line a bit here. Might be riding the adrenaline rush of yesterday afternoon a bit too much here. So I think he just needs to readjust his line and length here.
He has a long run-up.
Has a very long run-up, as did McFadden yesterday,
Yep.
I thought, for someone who bowls a lot slower than Sanders, that's for sure. Maybe that's what the young fellas do these days.
Get a bit of steam up.
Yeah.
Or as he comes in again to Dawson. Bit of a slash, and that's hit through the gully region. Should run away for 4. Or might be pulled up just on the line there. Good chase there. I think that was that Clayton?
Yeah, Jack Clayton.
Whip it over the turf and just hauled in there for 3 by Dawson. Probably would have been 1 or 2 on day 2 when we first got play with the weather around, but a bit more in the run and the outfield this weekend, and picked up 3 for Dawson there. So keep the scoreboard ticking.
The outfield looks great with all the rain we've had.
Looks really
Full credit to Reevesy. Groundsman down here at UQ does a great job, and the wicket looks fantastic. It's going to be a great wicket to bat on this afternoon. Throughout the day, I would have thought.
A big shout to Reevesy and all the curators which have been involved in finals. It's lots of Saturday Sundays, and great to have cricket on a sunny weekend here as Sanders comes in to McSweeney. Well bowled, made him play on that off stump there. So there's pressures applied from both ends here, from Walter and Sanders. McSweeney and Dawson trying to just rebuild and have a little partnership after that wicket of the first ball of the day of Tom Healy, LBW Scott Walter. Just need to absorb a bit of that pressure.
Yeah, plenty of pressure out there. McSweeney's 1 off 14 balls, but he won't be phased with that strike rate. He'll be purely thinking about getting on the front foot, playing the ball on its merits. Sanders jogs in, that long run up.
Last ball the over here to McSweeney. Pushed him on the back foot and just bumped into mid-wicket, and well moved on by Coetzee. Wraps up the 4th over, 1 for 7 Northern Suburbs here on day 4. And we've got the last final, which is 6th grade, which I'm going to say is going to be a real cracker, and it's going to go down to the wire this afternoon out there at Redlands. Valley's number 2, bowled out for 139. They were in a pretty solid position. I think they were 3 for 110. Bit of a late order collapse to be bowled out for 139. Redlands 7 for 108. Home side Redlands, so first innings result for them is huge. Likewise, the first innings result for Valleys is quite big as well. But 31 runs, 3 wickets. First half an hour is going to be big in that game.
The boys are going to be nervous in the warm-up for sure, Roddy. And what's even more extraordinary about that game, if you look at the scorecard, is that as Walter comes in, And Dawson gets on the front foot.
First look at Dawson here for Walter. Gets a look at the lefty and on the money straight away.
And what's most extraordinary about that game is the two blokes at the crease currently are none off 40 and none off 30 respectively, which is...
That'll be a tense last 70-odd balls.
There wouldn't be much nails on all the boys on the sidelines at Redlands. I dare say the Toasties would be getting a workout from all the nerves, everyone walking around.
They stonewalled it for the last probably 20 or 30 minutes in that game on day 3. So they're going to have a bit of intent on day 4 if they want to push on to those 31 runs to get a lead. Likewise, Valleys, 3 wickets as Walter comes here to Dawson. 3 wickets would put them in the box seat.
Yeah, well, you wonder if Redlands can be able to score a run there this morning or this afternoon.
I think there'll be a big cheer for that first run.
I wonder what they're talking about in the warm-up this morning, where they're going to score.
They might have snuck in a couple of leg byes or something in that period late on day 3. There might be a few extras to keep the scoreboard ticking, but you could imagine if they were 7 down for 108 for quite a long time late on day 3. As I said, there would have been some nerves amongst the team and supporters. I'm sure number 10 would have been not hoping to bat late on day 3 there.
That's right.
As Walter comes in again to Dawson. Good position, well played from Dawson there, off stump line.
Loves bowling to the lefties, does Walter.
I think for both left and right, he's pretty dangerous with the one which comes away to the lefty, that natural shape, brings in the slips. Can also have that one which just holds it line and probably brings in that bold and LB. I saw him, the ball which sort of stands out this year for me was, I think, clean bowled Dan Wilson here, and I think Dan just sort of looked back at the wicket, I don't know, or the wicket or Walter, and just been like, that's a good ball. Clip the top of off.
It's too good.
Here he comes again from the university end, Walter to Dawson. Good intent from Dawson. He's punched it back down the ground. Might have to run 3 or might just dribble over the line. So boundary for Northern Suburbs and good intent there from Dawson. Lovely straight drive through mid-off there.
Walter won't be too phased with that. He's got the batsman playing on the front foot, which is exactly what he wants to happen this morning while the ball's new.
Early on, good swing bowling. You're going to give up some full ones which go for 4. But working towards that ball which will take the edge with the same type of shot if you land in the right place. So, as you fully agree, Doogie, not too phased, and also probably not too phased with 370 on the board and an early wicket. So, don't mind them playing those shots from a student's point of view. But in saying that, really good intent from Dawson to punch that past mid-off for 4 runs.
That's right. There's a fielding change with square leg going back to deep backward square.
Is this a double bluff or?
Could be a double bluff.
Could be the big fully, big Yorker. As Walter comes in, drops it short.
Ooh. Didn't look too short either, that one. He got down out of the way pretty well there, Dawson.
Has probably been dismissed a few times on the short ball. Dawson tends to play it uppishly, go from the low to high. Probably looking to take it through that mid-wicket and sort of pick it up, which a fair few lefties have that shot where they can sort of pick it up and take it over mid-wicket and forward square leg there. So, but just keeps the batter guessing here, really. If someone like Walter got the bumper on the badge, but is also going to follow up with an away swinger nice and full, but also one which can hold its line and
top
be
of
around
off, I reckon this one will be.
Coming in again, Walter to Dawson. Pushed him back there. Wraps up that over.
Just the 4 from it. 1 for 4.
1 for 11 after 5. Still that good start from University here as they put Northern Suburbs on the back foot early here on day 4 in the Bulls Masters first grade grand final. Great to have Doogie Hill alongside of me on the call. Was saying earlier just before you joined me, Doogie, big shout out and congratulations to the Queensland Fire.
Yeah, yes, that's a huge win.
Big win. First in 90 years. I remember I was a very young kid, when Bulls had their drought-breaking Sheffield Shield victory. Bit of family history in that as well as Sanders comes in. Left alone for Fry. Bowling to a right-hander for one of the first sort of times this morning. So he bowled a few down leg to the lefty, so might like the look of the right-hander. But my father scored the first Bulls Sheffield Shield victory. We have the scorecards at home in the den.
That's excellent.
He was a scorer in the 90s at the Gabba for Queensland and Test matches, so was part of that moment. I was probably about 5 years old at the time and popped in a couple of days. I remember the Gabba was being renovated at the time, and they scored in this little box on top of the Cricketers Club, which was sort of the straight part of the Gabba. As Sanders comes in. And then once they won that, the floodgates open. We won plenty of shields and continue to win plenty of shields. So hoping the same for the Queensland Fire group and their coaches. A bit of history yesterday and hopefully me to come. A couple of University of Queensland players in the mix there as well.
That's right. Great win for the Fire yesterday down in Melbourne. No doubt there'll be a few sore heads this morning, and the trophy will be...
It's a big trophy.
Big trophy will be safely buckled in. Maybe got an exit row for the flight back this morning, or is they coming back around lunchtime?
I think in the afternoon. I think I had a text message from Queensland Cricket CEO Terry Svensson. He should meet them at the airport around 2:30. Welcome them back as Sanders comes into McSweeney. Obviously, there's some challenges in the last 48 hours with travel out of Brisbane, and I think a few people didn't get down to the final because of the COVID spikes and scares here in Brisbane. So we'll have to wait for the players and staff to come back and do some celebrating. Likewise, we've got another game of cricket today at AB Field with the Bulls in some Marsh Cup action. I think South Australia were bowling.
None for 37 after 6 overs. The Bulls, Heazlett and Khawaja opening up there.
They've been in good form in the one-day competition, the Bulls. Likewise with the Shield as Sanders comes in. Pushed to mid-off there.
Not a bad place to play a one-day fixture at AB Oval. I think the batters will be pretty keen on getting set and cashing in once they get their eye in there. Some nice areas to hit towards.
Yep, we've played a lot of the first grade one-day and T20 finals there over my time in the role here, and usually great for the contest. They can be high scoring, touch on the small side from a men's point of view, but great from a one-day contest. Good scores. So
Northern Redlands had a high scoring fixture there earlier in the year.
Yep, absolute thrill of that
Kick off
one.
the season.
Good memories for Sammy Haslett, who's opening the batting there for the Bulls. He scored 100 for Redlands earlier this year as Sanders comes in again, nice and full, trying to sneak that one through. He was man of the match there in the first grade one-day final in mid-October, so good memories of AB Field in season 2020-21.
Redbacks and the Bulls players would have got pretty accommodated over the week. Bit of cards, or they nick
mingling.
off?
Yeah, a bit of mingling probably would be they'd have some chats, and players and coaching staff, they probably a bit sick of spending that much time off the field, but I'm sure they're excited to go out in a one-day game today. Getting to the pointy end of the season, both in the Sheffield Shield and the Marsh Cup. Bulls in good positions in both competitions. As Sanders comes into McSweeney. Bit short and pulled, just a single with two back there. Walter does the fielding.
Just the one off the over. None for 6 for Sanders, and the score moves to 1 for 12.
Double check that. I want to check the ladder with the Marsh Cup, because there's not many games left in that competition. And Queensland are amongst it there. So none for 42 after 6.4 overs the Bulls. So a really good start there from Haslett and Khawaja. Pretty handy having Usman Khawaja in your state side from the limited overs point of view. I think I saw something going into this season. He has the best or second best domestic one-day average in Australia, and he shares that territory with Michael Bevan. So good company to be in.
Great company to be in there, righty.
As Walter comes into McSweeney. Push to Gully there. Had a pretty successful run when he has played for Australia in the limited overs format, but currently not in the mix there.
Yeah, Khawaja probably last played that Indian Test series over in India where he scored a bucket load of runs. I think he might have even scored the most runs for Australia in that series when Australia won that one. That was a phenomenal win.
Yeah, we're in the mix there from the one-day point of view. We've got, as Walter comes in to McSweeney, left alone through a fry. So Bulls have a game in hand from New South Wales Blues and Western Australia, who they've played 4 and they've got 14 points for the Blues, 11 points for Western Australia, and the Queensland Bulls are on 10 with a game in hand. So a win for the Bulls would put them, a normal win would put them level with the Blues. A bonus point or something like that would put them ahead in first place there. So huge game for Queensland, and South Australia a bit down the bottom. So they back themselves, the Bulls.
And the Bulls obviously on top in the
Shield. Obviously didn't get any points. Didn't get to play in the last game as Walter comes into McSweeney. On the front foot, good shot there from McSweeney early on. Most sides have played 7 games. I think they've got 1 left. I think it's 8 fixtures for them, and in good position, about a point clear of New South Wales Blues. They're 10 points clear of the Tasmanians, so a bit of a jump for them. So a good result. I think they play the Blues in their last game, so a result there. They'll be in the Shield final, potentially hosting if they win that one. So
playing the Blues down at Wollongong, I believe. So another out of the city first-class fixture will be great as Walter comes into McSweeney.
Flick through mid-wicket there. They'll get at least 1. Grady, the Centurion from yesterday, does some good meters and keeps it to 1 there. So, as we said, lots of solid performances from the Queensland setup. So the Bulls in great position in the Shield and the one-day competition. And then Queensland Cricket celebrating the Queensland Fire's victory yesterday in the WNCL 50 over domestic competition. First time in 90 years of that competition. 5 times runners-up. So great to break off the bridesmaid shackle and get a win. Yeah,
a bit of a nice to put an end to the New South Wales streak. Was it 15 years in a row?
I think that ended recently. I think it was the Western Australians won it last year, but it ended as Walter comes in. As flicked from Dawson behind square. They might push for 2 here, and they'll get back 2 easily. I think this year ended the run of finals for New South Wales, and they'd been in 24 in a row. They've won most of them, but last year Western Australia picked up the victory. But this year New South Wales didn't feature in the final, which was the first time in, I think, at least 20-odd years they weren't in the final of the WNCL. So pretty strong sides between New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. Plenty of the players away in New Zealand for the Australian squad, so I'm sure they would have been watching the final yesterday, cheering on their respective state team members. But as I said, plenty of cricket happening around Queensland, Australia and the world, so great to be back playing cricket. And as Walter comes in, as we know, this time last year was a bit different.
Bit different last year, yeah. I know from a personal point of view, we had the second grade grand final against Norsall scheduled, and it was going to be an absolute cracker. Not to discredit any of the other finals that were set for last year, I thought that was one of the really great matchups in the finals for last year. Yeah, I was really looking forward to that one at Webb Harris Oval against Omal and the boys.
Good rivalry between the two sides. They've played a lot in finals. Uni had won plenty of titles in the previous years. You'd picked up one-days and T20s and 2 days.
Last year was the one day at a Uni, and then Norse gave us a flogging in the 2020 at AB.
So it came down to the 2 days sort of decider. So it would have been a great game, but not to be. Students got the premiership based on being the highest placed side, and then this year Norse are in the box seat in second grade to go for a clean sweep. They've won all formats so far this year in the second grade side. Trying to add the 2-day format as Sanders comes into McSweeney. Pulled through mid-wicket. Get at least 2. Deep square from Coetzee. Come around and just keep it to 2. It's quite an achievement that. The students did that a few years ago?
I think we missed out on the one day. I think it might have been 2015. 2017? We lost the one day game, the one day final to Valleys. Lost by a few runs, but we had a good grand final win in the 2-day comp up at the sunny coast. It was a good place to play a grand final, I'll tell you that much. The stayed up at a house for
road trip,
for a couple of nights. Went up on the Friday, and then after securing the win, it was a fun bus ride back. I had to unfortunately drive that one back, righty. Skipper had to put up my hand to be responsible driver.
Well done. Someone's got to do it.
Had a few hoons in the back seat, that's for sure.
Sanders comes into McSweeney. Flicked off his hip to deep backward, take a single there. Been some good rotation of strike here after that early loss of Healy. Speaking of long bus rides or celebratory bus rides, the recent women's first grade grand final has to be one of the longest bus rides. Sunshine Coast getting up over Gold Coast away.
Yeah.
That's a good bus ride home.
That's a great bus ride home, and I think on
a Sunday with probably weekend traffic.
Yeah, especially if you've knocked over the bottle shop on your way out. You've got to have a few tactical stops for the way home. And
I think a few of those Sunshine Coast Scorcher players, not just really based around Sunshine Coast. Some of them come from the Wide Bay region and north there. So I think they would have got home rather late that Sunday night. And well-earned rest and celebration for the Scorcher girls who won the... Sanders comes in. Just cut myself off there.
I believe...
first title in their first year.
Yeah, which was great. Great to see that the game's growing up there on the sunny coast. It's a big area, big catchment area, as you said. There's people coming from Wide Bay to play for Sunny Coast. People from Noosa, Gympie, that region. So it's great to see that a team like the Sunny Coast can get a win in their first year. It just goes to show how strong cricket is up there, righty.
Yeah, lots of really good young talent in that side. I think a few would have featured in the Queensland under-age sides if we did have national champs this year, but not to be due to some COVID implications as Sanders comes in. Dawson flicked off the hip to deep square, just the one.
I think I've just walked into the trophy cabinet in here and seen a clean sweep from 2010, 2011.
Was Dean Reeves the captain?
I think Dean Reeves might have been the skipper back then.
Good memories from Dean Reeves, the curator here.
I think that's why the shields just hit me in the back of the head. I think he just walked past and tapped me on the shoulder.
It's been we were talking about yesterday that these two sides, North and University, in first grade, probably the last 3 or 4 years, have had a really good, strong battle and history amongst each other. Probably before then, it did sort of start in the 2s and 3s. Used to play a lot in finals in second grade, or semis or grand finals in 2s and 3s. It sort of moved its way up into first grade as well as Sanders comes into McSweeney.
Oh.
And I remember sort of playing in second grade around the time of Reevesy and that University side. They seemed to win it all the time. I think they might have won 4 in a row in second grade.
I think they did win a fair few. There was a lot of characters back then. The Tommy Tuffley, Will Tuffley, the Tuffleys, Brendan Logue, Steve Hunt.
A few of them all floated in yesterday, watching late on day 3 on the hill as supporters.
Yeah, as a uni supporter, it was a great session to rock up for. That's probably the only one you wanted to rock up for. Not many boundaries in the first 2 sessions there. North's bowled quite tight and sort of just seemed to bring their length back in the last session there and allow the uni players to hit over the top. I know Will Sanders played with no fear, as we talked about earlier, as he
hit straight very well
as he comes in. And
and
he's got McSweeney right in the rib cage. That hurts.
Didn't tickle, that's for sure. He's gone down.
Saley pretending he knows what he's talking about. I wouldn't be listening to Nick Sale.
He's walking it off, all good.
He's all right. I dare say he's not going to shoulder arms to a short one again, that's for sure.
12th man Michael Dow gets out there, slightly delayed, but he's making good metres.
Yeah, did some good metres yesterday, Dowdy.
Played in my 4th grade side this year, Dowie, and he's doing the water and drinks duties for first grade.
And that delivery has got him fair dinkum in the sternum.
It just
sort of thought it was going down leg side a bit, I think, and it's just held in the wicket a bit and seamed back, and yeah, that's not a leave you want to be making. He doesn't.
McSweeney, as a fit young professional athlete, doesn't quite have the the padding on him of some people a little bit older or more experienced, so they'd be a bit sore there.
Yeah, I dare say if that one was hitting one of the Icon Uni players, Paul Woodford, in the chest, he wouldn't be feeling that one too much. The big June.
Change of bowler from the University end. Looks like Belford to replace Walter.
Yeah, Belford's a bit of a slower bowler. He'll just put it on a back of a length and bowl quite straight here. He doesn't tend to swing the ball too much.
Push it away from the lefty a little bit.
Push it away from the lefty and just rely on a bit of seam movement just to cut back. So yeah, he likes bowling the lefties. He'll just push it across Dawson here.
Started a little outside half as the squirts to point there from Dawson. Was looking to drive there.
So we'll see Belford come from the uni end, and it'll be interesting to see who we come if Sanders keeps bowling his spell. Plenty of bowling within the ranks. I know Jack Carty's there shining the ball at cover. He will be no doubt sending a few overs down after taking a few wickets in the semi-final against Toombul.
And some spin options as well of Sale and Phillipson.
Yeah, Saley bowl his left arm orthies as Belford trudges in from the uni end.
No ball. We were talking about that late yesterday, where one of the benefits for University, the fact they got two finger spinners and who can take it away from both left and right. Might have been a period there late yesterday where North probably would have liked maybe like a left arm ortho or a leg spinner to sort of toss a few up to the right-handers of Grady and Sanders.
Yeah, they I thought they would use their feet quite well, especially Grady to McSweeney hit a few nice straight balls down the ground, and that was when the pressure was on.
Mid-on was back for those as well as Belford comes in. Grady's backed himself to hit it straight or hit it over mid-on, and he cleared the pickets a few times, with Sanders going a bit more to sort of cow corner.
Sanders sort of stood in his crease and swung through the line and really connected with a few into the car park, and he wasn't scared of the deep cow corner man, was he?
Nope, he picked up a few. I think there was two in a row at one point off McSweeney. The no fear from the 18, 19-year-old.
Yeah, he's got that confidence, which only a few have, which is great to see. Oh,
Wrapped on the pad, big appeal. Probably with that angle, pitching outside leg. We talked about he's not really going to bring it back into the lefty. Probably going to angle it across, so likely to be pitching outside leg.
Correct. I don't think umpire Boland was too concerned with that one. So we just see the replay. Just pitching outside leg. I think you're right there, Righty.
That sort of fourth stump spot on the leg side. Belford comes in again to Dawson. Left alone. That's probably wants to be to the lefty. Asking some questions, see if Dawson wants to play that drive.
Be interesting to see what North's game plan in here is, Righty. With Belford not as quite an experienced bowler as Sanders and Walter, with if they want to take him down or if they want to see him off. I think he'll be really wanting to dry up the runs here and bowl tight lines and lengths. So it'll be interesting to see where Norths try to approach this one as we 45 minutes into the first session.
Definitely, obviously, University, as Belford comes in. Bit full there and almost snuck under the bat of Dawson. They have the luxury of being the home side with 370 on the board. They can bowl that sort of Western Australian width and hanging out there and say play your shots and see how you go. They've got a two slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, so just pretty standard, ringish offside feel, not sort of too many gaps to pierce for the northern suburbs. So just saying play your shots out there, and being in the box seat they can do that. So I agree, might have to pick a bowler, northern suburbs, at this first session. Well pushed back straight to mid-on from Dawson. Whilst we talked about the scoring probably is going to need to be done in the middle and last session, you still want to keep it ticking and just put a bit of pressure on the students.
Yeah, 2.5 and over at the moment isn't too bad, Righty. It's just the wickets column they want to be keeping an eye on, and as we said, they'll probably look to play a bit more on the conservative side this morning for the rest of the session, with 15 minutes till the first drinks break. I think they'll be trying to see Jack Carty, who's been brought into the attack from the River End. They'll be trying to just see what Carty's going to get off the wicket. See what sort of lines and lengths he's bowling. He's quite a tall man.
I don't mind this in regards to keeping some nice short, sharp spells for the quicks. Walter and Sanders 4 overs each to open up. You don't want to work them into the ground. It is a long first session, 2.5 hours with the 9:30 start. We saw that it can be a long day late yesterday for the Northern Suburbs bowlers, so you want your strike weapons in Walter and Sanders to be fresh with some short, sharp spells. So the likes of Belford and Carty might do a bit of work here and then bring those strike bowlers back at the opportune time, either around drinks breaks or either side of intervals like lunch as Carty comes into McSweeney. Bit of a wide one and signalled by umpire Dionysius. Bit of a loosener from Cart.
Definition of a loosener there from Carty.
He's got a few nicknames, Carty, doesn't he?
Carty's got a few nicknames rolling around. The Swinger, swings the ball both ways.
Yep.
Would be one of them. The Sponge.
Sponge was the one which I've heard.
Sponge, yes, that's an interesting one. It's I think about 4 or 5 years ago when we were playing second grade, he had a very tight pair of whites which used to sort of soak into him like a sponge as he comes in over the wicket, and that one's much better. Line and length.
Cops a bit of grief about, what do I want to say, his chin and his neck?
Yeah, that's a bit of a harsh one. It can cut him quite deep, no neck. We always ask him to fold the towels at the club at the completion of the day, but he obviously has no chin to do so. So he has to take a technique that not many people are used to with no chin.
He's very handy all-rounder. Opens the batting in some of the limit overs formats. He comes in to McSweeney. And good handy medium pace here in the middle.
That's right. This will be his last game for the club for 2 years. He's off to Ireland. He's got an Irish passport, so he leaves in a couple of weeks to go take up a youth development coach.
Excellent.
Role at Marion in Ireland. He's done a season there in the past. I know Callum Henderson, who took a bag in against Ipswich.
Yeah,
he's off to England as well in a couple of weeks.
As Carty comes in. Oof, bit tighter leave there, bit of lift there.
So yeah, there's a few boys who have decided not to let the pandemic get in the way of a few pub beers over in the UK. Probably a pretty safe place to sit out a pandemic, I would have thought. Carty also known to inhale a few beers in a session.
Good to spread the Australian stuff around the world from a cricket point of view. Obviously, we've been doing it for a while, sending players to the UK and passing on our knowledge. We're also picking up some things from over there as Carty comes in again.
He's just left that one outside the off stump. Doesn't want to play at those ones this morning, McSweeney.
Often that stuff then creates connections for players that come the other way. I know there's been some times when University have had some pretty handy UK imports for us part of the season. I remember the one that stands, or two stands to me, there was Chalmers.
Chalmers, yeah, it might have been before my time.
He's a quick, and Stu Meeker played here, and he's played a fair bit of county cricket, and as Carty comes in, bowled pretty sharp for from a first grade point of view, and he's bowled pretty sharp from a county level as well. So that was probably in the maybe late 2000s, early 2010s. A few of those guys came out and were handy quicks for University of Queensland, but sometimes that starting those relationships with overseas programs and clubs can send a few pretty handy players our way as well. So
I know when Geordie Ryan, former second grade quick, went over, as Carty comes in.
Good spots there.
McSweeney on the front foot. I know when he went over, he did a season over there and he brought Devon Endersby back with him.
About to say, Devon Endersby, long-term player for the students.
Yeah, Dev played quite a few years for uni. It's his first year off. He's got a beautiful little daughter. Yeah, he's looking after. Always
handy in a big game, Endersby. Runs and wickets. He bowled that sort of skiddy, heavy ball and was a handy sort of number 8, number 9 with the stick. So saw a bit of that stuff continued yesterday with the likes of Grady and Sanders at 8 and 9. So
yeah, Grady a poor man's Endersby, you'd almost say. Doesn't hit as big sixes as Dev, I would have thought. Nothing to take away from Grady's innings yesterday afternoon, Righty.
It was an amazing knock and great reward for someone who's been plugging away for a while as Belford comes in. I got asked yesterday, I didn't quite know, but how old is Grady?
James would be, I'm going to say 24.
I felt that sort of 23, sort of between early and mid 20s. So pretty much been his first consistent sort of run in first grade. Played a lot of second grade
Played a lot of second grade over the years. I think his first year would have been that year we went up at the sunny coast as Belford comes in to Dawson.
It's a great reward for someone who's just been working out his skills and craft and can't get any bigger stage than a first grade grand final.
That's right. He's an extremely hard worker, James. He's done a couple of seasons over in the UK. Last year he went over to WA and did a stint in their Premier Cricket competition. So he's a hard worker. He's got the ability, and this year he's sort of got the chance, and especially this second half of the season, he's really taken that on, and we saw all that hard work yesterday paying off.
Belford coming in, well played by Dawson, getting close to drinks here on day 4. Dawson and McSweeney have weathered the sort of awful start of wicket on the first ball of the innings from a batting point of view. It was a great ball from Walter for a first rock of the innings, a big in-swinging wrapped on the pads, but they've weathered that slight wobble in the first over. It'll be 1 for 21 here in the 11th over. So good from them. I want to continue from a Northern Suburbs perspective as Belford comes in. Bit more forceful shot through covers. Bit of a crowd catch there.
Jack Carty doesn't miss those. Doesn't miss many in the field.
So want to get to that drink, have a nice bit of a break, and that next hour will be a big one. Looking to continue on with this partnership and keep that scoreboard ticking. We talked about probably going to be about scoring runs in the middle to the final session. Don't want to lose too many wickets here early, but keen to keep that scoreboard ticking from a North's point of view as Belford comes in. Bit of a wide one there, left alone to the keeper.
Probably happy to miss a bit wider there this morning.
We talked about, that sort of West Australian width. You can bowl good foot outside or stump and ask North to make the pace there. With 370 on the board on the home side. All shaping up to be what can be a very exciting day 4 here.
Wouldn't be surprised if a bit of a crowd builds here this afternoon, Righty, as the day goes on. Belford comes in.
Off the hip.
Just a bit straight. I think he might collect.
Should run away for 4. Well, I think his leg buys and has run away for 4. See what the umpies do. The leg buys. Keep the scoreboard ticking there. Yeah, I expect some people to roll in on the hill from a student's point of view and Northern Suburbs. Whilst there is 3 games, and then we take drinks there. 1 for 25 after 11 overs. Whilst there's 3 finals at Norths where there'll be a bit of a crowd, there might be some who float around to first grade as well. Bit spread thin with 4 finals at the go here from a Northern Suburbs point of view. I'm sure there'll be people either dropping in late this afternoon or watching in on the stream. So we'll have a little breather for drinks here. Come back in a minute or so. Northern Suburbs 1 for 25. Back here after the first drinks break on day 4. Northern Suburbs 1 for 25. Start of the 12th over. Cardi continuing to McSweeney. Thanks for those watching and listening to the commentary and stream this morning, brought to you by Calling All Sports Brisbane. John Devine and his team. He's had a big weekend, John. There was a family wedding. He's not here with us, but thanks for all his streaming for finals over the years as Cardi comes in. Push through to cover with a bit of force from McSweeney. Good shot for none. Joined back with Doogie Hill, who's just picked up some refreshments. Thanks also to the viewers for any comments and feedback on the commentary and the stream. Feel free to send through a text or some predictions or some thoughts of the day. 0434 225 219. Also, encourage anyone to share some grand final stories. What I want to talk about here as Cardi comes into McSweeney. Push through to covers, reaching for that one. Should be 2. Jack Clayton in pursuit, the whippet across the field. We talked yesterday about some memorable first grade grand finals. The Sandgate famous victory where they defended 80 on day 4 and bowled West out for around 30 odd was talked about a bit. Likewise, University's recent titles. They're going for 3 in a row here in first grade, and also got a bit of coverage of Northern Suburbs' big sort of breakthrough in 2017-18 with a win over Sandgate as Cardi comes into McSweeney. Pushed again through the covers. Probably just the one. Didn't get much of that, and Gray does the fielding. That title for North broke a bit of a drought of around 30 odd years in first grade. They also won the second grade premiership that year. So feel free to text some stuff through if get a bit of airtime and talk about some memorable finals. Played in a few yourself, haven't you, Doogie?
Happy to talk about a few if you'd like, Righty. We definitely lost that one you talked about in second grade to Norse. It was a final hampered by weather, much like this one, and Norse were too good that day. Sort of similar to what they've done in the grand final this year. They batted for a long stint, made Uni chase a target that was too much.
Cardi comes in. I do remember there was, whilst the Northern Suburbs, as Dawson flicks that through forward square for 2, whilst Norths had the first innings lead in that game, there was a bit of a wobble in the second innings on day 4, but rain then intervened and cut the final short, so it wasn't to be a sort of fourth innings chase of note, but it was a good tense final over 4 days. Likewise, the one on the main field between Northern Suburbs and Sandgate, with Norths getting the win in that one a few years ago.
Yeah, played a fair few finals against Norths, as we talked about earlier, as Cardi comes in.
Oh,
that
Yorker.
quite full to Dawson. He digs that one out. We played a one-day final here in 2014 against Norths in second grade, and we got rolled for 120.
I think you defended it, didn't you?
We defended it. I think Norths were 2 for 60, and we bowled them out for just under 100. A few Norths players were playing in that one. Sammy Wilson, Kendall Fleming here today. Parth Patel was playing in that one.
Good to see the players involved in those finals, in the middle grades and moving on up and getting a chance to mix it again in the top grade. And as I said, a good rivalry amongst both clubs.
Yeah, great mates off the field though. A few ripping lads around.
Sam Wilson drops into the back of the box here. He's probably on a big high after the Reds' big win last night.
Yeah, no doubt he and the old man would have been yelling at the telly together. Yeah.
Anyway.
We move on, mate.
Reds are going well.
Reds are going well.
5 from 5.
5 from 5, I've been reliably told by Sam's in-house statistician at the Wilson family. And I can imagine over a few big steak feeds there at the Wilsons that they'll be crunching stats, both cricket and rugby. The brothers' season about to start, so that'll just add Will into the family to start crunching some more numbers.
We mentioned brothers and a bit of rugby yesterday. We were talking about Nathan Carroll in the field. Brothers winger in the previous off-season. Scored a few tries on the wing, and he was diving around yesterday in the field. And there's a fair few other handy winter athletes floating around both sides. We talked about Noah McFadden and the McFadden family as Belford wheels the come into McSweeney. I see Connor McFadden floating around, the older brother of Noah. He's on the Lions list. He's coming back for some injuries last year. I think he had a big knee reco, so he's probably on the mend and trying to get back to full playing and running duties. But
heartbreaking loss for the Lions.
Oh, we talked about that as well.
Contentious call there at the end in the goal square.
What do you feel about the code or the support as Belford comes in? We'll continue this conversation, diverting into some winter codes, admitting after the fact that they got it wrong. Good or bad thing to do that?
No, I think you've got to come clean. It's okay to admit you get it wrong, and I always talk about the umpires being human. You do get things wrong, and sometimes in the spur of the moment, high pressure, you might make a wrong decision. I don't think there's too much, nothing's going to solve giving them grief, that's for sure, so they may as well just come out and cop it on the chin as Belford rolls in. McSweeney leaves that one through to the keeper.
I feel like it would be a tough thing to umpire and referee the AFL. 360 game.
Plenty of running.
Lots of running. You got to be fit. Plenty of arms and legs in the action, and not always the greatest view around the call. And also, there's usually about 40,000 umpires letting you know what they think is.
AFL especially, I would have thought, righty. There seems to be a lot of experts in the grandstands. Might have been a bit easier last year with no crowds for a bit.
As Belford comes in. Yeah, we'll be surprised if they did a review of last year and this year as the over wraps up, 1 for 30 after 13. If they get a different view of the season from an umpiring point of view, because minimal crowds. I know we had crowds in Brisbane and southeast Queensland last year due to us, being on top of the COVID implications and doing a good job and hosting most of the AFL games. But would have probably been a lot easier without the yells of ball or in the back and all that kind of stuff from an umpiring point of view. So a new challenge for the AFL umpires this year with crowds back, which is great to see. But I guess a reminder for everyone, we've got to keep on top of our standards and our procedures, because there's still something we have to continue to deal with here as Cardi comes in. Push through. Actually think this morning the phone went off with a couple of things actually around the recent spike in North Brisbane, a couple of individuals, and it might be a player who had to pull out of a game to go and get self-isolate and things like that. So come a long way from 12 months ago where it was all sort of kicking off, but got to keep going in that space and keep on top of our standards. So back to the action here with Cardi coming in. Norse at 1 for 30 to Michael Dawson. Push through to point there.
You talk about 12 months ago, Righty, when the grand final was called off. It was the last week. The lockdown was starting on the Monday, and the grand final, I think, was called off during the week. And approximately a few uni players rocked up here in Whites on the Saturday to celebrate accordingly. It was,
yeah, well, I think that happened likewise at some other venues where the first weekend of the final, life was just sort of changing a little bit. There was some number limits on as Cardi comes in. Oh, he's nicked that one. A big wicket after drinks for the University of Queensland. Cardi nicking off Michael Dawson. Caught fry.
Probably not the shot from Dawson, as we touched on earlier when he did made a play and miss on a ball that was on the up, and it looks like a similar dismissal here.
Bit more bounce from the height of Cardi there, bit taller than the likes of Walter, maybe Sanders as well. But we've got the replay here, big drive here from Dawson, and little nick through to Fry.
Yeah, and a big breakthrough from the swinger. That's what we want to see.
Dawson motion that it sort of went across, or a bit of nibble, but the feet didn't necessarily went sort of down the pitch there, not across to that off stump, and played quite hard through that ball, and perfect catching height through to Fry there for the second wicket. 2 for 30 just moments after a drinks break. So hasn't been the greatest start after breaks or intervals from a Norse point of view.
He changes his line quite well to the left and righty. Cardi, as I said, he has the ability to swing the ball, and he's just pushed this one across him, I think.
Yep.
And it's just the length that sort of did him there.
not quite there to dry. The feet didn't get to the pitch there, and he's feathered it through to Fry, and the behind the wicket has celebrated accordingly. Always had that sort of natural little off-cutter type action, Cardi, and get to nibble around there. But taking the big wicket of Dawson there, 2 for 30 as Kendall Fleming comes in.
Experienced campaigner.
Been amongst the runs in the second half of the season. Also scored a big 100 early in the season, the one-day competition. I believe that was in the semi-final. So some runs for Kendall. Very stylish left-hander. Can definitely score at a good clip. So I think for North's chances today, these two batters, Fleming and McSweeney, perhaps the biggest combination here.
Critical partnership here for North, I'd say. Righty, these are probably two best bats in form at the moment. Experienced, know their games very well.
A left-hand right, so another lefty replaces Dawson. As Cardi comes in. Oh, right on the money. Squirts the point there from Fleming. Made him play early. I fully agree. Two stylish shot and run makers out there now.
Both batters can score pretty much all around the ground against both spin and pace, I would have thought. Righty?
Agree 100% there, Doogie. McSweeney just 9 or 45. He's been out there weathering the early pressure. Fleming about to face his second ball. Was on the money, first ball, Cardi to Fleming. He comes in again. Push through to cover. Does play that shot very well, Fleming. Great through cover and square cover and even behind point. Like a lot of lefties out there.
It's been tight bowling this from Cardi. He and Belford are doing quite well, filling that role after a nice start by Walter and Sanders opening the ball with a new rock.
Cardi coming in again to Fleming.
It's pushed back in his crease and just plays that one to mid-wicket.
Wraps up a successful over for Jack Cardi in the University of Queensland. 2 for 30 after 14. Might check in on some other games in this early period after drinks here. Might start with the Bulls. Might leave that to you, Doogie, to get the phone going. I might start on the second grades grand final at North. Sunshine Coast, 1 for 79 in that game. Good start for them, chasing 437, but a long way to go there.
Yeah, only barely scratched the surface there in that run chase.
Belford comes in, left alone.
Batting quite really in front of off here, McSweeney, just really knows where his off stump is. Obviously just only wants to play at anything that comes to here. So he's happy to shoulder arms with anything outside the off stump. As we check in on the Bulls score. Righty, Queensland, none for 103 off 17.5 overs.
What's that?
Hazlitt 63 off 58 and Kawaja 38 off 50. So that's an ideal start for the Bulls there at AB.
Oh, another tight lead, but as you said, batting on that off-stump line, so should have a good idea where his stumps are. Very good start for the Bulls there. We talked about the Redlands player Hazlitt, who scored 100 there early in the year in the first grade grand final, amongst the runs there in the Marsh Cup game against the South Australians. As they took a lot of time off the field during the week with the Shield game, as Belford comes in. So I'm sure always pushed at that.
It's the one shot he didn't want to play there, McSweeney. He's been working very hard on leaving those ones through to the keeper, and a small lack in judgment there. Has seen a play and miss outside the off stump. He's probably very annoyed with himself, having a bit of a word.
So I'm sure the Bulls are keen to be back on the field and amongst the runs, and a good platform for them in that Marsh Cup game at Allan Border Field. Play will start shortly in the lower grade grand finals. 11 o'clock starts for 3rd to 6th grade. So
how many overs they squeezing in there today, Roddy?
An extra hour, 80 overs in a day. I reckon that's getting around 96 in a day. That's my guess.
Be pretty dark finishing at about 6 o'clock.
No, that's why they bring it early. They do the 11 o'clock start in the finals, knowing that you can't really play late in March, late March, as Belford comes in. So it's cut to point forcefully, but fielded by Clayton. No, can't really play too much past 5:30 at this point in the season, so the lower grades, can make up time before the normal scheduled time of midday. So they were, with rain pretty much wiping out all the games last weekend at different sort of levels, 11 o'clock starts for 3rd to 6th grade.
On the topic of late finishes in March, we did play as Belford comes into McSweeney. He lets that one go. We played an extraordinary grand final against South at South in 2nd grade quite a few years ago.
Very memorable game.
4 innings game over 4 days. It was probably one of the best cricket games I've been involved in. And South chased it down, 9 down at South. Reece York, one of great guys, great competitor he was.
I believe the Wilson brothers were playing South 2nd grade at that time.
South.
Pretty
the
handy.
Wells Perris brothers were playing. Harry Jones played a memorable knock for South.
Pretty handy South 2nd grade side.
Finished in the dark, genuine dark, and Yorkie hit the winning runs through cover. And
my predecessor in the role, Michael Fisher, I think remembers that final rather well, because as Cardi comes in, it's to Fleming, pushed through to cover. There was a lot of sort of frantic sort of rule checking, and people want to know what the outcome might be, because my understanding did South lose on first innings.
Yeah. So I think we won first innings there.
So University had a lead on first innings. South were then needing an outright to win. They were 9 down, so you also then have the possibility of a tie.
Yep.
You have someone bowled out on a level score, and all that kind of stuff. So people were just checking what happens if, as Carty comes in, what happens if South get bowled out with scores level on day 4, and
what does happen there?
My understanding is, I'll have to check the rule book on that. I think it might go to the home side,
even though they lost first innings.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I'll check it during a break.
It's a tough one.
It's going to be one of two. So it's either going to be a team with the first innings lead, but don't have it right in front of me. Well, a bit more intent there from Fleming, but straight to off.
We won't see that kind of result here today. I think North's just got to chase it down. There won't be many ties.
Agree.
It's either win or win.
As it came out of my mouth, I'd probably say it might have been the first innings team as well. I might back them on that, but this conversation was very much undergoing as the match was
frantic
going.
At 4:30 on a Sunday afternoon.
So it was a memorable one, and from there, sort of, you see the Wilson brothers have kicked on to Ipswich and been first grade players for the Hornets as Carty comes in, flicked hard back at the bowl there, and been scoring hundreds of fun for the Hornets out in first grade, and been amongst, taking that program into semi-finals, and were supposed to play in the first grade final last year in the 2-day format. So some good stories about some second grade finals and third grade finals, and players then moving up into the grades and having success. I was involved in a memorable third grade final, which involved the likes of Craig Phillipson at the end of his career as Carty comes in.
I think Mr. Yannick Coetzee might have been playing in that game.
Was in. He got 100 in the second innings. That was a 4-innings game, which had plenty of swings.
100 in a losing final.
100 in a losing final, yep.
It's about as good as it gets for Yannick.
Jared Turner was playing in that game. A bit of experience from the students. Who else was in that game? Guys played a lot of 2s and 3s final. I think one of the JJ Brundell was involved for the students there. North's had some pretty handy players in that team and got the victory as Carty comes in. North's had the likes of Stephen Noddle, who was drifting down the grades after being a pretty handy first grader, as over wraps up 2 for 30 there. People like...
See, Gav Brown's playing for Valley
Gav
today.
Brown playing in 6th grade.
In 6th grade in that extraordinary game.
We joked he's probably scored about 16,000 runs for Valleys, and he
no
was
joke that one, Righty. I would have thought.
he's getting. I think he's well past 10, but I don't know what his total is at the moment. Pat Colpin will be right on the money if he can text me through or Facebook me through his current Valleys Premier Cricket record. But I remember seeing a notification or announcement a few years ago they went past 10,000 runs for the club. So usually fills in for a few games, but been playing a fair bit of 6th grade this year, so he'll keep that tally ticking.
I remember playing against Gav Brown as a 16-year-old in 3rd grade for university, and in the first over, Tim Weller and Jared Turner instructed me to go to deep cover. And I, as a fresh-faced 16-year-old, thought they were kidding themselves, and I proceeded to watch Gav Brown hit 1 for 6 in the first over cover and was completely blown away.
Yep, they liked them there. Cover drives and cut shots from Gav Brown, often aerially and often very far.
Correct.
We were talking about him actually yesterday as we were recapping the scores, and I forget the year, but I'm very confident. It might have been around that time. He was playing 3rd grade, but he stepped up to play 2nd grade T20s when sort of T20 started, around the competition and things like that. And he was well into his 40s, and as Belford comes in, and in a day where it was a T20 doubleheader, I'm pretty sure he scored 120 in one game against Uni, and then the next game he scored 80 against Toombul, and they both teams end up playing in the 2nd grade final that year. So no slouches. And we were talking yesterday how it probably would have been a format which he would have enjoyed in his heyday if there was some T20 cricket for the likes of Gav Brown. Pretty much plays that style in a 2-day format and opens the batting and can put balls over cover and point with ease as Belford comes into McSweeney. Pushed hard to mid-off.
I was about to say, I don't think it would really matter what format. For him, he just used to, if the ball was in his zone, he'd try and put it over the fence. We got a bit of a sort of a ring field here for Belford, as 3 on the leg side with a straightish mid-wicket and mid-on and mid-off cover point gully. 2 slips. He's bowling that channel line to McSweeney here, trying to get another play and miss as he comes in.
Left alone to the keeper. Yeah, I think we saw yesterday, aside from late in the day with the likes of Sanders, driving through this field, through mid-off or cover, wasn't that easy. I think if we looked at a boundaries and runs scored yesterday, plenty off the back foot with maybe some square and cross-bat shots from a university point of view. Wasn't the easiest to drive on the ground. So university very much trying to dry up the Vikings here as Belford comes in and flicked off his pads from McSweeney. Should get 2. Back easily for 2. Northern Suburbs 2 for 32 after 17 overs here. Wicket first ball of the match. Scott Walter trapping Tom Healy LBW. And then Michael Dawson caught behind off the bowling of Carty just after the first drinks for the 2nd wicket. Fleming, number 4 with Nathan McSweeney. Yet to get off the mark. Fleming hit some forcefully to cover, mid-off. Would love to get that first run and get the scoreboard ticking as Carty comes in. And there he's talked about through the covers. He's put one away there, squarish. Probably going to have to run. Not deciding to take the 3. Good chase from Clayton. Again, that left arm throw in quickly to the bowlers and kept it to 2. Off the mark from Fleming.
Yeah, nice shot from Kendall there. Was a bit over pitch from Carty, and that's sort of Kendall's bread and butter through that square pointish region, as he sort of just leant on the front foot and just punched it through for 2.
So speaking of Gav Brown, he did bring up 17,000 runs for Valleys yesterday.
There you go.
So
extraordinary stat.
Serious milestone.
Cardi comes in, pulls his length back a bit there. Kendall just defends that one out to the offside.
Like you, played against him in some third-grade games early on in my career. I think he was a mainstay in the third-grade side for a good decade. And, yeah, he often come up as a youngster. I knew a bit about him through my father, having not my father was a player, but was a scorer, so he got to watch Gav Brown play in his younger days for Valleys, and said he definitely liked to hit him over cover. He talked about maybe as Cardi comes in, squirted to gully there, the likes of maybe a left arm finger spinner early to him and have someone out at cover.
It's a pretty cool thing to see as a 16-year-old when you've sort of seen his schoolboy cricket or stuff on the TV where it's pretty slow going at the start, and if you're watching a test match, unless you're watching Chris Gale, the only man to hit a six off the first ball of a test match. I think that was against Bangladesh. Chris Gale did that, but yeah, it was a pretty cool thing to see someone sort of come out and literally hit a six over cover in a third grade game that everyone had just rocked up for, or half the blokes were sucking on Slurpees from 7-Eleven.
As Cardi comes into Fleming, another square drive, and he sliced that behind point. Pick up at least one, and they'll come back for two. We talked about he's strong in that area, sort of squarish cover and through the point region. A lot of left-handers with that angle, that natural angle with the right-hander over the wicket. Hitting it through cover point there, so...
Sort of Kendall's region, that backward point through to the covers. Loves playing through, quite a square. Very good square driver of the ball. Very good all around the ground, Kendall. He won't hesitate to play his shots there if the ball's there to hit from Cardi as he comes in.
Very good player of spin normally. Likes to use his feet and hit over the top.
Just sort of squared him up there, Cardi, with his length. Just brought it back a bit.
Two for 36 here, Northern Suburbs. In a bit of early trouble. Chasing 371 here on day 4 here. Bulls Masters first grade competition. Cardi in again. Missed that one on down the leg side and through to Fry. Wrapped up the over. 2 for 36 after 18. Belford to continue from the university end. Looking to dry up from that end. Build a bit of scoreboard pressure on the Northern Suburbs Vikings.
McSweeney stepping across his stumps last over was sort of the first sign we've seen of them trying to take on Belford or trying to make him change. He's been quite consistent in that channel corridor outside off stump.
We talked about his sort of off-stump guard. He's outside the crease from his batting stance as Belford comes in.
He's driving to mid-on there. Yeah, he's been quite tight, Belford. None for 3 off 5 overs. Really done a job here for University. Holding an end, that's for sure.
Probably just getting through some overs from that end and maybe another burst from Walter from the University end. He does often bowl from both ends throughout a day, but tends to like coming from that University end as Belford comes in. Through to the keeper.
Yeah, loves the uni end as Waltz. A few permanent foot marks in the run-ups on all wickets, I would have thought. And he's at his stride length. Get the juniors coming out trying to run in the foot marks to impersonate the great Scott Walter, they tell me.
Have there been many lefties rock up through the club and think, like you got the ideal model there in Waltz as Belford comes in? Pushed hard to mid-off from McSweeney.
A few young juniors with the sweatband.
Yep.
From 2004. Don't think it's been washed since either.
Get the towel and the
red towel
and the bucket hat.
That's right.
Haven't seen him in the bucket hat much these days.
No, it's more a limited overs thing. He was wearing it in the 2-day stuff, but now not so much in the coveted baggy blue as Belford comes in.
He's a bit of a slow ball maybe there. Sort of
Just has
held up on McSweeney. Had to sort of check his shot there.
bit of a change up there from Belford. No, he's been quite consistent in that on that offside, as we touched on earlier. As McSweeney and Fleming just talking about the slower ball that Belford's just bowled.
It come relatively easy with Belford as it sort of rolls the fingers over and slants into a right-hander. So taking a bit of pace off it wouldn't require much from that action. Bit of a shout there, and he's given.
It's walked across his stumps, as we talked about earlier there, Nathan McSweeney.
And we talked to you at off stump line a guard, so we'll see the replay whilst we'll be blocked by the batter.
He's taken a lot of pad, as we see here. He's come across his stumps. It's a matter of whether he got any bat on it, but Pete Boland, the umpire, had no hesitation in giving that one quite adjacent from his angle. I mean, it's hard to see from over here, righty.
With no front on, it's going to be tough. But
no stump mics for us either, mate. Just each other's voices in each other's ears. This is it. It's walked across a long way.
Third wicket, big one in Nathan McSweeney, the captain of Northern Suburbs.
A good decision, I thought, from Pete Boland.
3 for 36 here early on day 4 as Josh Brown comes to the wicket for the Northern Suburbs.
Another key player for North, someone who can strike the ball very cleanly, as we've seen over the last couple of years in Premier Cricket, righty.
Yep, shot to a bit of fame with the T20 format and some one-day stuff. He can definitely clear the pickets and hit the ball extremely hard. And we sort of talked earlier at the start of play, the likes of McSweeney, Fleming and Brown were probably perhaps the key ones from a North chasing point of view. The big wicket of Nathan McSweeney there from the students' point of view. It brings Brown to the wicket, joining Fleming. I said with Josh Brown, it's often a thing around time. If he spends time at the wicket, runs will come. Being a very naturally fast and aggressive scorer with plenty of power, as you might see from some broad shoulders and some big forearms.
He bowls quite quick off a few steps there. Yesterday afternoon around the wicket, he was giving some of the batters a bit of trouble as Belford comes in for his first ball.
Left alone. No, he got the big wicket of Michael Phillipson early, or just before lunch on day 3, which at that time was 6 for 123, the students.
There was a big wicket in the context of the game when he got Phillipson, that's for sure.
It's going to have to do with the bat here, these two.
So what's his plan here, Righty? Will he play his natural attacking game, or will it be a bit different for him at 3 for 36? Will he have to play within his shell a little bit, or do we see a counter-attacking innings?
Yeah, I think he's always going to have his natural style. Definitely something he's learnt over time as he's moved up into first grade, that probably have to choose your ball or wait for that mistake ball. Definitely when he came up through second grade and third grade, he'd probably get a few more bad balls and over as Cardi comes into Fleming. We're on the money again. The students with their tail up here. 3 for 36 here early on day 4.
Springing their step. They've got a bit of a sniffing for blood here, the uni students. Another wicket or two here before the second drinks break. An extended session, of course, righty.
Yep. So 9:30 starts, so 2.5 hours. But yeah, he came up and he definitely learnt very quickly at the higher level. That a bit better bowling and a bit quicker and not as many looseners to punish. But he's made runs early in his first grade career. I'd still say it's relatively young as Cardi comes in, and edge to Gully, well fielded from Sale there, diving stop to his right side. Natural lefty.
And the quicker they bowl, the further he can hit them, eh?
Yeah, he adapted very quickly to the level. He scored a very good 80 or 90 batting down the order in a game against Gold Coast. It was a game which Josh Kahn ripped through the top order of Northern Suburbs. I think he got 7 for in that game, and Josh Brown and Barry Bester did their very best down the order to get extremely close to chasing. I think about 270 on. They fell about 20 or 30 runs short, and both of them were amongst the runs with 80 odds and 90s as Cardi comes in. Flick through rigor, well chased and fielded by Coetzee. Always been a good fielder, Yano. Done well on mid wicket there to keep it to a dot. And Yeah, then came back in future years and runs in the one-day format and more runs in the two-day stuff. He breakout 100 in the two-day format against Toombul, which was the first 2 day of the year. He scored his maiden two-day 100 in first grade, which was a key moment in the innings. Him and Nathan McSweeney came together 5 for 120 or 30 from my recollection as Cardi comes in. Well bowled again. Kendall Fleming on the front foot and chasing 260 or 270. They got the partnership and got the win against Toombul, who had the tail up at the time there. So that was a great time for Brown to score his maiden two-day 100. And then he also scored a T20 100 this year against Redlands. Unfortunately, that was on a losing side. There was an impressive chase by Redlands in that T20, winning off the last ball in that game. But he said he can clear the fence, hits the ball hard as Cardi comes in again to Fleming. Down the leg side and well moved and gloved by Fry. So I think he'll give himself some siders, maybe get a bit of sense of the wicket and the bowling. But I think if he spends time at the wicket, there's going to be fours and there's going to be some attacking batting.
Always good to see. Need a bit of a counter-attack, North. They need to sort of swing the momentum here, I would have thought. It's been all uni this morning in the first session.
Has been as Cardi comes... Oh, it's backed away.
However, it's not too dissimilar to what we saw in the first innings. Yesterday morning, it was all North for the first two sessions. Wickets galore and tight bowling, so you never know what we could see transpire today, righty.
100% as Cardi comes in. Left alone through a Fry. No, at this stage of the season, you've got the two best sides, number 1 and number 2. They're there for a reason. They've got plenty of players, plenty of depth, and plenty of chances to change the game. So one of the great things about 2-day and 4-day cricket, a chance to swing the momentum and you can give yourself a little bit of time. Likewise, your opponents can have the time to let things slip or make mistakes if they're in the field. One of the things you have not as much time to do in the limited overs and T20 format. The sort of games can be won or changed very, very quickly. Here in the 2-day format and the 4-day format for this final, a bit more chance to give yourself some time, but also swing a game as Belford comes into Brown. Push back to mid-on.
It'll be interesting what sort of plan Uni seem to have here for Brown, knowing that he is a big hitter and likes to take the game on if possible. I dare say they won't change anything. I think they'll just stick to what they've been doing. It's worked well for them this morning. They've restricted runs, picked up a few wickets along the way. Belford will continue to eat away at his off stump here as Belford comes in and he defends.
Ends the gully there. He's bowled very tight, Belford. Got the reward of the big McSweeney wicket, but into his 7th over, just the 3 runs. Plenty of dots from his end at the university end of the ground, following Scott Walter, who had the burst of 4 overs at the start with the big wicket of Tom Healy with his first ball as Belford comes in. Little shimmy down the wicket from Brown and defended back to the bowler. Likes to move into the ball.
No, he'll bowl all day here, Belford. He's a fit, young, strapping lad. One of the stronger boys and one of the better rigs going around the club. There's no doubt he'll tell you about how much he's doing on the squat rack or the bench press when he rocks up to training.
He's got the man bun going.
He's got the man bun. I'm not sure about the man bun. I think the haircut, probably a couple of years overdue now, but probably we'll let that one go if he keeps bowling like this as he comes in.
In the block hole and
Brown
digged
just
out the cover.
squirts that one out to cover. But no, I think he'll continue for a few more overs along here until Walter will take a few overs to warm up.
Speaking of hairstyles, I know earlier in the season I saw a few photos taken, actually, I think it was at Redlands, Jack Carty with the rather awful mullet. How long did that last?
Yeah, that was a...
Is that a bet?
Yeah, it was. It wasn't too much of a bet. It was more as Belford comes into Brown, who just defends this one back to the bowler. No, it was more a... He actually did it for charity, in the end. I think there was a lot of pressure from close sources to him to go for the mullet, but I think he needed to find a reason for it to be allowed. But yeah, it was a serious moment. It was one of those, something similar to what you see Cameron Smith rocking on the PGA Tour at the moment.
Yeah.
One of the best haircuts going around on the golf tour, that's for sure.
Belford comes in. We talked a bit of golf yesterday on the call. We're talking about Matty Jones with the big win recently.
Yeah, led from start to finish at the Honda to Matty Jones. Bit of match play going on at the Dell Match Play Classic at the moment.
We produced some handy players, Australia and also Queensland. Spent my sort of childhood and youth going down to Coralbin Resort for holidays, and that's the spot where Jason Day and Adam Scott have come from. So for a little area like that to produce a couple of world-class golfers, major winners, pretty good from a Queensland point of view.
Serious game to be good at, that one, golf.
Indeed, I think we were trying to find out the cricketers who are handy with the golf stick as Cardi comes in.
Fleming just punches that one to cover. James Grady is a handy golfer.
Yep.
Hits off about 7 or 8.
Might explain some of those nice sixes off McSweeney over mid-on and straight. The hands went through the hitting zone pretty well there.
Genuine golf shots, those ones yesterday. I think Brendan Logue commented that was a nice shot off the tee. One of those ones he stabbed into the fence over there at long off.
I think you find a fair few cricketers, they're pretty handy at it as a little side sport. Sometimes it's the short game, it's the sort of approach and the chipping, which can be the difference between as Cardi comes in.
Simo Blood, one of the great UQ golfers.
Recently had the Norse Golf Day at the end of the sort of regular season on a Sunday, which was a very successful event for the club. We've been running that for a few years.
Did you bring home the chockies?
No, I didn't play. I got bumped out late, thanks to my brother and his organisational skills. He told me I was in his four ball, and then got told someone else was in the 4 ball. So I caddied for some other people and just walked around, enjoyed the morning.
It's pretty rough, righty.
Walk around Capera.
An enjoyable morning walking, yeah, no doubt.
As Cardi comes in, it was an early start. It was I think first tee was. As Fleming flicks that through forward square there, rotates the strike, gets Brown on to face Cardi. I think it was about a 6:08 tee time for the first groups. And we were at 6:14, so it was an early start at Capera Golf Club. Thanks for hosting Norse. But a lot of fun. Good way to wrap up the regular season with some social events. You guys would have probably been sleeping in after your awards night, which is always at the last Saturday of the season. But good turnout from the Vikings at their golf day. I believe Kendall Fleming's team was amongst the victors in that. And I saw a photo with the navy blue jackets as Cardi comes into brown. I think it was a mixture of Kendall Fleming, Sam Heal, who's playing in the second grade grand final as we speak, and a couple of mates. Hamilman,
Matt Hamilman, tall
footy player.
Tall man, he's played for a few lower grade games.
Yeah, he fills in a bit, yeah. Bowls some handy medium pace from that.
Came from quite a tall height back at school, that's for sure, before he pursued AFL. I think he's still playing out at Redlands.
I think he might have moved clubs. I heard some talking around that, but I know he's a handy footy player as Cardi comes in. He's I think it's his. I get mixed up whether it's his uncle or his dad. Well, they're both very handy cricketers.
His dad, yeah.
Played for South. Hamilman brothers, both pretty handy. One of them picked up the Peter Burge medal in the first year of its running back in, I want to say, 1990. 1990-91, I think, was the first Peter Burge medal. Hamilton picked up with Bob McGee. I was looking at the records recently, so it's a 30-year anniversary for those two and winning the best and fairest for men's first grade here in Queensland. End of another tight over from Jack Carr, just a 1-3 for 37 after 22-0 in Suburbs here, early on day 4 of the Bulls Masters first grade grand final. Might do some laps around the grounds here. Lower grade finals
just kicking
off, but we'll check in with second grade. Northern Suburbs picked up a couple of wickets since we've last updated the viewers and listeners. Sunshine Coast 3 for 95. In reply to Northern Suburbs at 437. So a lot to do there as Belford comes in to the lefty.
First ball at Fleming for the morning. He like bowling to the left-hander here. He can push it across him. Try and play him into a false shot, whether that's through to the two slips and a gully in waiting or the cover.
So North second grade in a good box seat position there with a huge total on the board and amongst the middle order there early on day 4. So going well for second grade from a North's point of view. Big ask for Sunshine Coast, chasing that big total of 400 plus. Move into third grade. Might be quicker just to check into the actual live stream. Play just starting there 10 minutes ago. 2 for 66 at Gold Coast. Early on the 4th day there for them in the box seat with a first innings lead and 8 wickets in hand on day 4. So they'll be looking to bat out day 4 or as much as day 4 as they can and keep ticking that lead ahead for them. Now 4th grade out at Redlands. Game involving the students. Ollie Moa's side. Had a few troubles yesterday with the My Cricket and the stream. We'll try and check in on them shortly. Belford continues from the university end.
Just plays that one across his front pad there, Fleming, out to mid-on.
He's had a good run, a few lefties to look at here. Belford, we talked about that natural angle and like bowling to lefties. So there's been a few this morning he's had a go at. Obviously, it's just a big wicket before of Nathan McSweeney with the LBW.
It's quite tight bowling here from Belford. 1 for 3 in his 8th over now. I think it's a phenomenal spell.
Just tying
he comes in and he just blocks one out to the offside. Yeah, he's tying up an end here for Uni. He's doing a really good job putting the pressure on the batters. There's not much runs coming off the bat here.
We'll check in 5th grade, which is at Norse as well, and number 3, Jeff Dimmick Oval. Might have just been a wicket here as the fielders sort of seem to be all moving around and in the frame, so it seems to suggest there might have been a wicket, and there was. Toombul 2 for 37 as Belford comes in. Sort of slicing drive to mid-off there from Fleming. Yeah, 2 for 37. Toombul chasing, I want to say from memory, 279.
As that's drinks here. Second drinks break in the extended first session of the final day of the first grade final. Norths are 3 for 37 off 23 overs, chasing 360.
Might just grab a little break for a minute or two and join you back after this drinks break. After drinks here on day 4 of the Bulls Masters first grade grand final, University of Queensland versus Northern Suburbs. Change of bowler from the river end. Will Sanders coming in to bowl to Josh Brown. Left alone for the keeper. 3 for 37, resuming after drinks. We'll make the most of Will Sanders' rather long run-up to do some quick around the grounds. And we're going to start from the bottom in 6th grade, because we talked about it before the start of play. It's shaping up to be an absolute cracking first half an hour in that game. Currently, Redlands, the home side, chasing 139. 8 for 112. The scoreboard hasn't moved from this point of view, but Valley, as Sanders come push through to cover, have big 8th wicket in a first innings lead in that game, which suggests it's probably going to be a 4 innings game in that one. But getting the first innings victory or lead will be massive for either Redlands or Valley's number 2. It is, but you want to watch grade between Redlands and Valleys, but I think there'll be some nervous Redlands lower order batters in that one. Doogie's back with us as Sanders comes in. Off his hip to mid-wicket.
A cracker afternoon out there at Redlands. There would, as you said, be a lot of nervous blokes on the sideline, especially number 10 and 11. What are we in? So yeah, just shed. Not many runs to get, but finals are funny things, mate.
Finals are a funny thing. It seems to be like, whilst the top order can be the people who score sometimes those big scores and that kind of stuff, you often find in good games or close games or finals, number 9, 10, 11, they're the ones there at the glory moment. So there'll be a great for this push through to cover. And it's running away, won't go the distance. They'll probably just pick up 2 as uni students do a good chase. They've come back for 3 here. A good throw, but good running from Northern Suburbs to get back for the 3. Kendall Floon running to the danger in there. A good long throw there from the students. But, yeah, it could be a really tight next 30 minutes.
The bowlers would be blowing up that they've got to finish the job. I know there's a few old heads around here who are always blowing up when they've got to try and get the job done if the batters haven't done it. Usually a few words being thrown around and a bit of gear thrown at the batters' areas in the change rooms. If they haven't got it done, they've left it up to the big quicks.
Popping in 5th grade, we've got Toombul 2 for 39 as Sanders comes in. Early on day 4 there. Toombul needing, from memory, 279. They might need 280 for victory. Yes, 280 for victory for Toombul. North's chasing 8 more wickets there in 5th grade at Jeff Dimmick Oval. So good position from a North's point of view, but plenty of time left in that game for Toombul to chase down the 280 there. Need a partnership or 2 to get in those runs, but
good wickets to bat on the Sunday, righty.
Yep.
Especially when the rain stopped on Wednesday. The rollers no doubt would have been out in force across all the ground. So
Sanders in again.
Fleming just defends this one to mid-wicket. Yeah, it's obviously good batting tracks everywhere. Bright sunny day yesterday and today. And as we touched on, if you do have those wickets in hand, you can really push in that last session. As we talked about yesterday afternoon, there were nearly 200 runs scored in the 2.5 hours that we had here yesterday afternoon.
Continuing up the chain, we'll go into 4th grade out at the Bayside at Redlands. Redlands v Uni. A few students will be keen to see what's happening there. Still 4 down, Redlands, so in the box seat in that game. 4 for 293 as University of Queensland probably try and push for some early wickets. See if they get a chance to chase down what will be a big total there at Redlands on Fred Kratzman Oval. So Redlands well and truly in control of that grand final in 4th grade. As Walter change a bowler after drinks at the University end, replacing Belford, who bowled a lovely spell, very tight, and picked up the big wicket of Nathan McSweeney, bringing back the extremely dangerous left-arm swingers of Scott Walter. Picked up the first wicket of the day with the opening ball of the day to remove Tom Healy. Figures of 1 for 7 just off his 4 overs. Short, sharp burst from Walter.
Yeah, great spell from Belford following Walter this morning. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 3. I thought he bowled terrific, really followed up Walter and was rewarded with that big wicket of McSweeney.
And again, Walter to Brown. And gone aerial, hasn't got much of that, but enough to get over mid-off, and they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, this is a key matchup here, Walter versus Brown. It's I think Walter will fancy himself here against Brown, and Brown likewise, as we saw with that shot. He tried to take him on when he's pitched it up there. So I think this is going to be a really good battle we're going to see here. Batter's going to take on bowler and vice versa. So expect a few chances.
Yep.
Expect a few high balls or a really hot chance to come definitely at that mid-off or mid-on region if he gets a hold of one at about head height. Interesting
to see what guard Brown's taking. He does seem to sort of shuffle towards the bowler, but also down that off-stump line as Walter comes in. So he has taken guard outside leg, but as you can see there from that ball which went through the keeper, he does shuffle a little bit across as he presses onto that front foot. So
if you compare his stance to someone like Nathan McSweeney, who's got quite an open stance and just come and sort of takes guard on leg and moves across to about middle, whereas McSweeney was taking that middle and off line and just playing very straight down the wicket, which ultimately cost him in the end. Missed one.
No, but I think you're bang on the money. There'll probably be some fireworks in this little 20-minute period here. Walter v. Brown. And he's crunched that and well fielded by Grady. Can't keep him out of the game. James Grady at mid-on. Brown got a good piece of that along the ground. But a few steps to his left and a diving left-handed stop from Grady. Kept that a dot, and that's probably a big win there from a university point of view. Brown, will deal mostly in boundaries. Not probably going to drop the ball and run too many singles. So to stop him, adding that pressure to the bowler with a 4 there by saving that boundary.
They've just dropped square leg out
back,
to deep backward square. So we'll see what Walter's got up his sleeve here as he charges in.
Ooh, a bit of a waft at that one.
Feet were nowhere there for Brown. The field change really got him thinking there. But yeah, a key 40 minutes here in the lead up to lunch, righty. As you said, we might see a few fireworks from Brown and Uni trying to really take one or two more wickets here before lunch would put them in a prime position with 2 sessions left in the day. 3 for 40, still 320 runs behind. But as we said, I think they just need to consolidate and keep some wickets in hand here at the moment.
Indeed. We talked about time at the crease for Brown usually results in runs. So got to be ready to play out the good ball as Walter comes in. And he's got a leading edge, but it's carried a long way.
Hell of a leading edge, a Dave Warner type leading edge.
They've picked up 2 with, a sort of outside half leading edge there, but I think the size and strength of Brown, and probably also the weight of his willow. He's got a Cooper stick there, carried all the way over mid-off.
Plenty of chances in that over, righty.
Yep. Looks to be that shot where you kind of almost like a sort of drop kick pick-up shot over mid-on. It's has the ability to flick his wrists and throw his hands through the ball and take it over mid-off's head. Seems to be his approach. If we get a replay here, is how he's going to take on Walter. Just got to shuffle. Yeah, you can see he's just trying to flick it over probably a bit wide-ish mid-on and almost to mid-wicket.
I think he just needs to play a little bit straighter there. We saw yesterday, if batters played straight, they were rewarded. So we've got Sanders coming in from the river end for a new over to Fleming, who just blocks it into the onside. So yeah, I think if you play straight here, you will be rewarded if you hold your shape. So
that was probably the standout of Sanders' innings.
Thought that shot he hit off Connor Sully.
Yep.
When he was in the 90s over mid-off was one of the better shots I've ever seen.
But early in the innings, he was hitting on the ground, back past the bowler, kept a nice solid stance, kept his shape, and hit back past the bowler. And yeah, just playing straight on the ground aerially. If you're doing that, you're normally in pretty good touch. But as Sanders comes in again to Fleming, potentially could be a bit riskier trying to flick over mid-wicket or mid-on to Walter with the big shape back in. He's got plenty of LBWs and bowls in his time, Scott Walter. Probably doesn't mind a batter going across the line to him.
I believe he picked him up in the round game, Walter versus Brown, had him playing at one outside off stump, which was nicked through to the slips.
That was the one which sort of went across him there. We talked about earlier, 5 for Walter in the fixture round against Norse. A few nicks through to Fry from memory in that game.
Fry with one catch today already. He'll be looking to take a couple as the day goes on, especially off his old buddy Walter, as Sanders comes in to Fleming, who gets on the back foot and just dabbles this one into the offside.
We'll touch in again with second grade. We've got most of the way through the grades, starting down with sixth grade with a bit of the early morning thriller there out at Redlands at Peter Burge Oval. We'll check in on the stream. Great to have live streaming of all 6 grade finals. The Calling All Sports Brisbane helping us with the enhanced stream here, the Bulls Masters first grade grand final, but Frogbox and Interact Sport with the fixed cameras out at second grade to sixth grade. So thanks for all the support in that space from clubs and Interact Sport as Sanders comes in.
Fleming just pushes back onto the back foot and doubles that one into the offside to Clayton.
Check in on 2s on the stream. 3 for 99, Sunshine Coast. They've been batting for 51 overs. Brendan Mahaffey, former Norse player, hails from sort of Gympie region, back playing for the Scorchers. He's 35 of 148 with gear on 7, not out of 24. Parth Patel's currently bowling there at second grade, but Norse well and truly in the box seat in that game. Sanders in off the long run again to Fleming. Through to the keeper. Good pace, bit of a grunt from Sanders. Probably a bit tired legs and body after his effort yesterday with the bat. Rocking up on a Sunday, backing up and doing it with the ball.
Would have done all the right things last night, Sanders, to get prepared knowing he'd have to bowl 20 plus overs today. He's very focused young man who loves his cricket. So yeah, he'll be very keen to take a few wickets today, and I dare say he'd love to get his good mate Will Presswich out today after giving him few with the bat yesterday.
Yep, as Sanders comes in. Fleming, we were talking yesterday, there's plenty of very good young talent on display across both sides in this grand final. Will Sanders, Noel McFadden for Northern Suburbs, Will Presswich for Northern Suburbs as well, amongst the Queensland under-19 side, whilst there was a national champs this year due to travel and COVID implications. A Queensland side has been picked to play some invitational games next week at Redlands against New South Wales Country and New South Wales Metro, so great to have a couple of those players involved in this first grade final. I think there's also Sam Neal, who's playing the second grade final for Norse. He's in that mix.
Excellent.
And plenty of other players, a bunch of Toombul players who are involved in they won the under-19 competition earlier this summer as Walter comes in. Bumper, evaded by Brown. So a good mix of talent across the clubs. I get a chance to mix it with some New South Wales players and cap off their season. But it's great to have a bunch of them doing in the big first grade final. This is can't get any better experience than this, playing in a first grade final early on in your first grade career.
Doesn't get much better than bringing up your first grade 100 in your first grade final either, does it?
Yep, that's a good start. It'll be hard to top that going forward.
That's right. Yeah, Walter comes in from the uni end over the wicket to Brown.
Just put that through backward point.
Just a short and wide one there from Walter.
Just Jack pulled Clayton in again. No, it's got all the way.
Get to it, and it's gone for 4.
Good from Brown. We talked about there'll be boundaries from Brown, but I think Walter's up for that challenge. He doesn't mind the shots being played. There was a bit of a loosener, a bit of width.
I think he just missed his length there.
Yep,
that's what sort of cost him, and Brown just sort of rocked back and punched it behind square on the offside.
We were talking late yesterday with University of Queensland President Jeff Tees. We were talking about finals, and sometimes you got to lose a few to win a few, and all that kind of stuff. But from a Will Sanders point of view, if you get the rewards at the end of this day 4, it's not a bad first start. That one, 100 as a youngster, as Jeff T's almost walked in front of us.
Well, yeah, Will played as a 16-year-old, 15, 16-year-old in that rain-affected final that Norths won in second grade. He subbed in the days where he didn't have to play school cricket. Was purely a Sunday specialist in that grand final. So he's been around for quite a while. He loves playing senior cricket and loves getting involved and throwing himself in the deep end. And so he's got a bit of experience under his belt. So he didn't seem too perturbed yesterday. He wasn't nervous, that's for sure.
As Walter comes in, as tried to open the face there, but sort of chopped it down on that one. No, he didn't look flustered when he was hitting sixes over Cow Corner or Nathan McSweeney or hitting Connor Sully back over his head. I think he's probably played against Connor a fair bit and around the youth stuff, and they see each other in the nets and things like that.
Yeah, good mates, and I dare say he would have had a lot of satisfaction with that six he hit off him over mid-off just prior to bringing up his 100 yesterday afternoon. So hopefully all goes well. Let's see what Walter has here for Brown after last delivery.
Comes in. Hit firmly to mid-on, but well moved and fielded again by Grady. Can't quite keep him out of the game. Might check in on the Bulls as we get to near the end of this over. 2 for 170 in the 30th over. So another good start for the Bulls. Can launch from there. They'll be wanting to get, they talk about doubling at 30, so you're talking around 340 plus there from a Bulls point of view. I think if they even get going, they can be thinking more than that at Allan Border Field. Hazlitt dismissed for 65, Kawaja for 50. As Walter comes in, and he's hit that hard and over mid-off from Brown. So fighting fire with fire, Josh Brown here. We talked about he's going to have a good intent. Likes to hit boundaries and with plenty of power, and he's put Walter back over mid-off for 4. Lovely shot there.
Yeah, he's taking him on there. Mid-off isn't close in the ring. He's sort of right on the ring there, encouraging that shot for him to drive over mid-off. And he's taken him on and got the reward there with the boundary against Walter. But again, Walter won't be too phased with that. He likes seeing him take a risk. North's sort of got to take the game on as we see the replay here.
Stand deliver from Brown. Gets the base.
Not much footwork, but he just hits through the line of the ball. Really good eye. Strong man, clearly. And it's a nice shot for the boundary.
8 off that over. I'm sure Walter will go down to fine leg, have a little think.
Just taking the pressure off Fleming here, who's 5 off 38 as Sanders comes into him. And he just punches it into cover. Yeah, Brown coming in, playing his shots, can just take the pressure off Kendall here. Kendall's going to make sure that Brown doesn't do all the work. He needs to rotate the strike well. I was
about to say, we need some singles would help from a North point of view.
Much of the strike being rotated this morning, and I think, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination, that's what you kind of want to see. Just to put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers and who are sort of on top, as you can tell from their figures. Will Sanders done for 13 off 7 overs in his 7th over now. So they'll look to continue to tie down Kendall and put all the pressure on Brown as he comes in from over the wicket. And that one's just dabbled
in the gully.
Into the gully region, fielded by Nick Sale.
There's been some good touches from Sale. He's got plenty of action in the gully region there.
Plenty of stats this morning.
Was it?
Plenty of stats this morning for him.
I'm pretty sure Nathan Carroll was the most touches yesterday from a fielding point of view for North, so got the possessions. We'll look back at the Bulls game. Currently, Marnus Labuschagne's 22 not out of 29, and in there with Matt Renshaw, 33 not out of 32. So
plenty of experience at the crease there for him.
Those guys will be looking to push on and take that Bulls total to 340, 350 ideally, and maybe even more if someone was to get going. Plenty of firepower left as Sanders comes in. Not bad when you got, look through the side, you got Hazlitt, who's played a couple of one-days for Australia. You got Kawaja, who's played one day as Test cricket as well. Marnus Labuschagne, number 3, number 2 Test batter in the world these days.
Something like that, yeah.
Matt Renshaw, former Test opener.
They've got a stacked side, the Queenslanders. They've done quite well.
Got Joe Burns coming in potentially next. Then you chuck in Jack Wildermuth.
Played a few 2020s for Australia.
Plenty of power with bat and ball. And then Michael Nessa as well, who I think everyone probably from a Queensland point of view would love to see him get a go in the Test side.
It's a bit hard to Knock the big three off their perch, or
Indeed.
the big four.
Yeah, it's probably a few similarities being made between him and the great Andy Bickle. He spent a bit of time carrying the drinks in a dominant Australian side. But Ness keeps doing amazing things at domestic level with both ball and bat. But as I said, a very tough Australian side to crack from a pace bowling point of view. Speaking of Andy Bickle, it's the award for player of the grand final here is named after him. A couple of candidates.
Does he just send a text through for that one, Righty, who he thinks, if he checks the scorecard?
As Sanders comes in, bit more of a full-blooded cut from Fleming, but fielded by Clayton.
Missed out on there. That was probably the only bad ball he's bowled this morning, Sanders, and he was unable to put it away, unfortunately.
Normally it's normally we have some selectors watching the final, but obviously with the Bulls playing today, it's hard for them to be in two places at once. So I might ask them if they've put the stream on, if they've been following, to send through some nominations. Usually I can't provide a bit of a say and checking in with the umpies.
Happy to provide an opinion if you want to outsource that one as well, Righty.
Yeah, could embrace technology, go to the polls, ask the viewers.
Put up an Instagram poll.
As Sanders comes in. I think at the moment where the current game is, you'd say one of the two Centurions of yesterday would have the best chances in that space at the moment. But as we talked about, there is plenty of time left here in day 4 and could easily be a few different swings here in regards to the final outcome. So I've had many finals in my role to adjudicate player of the matches, and they often come down to a few options and can swing either way depending on little moments or little outcomes.
Lots of cricket to go here.
Yep. A tough one this year was actually the T20 final where Gold Coast got up in that game against Toombul. Toombul probably started a little bit poorly with the bat, but finished really well with the bat. As we wait for Walter to come in here to Brown. Edge to Gully, but Josh fell short. Mid-off and mid-on have definitely pushed back to Brown here, so there's a single there if he wants to take it, but I think Brown's probably going to look at the more aerial route. In that T20, then Toombul came out and got off to a great start with the ball and had Gold Coast in a big hole. Chris Knight ripped through the top order of Gold Coast with 4 wickets. He also got a few runs late in the Toombul innings. Then a couple of partnerships and got Gold Coast eventually over the line in the last over and went to, I think we just had to give it to Chris Knight because he dominated the game so much as Walter comes in around the wicket to Brown. Mixed up his line here after that over before going for 8. He's come round the wicket and changed the angle, probably cramping Brown a bit, but went player of the match to a player on the losing side, but when it came down to just pure impact in the game, it was hard to go past Chris Knight. 4 for about 15 off his 4 overs, and 20 or so quickly with the bat to pad out the score for Toombul. Just didn't have perhaps maybe the support at the other end, and Gold Coast got over the line. So these player of the final awards, they can swing and change throughout the course of the match as Walter comes in again to Brown. Defended back past the bowler.
Yeah, we're back on the Brown versus Walter matchup here. 3 dots in the over so far. I think Brown will be looking to score some sort of runs off him at some stage.
It's a bit tougher for people watching at home or on the mobiles. The mid-off, mid-on are pretty much halfway to the rope. I reckon mid-off's even a little bit further back. Basically, the depth you see to a spin bowler, where they put him a fair way back as sort of a half and half sort of catching position. But there's an easy single if he pushes it to either of them, but I don't know if it's going to go on the ground as Walter comes in, and Brown went for a bit of a cover drive but didn't get much of that and just dribbled out to cover there. So we talked about there could be a little hot chance off the bat of Brown. He hits it hard. I reckon it's going to go fast. Whether the students can hang on to one.
Yeah, the uni boys will be ready for one. I think the instruction would have come down that that they'll be ready for a hot one from Brownie.
Might be joined shortly by a third commentator. gets his headset on soon. Henry Coventry, Northern Suburbs player. He comes in down the leg side, and that's going to run away for probably 4 byes. Bit harsh on Fry with the angle of Walter, but in a 2-day game, not the 1-day wide, so goes against Fry there.
Good morning to you, Henry. How are you this morning?
G'day, Doogie. How are you, mate?
I'm good.
Been out north this morning, Henry?
No, this is my first stop. So, yeah, North's very well placed here. I think we're going to win comfortably.
Yep.
So.
Big call from Henry Coventry. Should make for an extremely entertaining afternoon, that.
Probably the wrong call there, Covo, but we'll continue to watch Walter roll into to Brown from around the wicket. And he just blocks one out.
I think it's good. It's good to have the mix of coverage and support amongst the commentary team. So we'll keep our hats on, and plenty of interest from both a Norths and University point of view up here. But if it was to go down late into day 4, it should shape up to a really, really good finish to the 2020-21 season here in Queensland.
Yeah, just under 20 minutes left in the first session here, so it'll be interesting to see what North's plan of attack is, whether they just want to see it out to lunch, stay 3 wickets down, and leave themselves with approximately 300 to chase in the final 2 sessions this afternoon, or if they're happy to keep taking the bowling on as Will Sanders juggles in from about 48 steps.
Push back past mid-off again. We'll take the opportunity for the Sanders long walk back to check in on the grounds again. And it's coming right down to the wire in 6th grade. For those who... We've got the stream up in front of us here in the box. 9 for 130, Redlands are. Chasing 139 from Valleys 2. Burt's 14 not out of 42 balls. And Slater, who I'm guessing is the number 11, is none off 7. 9 runs at play there.
It's about as good as it gets for grade cricket. Everyone be on their toes.
Sanders coming in to Fleming. Bit more expansive, and they've taken a single there.
Slight hesitation, but it was a good call in the end.
What's to the right of the field, about to move a bit, and Kendall gets off that end. He'd been facing Sanders for quite a long time there. Mix it up, and Brown will have a look here. But yeah, that's... as we speak, 9 for 131 there, so slowly etching towards that first innings total there out in the 6th grade grand final. Still think there's plenty of time in that game for a multitude of results to happen, but it is a tense one there in 6th grade, which is the Webb Harris Shield, which named after great University of Queensland administrator and great Queensland cricket administrator, who also has the oval here at University named after which this 1st grade final is being played at. So
just a fielding change for Sanders here. He's got a deep square and a fine leg out for Brown as he comes in and bowls a short ball. Playing a miss down the leg side.
Question there, but not to be.
I should ask as well, gents. When I left home, the Norths were 2 down. I see McSweeney, LBW. Was there any controversy surrounding the decision, or did
it looks pretty adjacent? He'd been walking across.
It was across the stumps, yeah. So
across his crease the whole time. So
I think hitting leg. So
big wicket that.
You could see leg stump from behind the wicket. So he had got a fair way across there. But yeah, it was a big wicket.
Umpire didn't hesitate much to give that one, Henry.
I wasn't saying it was a bad decision. I was just inquiring. These LBWs always seem to be controversial these days, Doogie.
Sanders comes in and Brown blocks that one down the wicket.
Checking in on a 5th grade, which is at Norths against Toombul. 2 for 64, Toombul, in reply to 279. So good little partnership building there for Toombul. But plenty of runs still to chase there. Covo, you played a fair bit of 6th grade recently. Who are you tipping in that 6th grade clash between Valleys and...
Look, I think Redlands will win.
Yep, they'll eke over 9 down.
I do.
8 runs to get, 1 wicket in hand as Sanders comes into Brown.
And his pull shot, but along the ground, he didn't get much of that. He'll dribble out to Coetzee at deep square. But I'm sure there'll be, with 2 finals out at Redlands, there'll be a little little bit of a crowd there. I'm sure they are watching the 6th graders.
I'm sure there will be.
But as we said, I think there'll be plenty of time still if Redlands were to get over the line for a first innings. Valleys can push on to try and make a game of it. Lots can happen in down and lower grades in a short space of time, especially in a final.
Tell you what, though, this ground is in an impeccable condition.
Yeah, I think been around a few grounds this week and checking in and dropping stuff off, and whilst the rain impacted various games the last couple of weeks here as Sanders comes in, Fleming pushed hard through the covers. Well fielded though from what I think is Belford there mid-off and just kept it to 1. But the rain's definitely put the grounds in some lovely nick. Looking very nice. I was popped out Toombul during the week and it was looking very lush and green and perfect for cricket. Likewise here at West Paris Oval, and the 3 ovals this morning out north were looking in great nick as well as I popped out there to drop off some cameras.
So how wet was it out at Ian Healy during the week for the Shield game to be called off? Because
I didn't get out there. I didn't get out there during the week. Spent most of the time in the office getting some stuff ready for this weekend. But it was unfortunate no play in that game. We're talking about what the Bulls have still managed to stay on top of the Shield ladder despite not getting play in that game. They would have loved to have got a bit of play and advanced their points tally. But it comes down to that last game against New South Wales, and a win there or a better result there than New South Wales should get them a home Shield final. So all the best to the Bulls today in their Marsh Cup game and then their final Shield game as well.
We've just got a bowling change here with Michael Phillipson coming on, bowling his left. He's not, sorry, his left. His right arm off spin. He'll be bowling around the wicket to the left-hander of Kendall Fleming with the slip. Backward point, cover, mid-off.
12 minutes to lunch.
12 minutes to lunch. I think what Uni's trying to do here, they're just sort of trying to put it on the North Skies just to take a bit of a risk, mate, maybe.
It's always been handy to jag a wicket flip.
Yeah.
Comes into Fleming and it's hit hard and firm to mid-off.
The best figures for a spinner for a Queensland, Michael Phillipson.
Was it 7 for at Alice Springs, was it?
Against Victoria. So a few big names in that 7 for Hall. I could probably recite them, but I don't want to because I've heard it that many times.
I remember the year, I think it was my first year in the role, he won the Burge and he bowled a lot more then. Probably picked up 40 or 50 wickets in that year, made a fair few runs. Flip. Batted a bit higher back in those days. Spends a bit of time 6 and 7 now, where he's just as dangerous, but
just wants to hide down the order.
Yep.
Bit like you, Doogie.
Bit of shine off the ball.
Mate, it's a lot easier when the ball's not swinging, that's for sure. But happy to take it on if needed, Henry.
No. I should ask, gents, I was at Ian Healy all day yesterday, or most of the day, I should say. Actually, yeah.
Watching second grade, batting the house down.
Yep. Great day if you're a North supporter. Have we noticed any difference in the pitch? Has it, since yesterday, or?
I think it's pretty good from a batting point of view.
Yep.
But for across the whole weekend, it has been a hard wicket to probably hit straight down the ground or through the covers. As Phillipson comes into Fleming, as he fires that one back. It wasn't until late yesterday that Sanders and Grady were able to hit a few straight drives, and then they also took it airily. But early on, it's been hard to just hit that ball back past the bowler and things like that. So a lot of the runs were scored square and off the back foot yesterday. But at 3 for 59, looks hard and flat, but just not as easy just to smack it back past the bowler.
It still looks
also
hard to hit down the ground. I thought yesterday for the first 2 sessions, North's bowled fantastic with that full length, and they just brought their length back a bit in that last session, which allowed Grady and Sanders just to get under it and hit square or hit through the line of the ball over mid-on and mid-off, which is where they scored the majority of their runs. I know Sanders took a fair few towards mid-wicket and cow corner, which he would have hit 6 or 7 sixes in the end, I think.
Another double change here, so spin from both ends with Sale. It's worked out well that the lefty of Fleming matched up against Phillipson with the right arm off spin. They're going to match up the left arm off spin against Josh Brown here. So only probably a couple overs before lunch. Brown had shown really good intent in the last 15 or so minutes of his innings, but just before lunch here, be interested to see his approach here. Don't necessarily want to lose a wicket right on lunch, but he does like...
Former North player is Nick Sale.
Yep.
Does a good job at uni.
He
sure.
Yeah, look, he's missed it. Very good player.
I got the pleasure of playing a bit with Salia when he first came to the club as a 15-year-old, and he comes into Brown. He was into third grade pretty quick and made runs pretty quick opening the batting as a 15-year-old, and was coaching him at Taverners at the time, and good young kid. And I think when he first started playing for North, he comes in to Brown, pushed him back. He bowled little meds, but
still does, mate.
Yes.
Gives off a few less
and
steps.
I said to him, I think he was about to start going to Churchy, moved to Churchy, I think, in year 10, as he comes into Brown. And at the time, I don't know if he was director of cricket or the head coach of the first, Ian Gregg, brother of like Tony, was the coach there. I said to him, when you go there, talk to your new head coach as he comes in, and just tell him I said the name Derek Underwood. And in about a week or two's time, Nick Sale was bowling left arm orthodox, and the link around Derek Underwood as he comes in here to Brown again. Former English spinner who took a truckload of wickets for England and also at first class level, bowled very quick, darty left arm orthodox, which on wet decks in the UK would rag and spin a fair bit. He's turned to his focus to a bit of spin, and he's a handy second string for a top order bat to get through some overs with the left arm orthodox, and bowls a fair bit for the students these days.
Bowls a fair few overs with his handy left arm orthodox to Saley, and with 2 overs to go here till lunch, gents, I think this is going to be an interesting over with Phillipson bowling his right arm off spin into the right hander of Josh Brown.
They've got the field out, mid-ons out in the fence.
Mid off is quite deep, probably about 3/4 to the rope, and we've got a deep mid wicket. It's just come around to about cow corner.
I have sort of flashbacks to a game here as Phillipson comes in to Brown. I'm pretty sure you were playing this game. It was one of Brownie's first games at second grade level against Uni, and he was whacking a few bowlers all over the place. And
a few right arm off spinners.
Yeah. And he might put Bill Tuffley over the fence a couple of times, but I think he took him on one too many just on the cusp of tee. It was called out on the boundary down in front of us here, so from a North's point of view, I'm sure they'd love him to get through to lunch. And then he can come out after lunch and show a few more fireworks.
I must say, gents, I'm quite surprised by this field. 9 balls to go until the lunch break. I would have thought that perhaps they would have, put the field up and said to Brown, if you're good enough, go to the top. But
yeah, there's enough there to test him and challenge him. I'm sure Brownie does love hitting sixes, but I don't know if he'll take the risk here in this phase of the game. That's short, and just didn't get much of that. Just dribbled through to cover there. I'm sure there might be a few words out there from the fielder saying take him on.
And to all the young cricketers out there that are playing 4th or 5th grade, it shows you, as we just see this ball, Brown very watchful there. Josh Brown's rise shows that you can improve very rapidly. And to all the young kids out there, just stay at it and keep going and take your chance.
Yesterday's Centurion, James Grady, we were talking about earlier this morning, he played a lot of 3rd grade and 2nd grade over the last 3 or 4 years, and kept working at it and scores a 1st grade 100 in the 1st grade grand final. So, keep, for all those out there watching and listening and involved at their clubs, sometimes there's a bit of luck and timing, but good results and performances in big games and keep working at it. The rewards will come.
I've just been asked by a good friend of mine, Timothy Rogers, to give him a shout out.
Timothy Rogers, watching. He's probably enjoyed. We've had a few references to brothers rugby and some footy players. So.
Well, he plays AFL now. He kicked a winning goal after the siren.
Go Bears!
Huge moment.
He's a happy man.
He got good physique for the AFL, sort of good height and probably got a good jump on him. Timothy Rogers.
One of the greats, Kenneth.
Played a few games with him. In his cricketing career.
No, really good bloke, Michael. Really good bloke. Yep. I'm sure he celebrated long and hard into the night.
I'm sure he's told half of Brisbane about it. So.
Good a live stream plug helps.
I see.
If anyone else wants to put some stuff through, we'll give them a mention.
I see 6th grade Redlands have chased it down with a 6 to win it.
6 to win. Oh.
6 to bring up the winning total, 9 down, so it doesn't get much better than that. So
I'm pretty sure Lee Drennan's going to be doing that stumps, which covers all the finals next week. He'll probably get round that. That is the edge, and it just fell short. Came down the wicket there to Sale. Fleming
likes to use his feet, as we touched on earlier.
He might have pushed that one through and took the out. I'd love to get a replay of that, but something happened there, and
it's just going to take it.
End of the over. We'll have a little replay, but there's a bit of talk going on there between Fleming and behind the wicket there. But I'm sure Lee Drennan of the Redlands faithful and the Tigerland will get around the 6th graders. If they do get the eventual victory, they could be a 3rd and 4th innings of that game, so not over there in 6th grade. So Valleys will be trying to force an outright in that game. They might have snuck in another over here with the quick...
1 over left till lunch.
So Brown to face out. We've got the replay up of that one, which Sale sort of pushed through. Fleming came down the wicket here. We'll see what happened here. Came down the wicket.
Just drifted slightly.
Just fell short of the left-handed Henry there. He's taken a couple of screamers over the years at slip. Scotty Henry took a really good catch in the fixture against North to get rid of Nathan McSweeney. I think that was off the bowling of Jack Carty. I saw him take one here in the semi-final last year against Gold Coast, which I believe was off Sale.
Former Queensland Bulls, New South Wales Blues player.
We talked about there's a few players who've seen the light and came from New South Wales to Queensland in the men's and women's game. It's always good to be out north of the border. We're talking about some of the female players who were in the Fires victory yesterday. Georgia Redmayne's come to Queensland. Michaela Hinkley. So with the famous Alan Border being probably one of the biggest names to move up from New South Wales and join the ranks of Queenslander. Oh, just dribbled.
Just flighted that one up.
I feel like there will be at least one with a bit of air under it in this over. A little juicy.
Just give him something to look at.
He does look a bit frustrated here, Brown. I think he wants to go, but he's very conscious of this lunch break. Just needs to see it out.
3 balls to go here. Get in and have a breather and reassess after lunch. 3 for 60 here. There's a bit of mind games and tactics from University of Queensland. Flip's going to come round the wicket. Would be surprised if he does his sort of whitish on the crease ball. He's done that a few times and he gets pretty close to a no ball sometimes.
3 balls to go here. His first slip moves over to leg slip. Bats that one down, back down the wicket.
I think these last couple of overs with the spinners getting through them quickly, there might have been a bit of niggle out there, with fielders around the bat and keeper, a bit of chirp from both batters and bowlers as Phillipson comes in. Played down the line there. Got the very good bat pad of Jack Clayton in there. We were talking before about the 2nd grade grand final between Norths and Uni from a few years ago. Took
a few screamers in there, didn't he?
Absolute screamers.
Full-blooded pull shot from memory, I believe.
And generally caught it in the hand, not in sort of the body, but just in his hand. That ball.
Definitely a no ball.
Back foot no ball. Pete bowling all across that.
I think he's ready for Phillipson's tricks here, Pete Bowen. He's seen him around the traps a few times.
Yep, I think I've seen a few on... They usually end up being on 6s where he's done the old wide ball and they might have missed the noe, but they've been hit for the 6, so probably doesn't really...
That's the last ball before lunch.
Almost dribbled over the stumps there.
We might just see if we can get a replay of that one.
It's literally, I reckon it's bounced over the stumps here. Fry and Henry and Clayton around the bat were very excited. He's just soft hands. It's not far from that off stump, but managed to negotiate that last over before lunch.
Just got caught in the crease there, Brown, didn't he?
3 for 61 Northern Suburbs here at lunch on day 4 of the Bulls Masters 1st grade grand final. University versus Northern Suburbs. Northern Suburbs chasing 371 for victory. 3 for 61 after 35 overs. We'll take a break for lunch and join you back for the middle session here on day 4. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back here for the middle session of Day 4 in the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here. Got the umpires and fielders and batters taking the field here after their lunch break. Northern Suburbs resuming 3 for 61 after 35 overs. University of Queensland off to a pretty good start with the ball here on Day 4, defending 370. Norths will need 371 to win the game. A draw or a victory, 10 wickets for University, is a win for them and their third consecutive title in the first grade two-day competition. Joined by Henry Coventry, and we'll shortly be joined by Doogie Hill, who's getting some refreshments.
How are you, Michael?
Not bad.
Good.
Covo, been in a tough spot for Northern Suburbs here.
Mate, it is. Look, they bat deep. North's bat very deep.
Agree.
I did actually have the chance to speak to the Northern Suburbs head coach over the lunch break. Really not happy by a few umpiring decisions. So this game hasn't been without its controversy.
But there to be done. 2 sessions of play left. Plenty of overs. As we talked about just before lunch, 2 very talented free-scoring batters at the crease in Kendall Fleming and Josh Brown. Kendall Fleming, 7 or 59, has been a bit reserved, having lost a few early wickets and having to get through to lunch. And Josh Brown, 17 or 54. He put a couple of boundaries away late before lunch as well. So got the firepower in there now, but one of the things which has been the trend today is some wickets after breaks, whether it be drinks breaks or the first ball of play. So North's keen to just get a little platform after this luncheon interval as Carty starts from the river end through to Fleming. And cut away, great start for Northern Suburbs. Rain away, might not get there as Clayton has done a fair bit of running in the outfield already, tracks it in, just keeps it to 2, so good start for North.
A clear sign of intent there from Fleming. Norths they're going to be up against it here. They're going to need to really, this partnership is crucial.
Great.
You got 2 very classy batsmen. I think Kendall Fleming, he's a very, very technically sound batsman. One of the most determined young men you will meet. He will be absolutely determined.
Big pair here. Left alone through to Fry. Carty picked up a wicket earlier today. Likewise, Walter picked up the first wicket out of the first ball. And Belford with the other wicket, the big wicket of Nathan McSweeney there, the 3 wickets to fall today. Early in this period might cover some of the other games, which is going around. Second grade will be resuming after their lunch. We won't start with them. We might go down the grades. We were talking earlier about the rather exciting 6th grade matchup as Carty comes in. Fleming left alone through to Fry, so we might start with them. Redlands got their noses ahead on first innings, and they have been dismissed for 165. A 26-run lead. Valley's number 2 have to now make the pace in that game. They need to get ahead and give themselves a chance to bowl Redlands out.
Easy game to put some runs on the board with Gav Brown at the crease, that's
Yep.
for sure. Could be a total set very quickly if he gets going.
He was the top scorer in the first innings for Valley's number 2 as Carty comes in. Cut away again from Fleming through backward point.
Upish, but it's a slow outfield here.
Just in that spot there, there's probably a longish boundary out there, and they've got the speed of Clayton, who's covered a bit of territory and thrown that back in just for 2. So a bit of width for Fleming. Cut away in an area he's extremely strong in. I agree with those comments, Doogie. Gav Brown, who I'm relatively confident got the highest score of both innings in that game with a well-made 50 yesterday, will be crucial to the chances of Valley's number 2 if they are to pull off a outright come from behind victory there. But plenty of time left in that game as Carty comes in. Left it. Oh, didn't bowl it. He's held on to that one.
Held on to that one. It's a few shots behind point there for Kendall Fleming. Plenty of fielders in waiting. We've got Clayton at just behind point, Sale, Gully, Henry and Phillipson in the slips. It's a matter of who's going to catch one there behind point if he keeps going like this. Carty just pulling out with that one.
Keep going round the grounds into 5th grade. We'll wait to Carty to bowl this 5th ball of the over. Comes into Fleming and a bit of inside edge, under edge. fifth grade. Pretty tight game, this one. Toombul chasing 280 for victory against Northern Suburbs. Toombul 2 for 105. A couple of set batsmen in Woolard on 34 not out and Page on 34 not out as well, of 72 balls. So a partnership forming there for Toombul, needing another 175 runs, for victory. As Cardi comes in to wrap up this over. Wide again.
Delivery there.
They can definitely do that with the runs on the board. They can bowl that. We talked earlier about that sort of Western Australian width and hanging the ball out there and asking Norths to make the pace and go after it there. They don't have to force it and bowl necessarily straight at the stumps. They can bowl a bit wide and force them to play. 3 for 65 after 36. Walter will resume proceedings from the university end.
Yeah, not surprised that Walter will be starting here to kick off the second session, righty. The number one strike bowler for UQ. He'll the Brown versus Walter battle will continue here. He'll fancy himself.
There's a couple exchanges between the two.
Couple exchanges, and Brownie came on top, a few over the top over mid-off, and it'll be interesting to see just how long he takes to get his eye in here before having another crack. As Walt starts, we've got a sort of mid-off, 3/4 to the boundary here.
It's an interesting field, that.
Yeah, sort of the long off, mid-off's 3/4 to the boundary, and mid-on's right on the ring. So they're obviously expecting Brown to hit over the top here, and they're just not going to give him the chance to settle. They want him to take the risk and take the game on, which he has to at 3 for 65 with 300 runs to make in the next two sessions. But they'll want to consolidate here, get their eyes in, get a feel for the wicket again after the break. They've lost a couple of wickets after the break this morning. Each break, sorry. So they'll be wanting to change that here.
Walter turns and steams into Brown. Played through the covers forcefully from Brown. Probably pick up the 2. Some more chasing from Jack Clayton.
Just noticed that Josh Brown turned blind there, Michael.
I think he does that a bit. I think he likes to turn on his right hand. It doesn't really matter which side of the wicket the ball is. Backs himself to have a look. Dean Jones was pretty famous for turning blind and backed his sort of pace. But don't always recommend it for some of the young cricketers. I think it's best to give yourself the best chance to watch the ball and turn with your body and eyes facing where the ball is. As Walter comes into Brown again.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Foot. Continuing with the round the wicket to Brown. Tighten him up, cramping him up. He started over in that period before lunch. Brown hit him for a couple of 4s. There were a couple of little edges and lean edges, but he's come round the wicket. And
I think he's coming around the wicket here. I don't think the ball's really swinging too much anymore, righty. So he'll look to come around the wicket. Hopefully get him one to play across the line on a straight one with that stance he takes outside leg stump when he jumps across as the bowler delivers it.
Walter in again.
He's just played that one back to mid-wicket. It'll be good to see this contest. It'll go on throughout the afternoon.
Big middle session.
Big middle session here for
Norths. If a partnership can build and the score can progress, gives Norths every chance to have a crack at this score late on day 4. Trying to set themselves up a bit of a one-day style chase here late on day 4. They'll need a couple of set batters to do that, so partnership required. Walter turning and go to Brown. Oh, past the outside edge there.
That's his danger area there. That just sort of a nothing shot. He played a few of those before lunch, just sort of dabbling at a few. You just don't want to be playing at balls that you're not really going to score a run off in the end. So
sort of in between there, like he went forward, but probably could have gone back to that and just got stuck in the middle there, and the hands just reached out that one, but didn't take the edge.
He's probing here, Walter. He looks dangerous. Norths have really got to see him off. This is a big little spell coming up.
He's bowled in short spells today, 3 or 4 overs, so he'll come hot here after lunch here for a few as Walter turns and comes into Brown.
Oh,
Just swing and a miss, just clipped a bit of the turf there to wrap up the over. 3 for 67 after the 37 overs.
So what do Norths have to do to set up a platform to win here, gents?
mate, no, they've got to see off Walter. He's their best bowler. He's arguably been the most consistent bowler across the first grade competition for the past. How long would you say, Michael?
At least a decade.
Yeah. He's a superstar. They have to see him off first and foremost. If these two can see him off and remain there, Kendall's got to be the anchor. Josh Brown will play his shots. He can go. And hopefully things can open up from there.
Well, you see about, there'll be, you work around 35 or so, 35, 40 hours. Cardi comes into Fleming in that last session.
Yep.
Give yourself, four-ish and over. That's that 160 to 180 off that final session. Maybe work back from there. So what's that?
380, what are we chasing? 380?
371 to win. So, you want to be
200.
190 to 200 at tee with wickets in hand is probably something to think about. Obviously, if you'll be further than that, would be great. So that does mean runs will need to be scored in this middle session. As Cardi comes in.
So as you said, they're going to want to see off Walter here and attack your Cardi and your Sanders, your Belfords when they bowl, and then obviously when the spin comes on, they're going to have to take a few risks, much like Will Sanders did yesterday when he was depositing a few in the car park.
And one of the challenges, a little of battles between the sides and the tactics will be, like, if they do take someone on and they do pick up some fours, how does University react from a fielding and tactics point of view? Because if they do spread the field, with a lot of time left as we wait for Cardi to turn and come into Fleming, if that field does spread, you can have that sort of one-day style cricket, even in this middle session where, singles and twos and keep busy and keep that scoreboard ticking. It's not always about, fours and sixes in the chase. It's almost like a ability to spread the field or make University have some different tactics in regards to their field setting and bowling can help from a batting point of view. So there will be a point where I think they do need to put pressure on the Unis bowlers and then maybe picks one or two to have a crack at in this middle session once they've seen off this first little period as Cardi comes in. Always
I thought that could have been an under edge here. Interesting tactics from Cardi here. He's bowled two shorter ones at Fleming, and then he's just tried to swing one in there.
I think he's made a good move to come around the wicket to Fleming. We talked about Fleming and a lot of the lefties as we see a replay here. Don't know if it bounced as much as Kendall was hoping for. Yeah, it didn't quite get up and just decked back in a little bit. But so many lefties love to score through square cover and behind point. They use that natural angle from a right-hander over the wicket. When you come round the wicket and cramp them up, as Cardi comes in here to Fleming, a bit like Stuart Broad recently in the Ashes against Australia, and probably before then, famously with Adam Gilchrist, some of the bowlers who came round the wicket or left arm over to him, take away that width and cramp up those lefties.
He does seem like an awkward type of bowler to face, Carty.
Quick enough and from a good height.
Tall man.
And seems to always roll his fingers over a couple and gets a bit of nibble. So, yeah, he's definitely a handful. And for a guy who bats high up as well as he comes in, pretty handy bowling option as well.
I've just got a message, Michael, from your brother.
Yep.
I'll read it out for those listening at home. I've just been asked by a friend watching the live stream, has Michael Wright swallowed a great cricket encyclopedia? You're a wealth of knowledge, Michael.
I've got a pretty solid memory and keep an eye on most things as required with the role. So, and grew up around a lot of grade cricket and Premier cricket through my parents and also my brother's involvement. Not currently playing Premier cricket. Involved up in the Sunshine Coast in the local competition.
Loved a cut shot behind squared as well.
That was it, yep. As Walter comes in to Brown. Oh, big swing and a miss there from Brown.
It's probably not the length he wants to be taking Walter down on. That's similar to the length that we saw Dawson get out to Cardi, just back of a length outside the eye line. Bit of a high risk, no reward shot. I mean, if he's getting some sort of edge on that, it's probably going to squirt over the gully region. He's looking to hit clearly over mid-off and mid-on, so I think he just needs to just bite his tongue here, Brown, a bit, and just wait for a ball that's just a little bit fuller and in his zone, because when it is there, we know he can hit it hard and hit it straight.
Agree. Wasn't quite there and missed out. Walter comes in. Edge to gully there and dived on by Nick Sale. But thanks for the comments from those watching and listening.
And keep them coming in.
Yep, keep them coming in. 0434 225 219. If you want to text through a prediction.
Is that your number, Michael?
That's my number, yes. Yeah.
An invitation to treat, some might say.
Let us know where you're watching from, who you're barracking for, what your predictions are for the rest of today's play. Plenty of time left in this day 4 of the Bulls Masters first grade grand final. We'll keep some updates coming from around the other 5 grand finals going on as they wrap up as well on day 4 as Walter comes in. Played in front of him from Brown there. Nice and soft defensive touch there.
We've got a field for Brown here it's quite, I wouldn't say defensive, I'd say it's quite attacking. You've got a man 3/4 to the rope at mid-off, which is more of a catching position for that one he miscues over mid-off, and then you've got another man pretty much on the boundary 10 metres in front of square. As you said earlier, Michael, he likes to flick one off his pads and aerial. So Uni's got the right field here for Brown. He's just being pushed into quite his natural game as Walter comes in around the wicket.
He's got a
He's
piece
had a
of
crack
that.
at that one.
Big chase there from... Well, he's got a hand on it. And
I think that's...
I think he's just...
No, I've got concerns over that. I think that could be 4. I thought his body might have been on the rope.
I think that's all right, mate.
If the Toblerone's down there on the rope, well, he's just in front of them.
Yeah.
Not sure if the cameras will pick it up. Followed the ball there, but the big bowler chased it down.
You might need to find some bigger concerns in the world, mate, if that's one of your priorities. I would have thought.
It's not a priority, Dougie. I just
2 runs to Brown.
I'm not anyway question.
2 in the scorebook, mate.
Didn't get much of that one though, Brown. Bit of an inside edge.
See what he's got with this delivery.
Bumper.
Here's hoping Norths don't lose by 1 or 2.
Good little test here. Northern Suburbs and University of Queensland after lunch here on day 4. The strike weapon is Scott Walter. 500 plus first grade wickets. Steaming into the very destructive Josh Brown, who's hit plenty of sixes in his Premier Cricket career and hit plenty at the first grade level in the last couple of seasons.
Can he go on to play for the Brisbane Heat, Josh Brown?
We'll delve into that as Walter comes in. I think he has some of the power game in that space.
Yep.
I think we've seen with elite T20 cricket that probably being able to play very, very good spin bowling is the test of the players at that level. You're going to probably face at least 2 decent spinners at a BBL level, so that's probably where people need to continue with their skills, being able to take down spin or to score heavily against spin, whether it be running and 2s and sweep shots and all that kind of stuff. But you have seen that the ability to hit spin and hit it well with the field back is usually the distinguisher of a really good T20 player as Cardi comes in. Pull shot from Fleming. Got a piece of that's going to run away for 4.
He pulls
Absolutely
and pulls
crunched.
well.
Crunched in front of square leg there. Well in front of square leg and got in great position there. He's with the around the wicket, takes away the cut shot, probably cramps Fleming up here, but he got those hands through this ball quickly and see the replay, just smashes it in front of...
Bit of a nothing ball from Cardi. He's just sort of missed his length and sort of just put it there. Short, right in the arc, bread and butter, I would have thought. And for someone of Jack Cardi's pull shot calibre, I think Jack Cardi would be just depositing that over the grandstand. Such junk that was.
Cardi in again. Wide.
Good follow-up.
From our angle, we see a slight change in the field here. We've got... they've pushed that point really, really behind the square line there, almost just over the left shoulder of Gully there, where Fleming sliced a couple of cut shots, which went away for 2s. He just moved Clayton a bit further behind point. There's not much of a gap there between Gully and this backward point. Quite a significant gap between the straightish cover, though, as Cardi comes in.
Oh, he might have inside edged that one.
Run away for 4.
Wait to see what the umpire is going to be buys.
Just buys. Replaying that. Might have done something off the deck or something.
Yeah, just a few little demons there. Back of a length. Just cramped him for length. So he cramped his shot as he just hits off the wicket here.
What happened here?
Just goes inside
Just
him.
missed it?
Just missed it.
Oh, just over middle stump and through to fine leg for 4.
Goes against the keeper.
Yep.
Fingertip for Fry.
Probably thought he was going to clip the top of middle stump and was surprised that it shot through. 4 buys and score ticks on.
3 to come in the over.
Cardi in. Off the hip, maybe a bit of thigh pad on that. They're running hard, and they'll just take the 1, not on Michael Phillipson. Leg by from the umpires. Got a text message from avid viewer Peter Clifford, he's watching from his lounge.
What did Mr. Clifford have to say?
He says I paraphrase, he's barracking for Northern Suburbs. Get up, but probably thinks University might just get there. So, has his supporter hat on, but has a prediction in there as well. So, either way, should be an exciting day 4 afternoon here. Love it to go right down the wire late here at Webb Harris Field. As Cardi comes in. Apologies, Webb Harris Oval.
Come on, Michael. Get those things right.
We talked yesterday on the call about the Harris family, so University of Queensland Oval named after Webb Harris. Brother Roger, a legend of Northern Suburbs, who also playing his fixture. Recently at the opening of the new North facility, had an end named after him on Ian Healy Oval. So 2 great, as Cardi comes in. Push through to cover. Probably just the 1 as Clayton moves after it. Keeps it to 1 to Brown. 2 great servants of the game for their clubs and also for Queensland cricket. Roger Harris and Webb Harris, whose services are well remembered by both club fraternities in University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs, and also just the wider Premier Cricket and grade cricket community. So nice to have the 2 clubs playing off against each other in the big dance.
It's funny, I do think that more clubs should try and actually have a trophy. So,
Rivalry type of things?
Well, just a trophy that they play for every time those 2 teams verse each other.
There's a few of them floating around. There's a few.
I know there is a few, but it'd be great to see more, Michael.
Agree. It's good to have those rivalries.
And I think it means a lot to the families as we see Walter start the over here. Brown on strike, he comes in around the wicket, and Brown's very watchful there.
100% agree. Always speaking of the North facility opening, which was only a few weeks ago at the end of the regular season, was great to see a lot of past players and members and families come to the function. The facility was named after the Kerr family.
The Kerr family pavilion, as it's now known.
Plenty of trophies on your left you could borrow, Henry, if you wanted. If you have a quick look in the cabinet.
The cabinet is pretty full here at University of Queensland. They've won a few.
I've got no problem respecting the great feats of your club, Dougie. You guys have had a lot of success.
But the honour boards are looking pretty nice at Northern Suburbs as Walter comes in to Brown. Just chipped into mid-wicket for a single. Good to rotate the strike.
He's bowling wide of the crease here, Walter. Really trying to dart one in, I think, and get Brown and attack those stumps.
It's going to be interesting. Kendall Fleming hasn't faced Scott Walter for a while. So he gets a look at the lefty here.
You're right, Henry. He does come quite wide of the crease to the right-hander. With the older ball especially, he tends to bowl the off-cutter, back of a length. And then also his Yorker. He's got a good Yorker. So with the lefty here, he'll bowl quite straight, that off-stump, top of off-stump line. Just bowl quite tight. Get Fleming to dabble into the offside or take a risk. I don't think Fleming will really want to take on Walter here, but it'd be good to see if he's got the shots to do so.
Edged and through the slip corner. Don't know if it carried. Just fell short of second slip.
It's not going to run away. They're going to come.
Single.
I'm surprised by that. That's pretty. They should have got 2 there.
Just cocked a hand on the way through there, I think.
It took a bit off it. We won't get the greatest look from here, but I reckon just bounced short to the right of that second slip there. soft hands, and day 4 pitch. I'd say day 2 of the weekend, but yeah, not much carry there.
He just sort of took his hands away at the last moment, didn't he? He almost wanted to play, not play that shot. So Brown's now on strike.
Good. At least they're rotating the strike. Bit of left and right. Got to work that combination. Can't let Walter and the other university bowlers just plug away at the same guys. They'll develop some solid plans then.
Would not be surprised to see a short ball as we see Walter in.
Well, full. Squeeze that out over the head of the bowler and well fielded by Grady. Moved well to his left. No, I think there's still 2 balls left in this over. I would not be surprised if one's at least around the shoulders.
Yeah, they want Brown to take a risk here and take Walter on, and I think they're going to try and do that by getting to play that pull shot and hopefully a top edge or one to go straight up down to deep square here, or in fact just up to the keeper straight up. But no doubt, as you said, Roddy, they'd have some clear plans set in place with this field, which we can see, and he's coming around the wicket still to Brown, who strokes it through the offside and well fielded by Cardi there. Big mitts, tall man.
Kendall was very...
They both sort of jumped off there. They thought they might have almost run on the misfield there, but didn't go very far from the reach of Cardi. That would have been probably a mix-up if they'd gone then, but good hands from Cardi. It's been pretty solid in the field throughout the students here. Grady at mid-on's done some good moving. Yano Kutsi, who'd been on the leg side earlier today, moved well for a couple. All counts here in a big final, even in the 2-day format as Walter comes in. There's a short ball and he's crunched that, but on the ground, and Kutsi's going to move around and collect it around cow corner and keep it to 2 there. Didn't get all of it. It made a good sound off the bat there from the Cooper stick of Josh Brown.
They're making progress here, Norts. They've come out after lunch. They've played conservatively. They've played well.
The scores kept ticking, which is
but
good.
But they have moved it along. So there's a clear sign of intent here. As we've spoken about, Walter's very dangerous. If they can see him off, I think you'll see Brown go. Do you think he'll look to take on the spinners?
I think at some point when the spinners are on, which is now with Sale coming on from the river end, I think some chance will be taken. Kendall Fleming naturally is aggressive against spin. We saw him take down a few times in his recent 100 against Wynnum. Whilst it was in a loss, he put Jason Flores and Grayson Jones for a couple of sixes. He's quite good on his feet and happy to sort of go over mid-off, mid-on. They're quite deep, both of them, to Fleming. So there's a single there if they punch one down there. But I think University will be trying to challenge him to see if he wants to take him on in the air.
I think Sale will bowl quite flat here, outside off stump, to the left-hander especially.
Got the edge just before
Got the
lunch.
edge just before with that drift that we saw. So I think he'll come quite flat.
And what I will say, I won't reveal too much, but there's no love lost between the batsman and the bowler.
They both played Tadmors together. I coached both these individuals when they were playing for Northern Suburbs.
2 highly competitive humans.
2 very smart individuals as well. Both good cricket brains and relatively academic as well, the 2 of them. Left-handed bats.
I think Dell will try and use his feet to him here if he flights one up, as you can see he just did there.
And he's got a piece of that.
Smacks it
straight back over him for 4. So
yeah,
good intent from Fleming.
A great read there from the commentator Doogie Hill.
He's probably bowled a few overs to Kendall, maybe.
Credit where credit's
overs
due.
to Kendall in my time, yeah.
Schoolmates,
competitors off the field in grade cricket. Taught him a lesson or 2 in a second grade final here once when we defended 100.
I don't want to jump the gun here. Kendall Fleming has a look in his eye of I saw him at lunch. He looks bloody determined here. 2 balls to come, Sale over the wicket.
Again.
Kendall goes again.
And he's got a piece of it again. Bit further, 6, I reckon.
6.
Yorked into the fence. Great shot from Fleming. Be great on the replay this.
And umpire Steve Dine-Sears raises both hands.
Just shimmies down. Very, very cool.
This won't worry Uni. They're looking for North to take a few risks, and this is the first sign of intent we've seen from Fleming. We've got 1 ball left in the over. He's just going to block that one back to Sale. So 10 off it.
If I could just inquire, and I'll inquire while we're on air, it'd be great if potentially late in the afternoon, as the game, reaches its final stages, and whether it's 2 wickets to win or 100 runs, if we could get along the bottom as opposed to having the run rate, we're able to change that to
the target. I'm not sure we're able to do that, but we'll keep people updated. Just do a quick update from around the grounds. We'll check in with the Bulls. 6 for 321 the Bulls made off their 50 overs at AB Field against South Australian Redbacks. So not a bad score. We talked about AB Field being potentially high scoring. So good to get over 300, but we've seen scores like that chased down in the competition. So all the best to the Bulls in their defence of that score. Win from them keeps them progressing nicely in the Marsh Cup. We talked about them earlier in the Sheffield Shield, currently sitting at the top of that ladder. So all the best to the Bulls in their afternoon at AB Field as Belford replaces Walter from the university end. Brown's wafted at that, but got none of it.
Surprised to see Walter not give another over there.
Yeah, they've used him in short bursts, so I think they're keen to probably keep doing that. I think they would probably want to bring him on when there's wickets and bowl new batters. But Belford, though the graphic still has Walter coming in.
Belford bowled extremely
tight.
Morning.
Yeah, extremely tight.
Less than 1 and over for his spell. I think, as you said, they'll use Walter in short, sharp bursts, and Walter will definitely come into play this afternoon. Experienced head, knows what he's doing, where he wants to bowl when the game will be very much in the balance. So, yeah, I think Henry will use Walter here sparingly and make the other quicks do the work. And I thought Belford did a very good job. He's probably the bowler of the morning this morning, taking the big wicket of McSweeney.
We do apologise to the viewers at home. It says Walter. Belford comes in over the wicket. Brown just flicks it round.
They might come two here. There's in between two fielders here, and Brown turns and gets to that. That's good cricket there. We talked about if they are able to spread the field a bit, there will be ones and twos, as well as the bad ball, which can be put away for 4, and just turns it slightly into a sort of one-day middle overs type of innings where they keep that scoreboard ticking, not take too many risks. We said they don't want to lose many wickets in this middle session, but they want to progress the score.
Handy little partnership here, this for North. They were 3 for 36, they're now 3 for 95. So it's developing and developing nicely.
Agree, Henry. We talked at the start, Doogie and I, that with the 3 names we probably plucked out of the batting order from wanting to make a big dent on the 371 was McSweeney, Fleming and Brown. And we talked about earlier with Belford getting the big wicket of McSweeney, so the 2 others here at the crease now. I think it's a massive partnership if Belford comes in. Played the point there from Brown.
I don't want to preempt anything. Could North, or would you, if you were North, consider maybe putting in a pinch hitter next? A Connor Sully?
Definitely not.
No, I think you want to keep your relatively standard order, knowing that they've all played multiple formats. They all can play one day in T20 cricket. We've got some power in the likes of Sam Wilson and Nathan Carroll, good limited overs cricketers themselves as Belford comes in. It beats the edge.
Yeah, I think, Henry, what you're talking about there is it's a valid point, but what's key in this match is wickets in hand. So runs aren't really the priority at the moment. Runs are going to be the priority at the back end of the innings.
Agreed, but let's say they lose their next wicket at 250.
I guess
Sully can hit a big ball, mate.
He can hit a big ball. Not something which the Brain Trust might be thinking from a North's point of view, but I really feel like if they're chasing 371, they probably want one of these 2 batters to go extremely deep and score a very big 100. We saw 200s late in the innings for University of Queensland, number 8 and number 9. From a North's point of view, they'd love the likes of a Fleming or a Brown to get a big score as Sale continues to Fleming. Mid-on's gone back.
Yeah.
Mid-off stays. Mid-off's actually come up a little bit with mid-on now back. So challenging Fleming to play that same shot over mid-off, which was successful last time.
They're bowling Sale here again as he just taps one.
Mid-off's probably about 3/5 of the way to the boundary. He's going to get off strike there, Fleming. Interesting to persist with Sale here.
I think it's the right call. I think they're trying to get I think they're trying to get Fleming to have another go, kind of back it up. if he really wants to take down Sale and try and hit him out of the attack, then so be it. See if he can do it twice.
With the runs on the board, I think they can definitely. It's
also got to keep going.
Agree.
So they push both men back for Sale. He comes in. Brown's very watchful there. Plays it back. I've just received a question from Wally Wright, former North coach, former North player, now currently playing up the Sunny Coast. It's a question for you, Mr. Hill. We'll watch this ball. There's 3 to come in the over. Just the one off it so far. Sale coming around the wicket to Brown. He comes in, he bowls. Brown on the back foot.
Pushed to short cover there.
The question is, has a new fence at the current field solved the issue of
Webb Harris Oval, mate.
Yes, Webb Harris Oval. Has it solved the issue of drunk college students kicking out the fence palings?
I believe it has. I think it's steel, isn't it?
Yeah, so the former fence that was installed about 2 years ago was a plastic material and was a college favourite activity when walking home from an event, to run at the fence and see how many pickets you could knock out as Sale just comes around the wicket, a bit wider of the crease there.
He did come wider there. Interesting little tactic.
And yeah, there were that many holes in the fence. It ended up just being pickets with no fence in between, and now we have a lovely steel fence, Wally, that's been installed, and I have on reliable authority that one college student did indeed try to run at it and fractured a bone of some description.
I feel like the club and maybe the university didn't publicise.
Yeah, I don't think they were going to publicise that one.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see if they go again.
In case that turned into an HR issue or a OH&S, but yeah,
some strange things happen around cricket fields. I've never quite understood the desire to graffiti or to damage them, but there are people out there who do that. Whilst we'd love to see, as Belford comes in, flick to finally, very fine. That might run away for 4 runs there from Fleming. It does.
He came a lot closer to did not come wide there. Very close to the stumps there, Belford.
We'd love to see bigger crowds at club games and things like that, but it always amazed me around graffiti. It's not like the most widely viewed site, cricket site screens or fences, but Webb Harris Oval is looking to treat here today with also the sight screens had a bit of a refurb recently as well.
New sight screen at the uni end.
Looking to treat as Belford comes in.
Probably the first ball that Belford's really bowled offline in his 9 overs today. Just straying down the leg side, which Fleming happily helped it on its way to fine leg. Belford will continue to bowl quite straight here to Fleming, try and tie it down.
He was just a bit off balance there, Kendall. You could just see his head potentially, so he hopefully he stays composed.
After this ball, we might do another check-in at some games as Belford comes in. Pushed a bit harder or tempted through cover, but got the inner half and rolled out to mid-wicket. Checking at second grade at North's Ian Healy Oval with the mammoth 400-plus score. They've now got Sunshine Coast 5 for 134. Looking at the live stream, you got the batter of Mitch Cook, who got through plenty of overs for Sunshine
70
Coast.
70 overs, I believe.
70 overs, batting in a floppy, looking pretty good. He's got a few style points there, batting in a floppy as Belford comes in. Round the wicket now to Fleming. Bit more expansive shot there from Fleming, but not piercing that packed offside field. So strong position for Norths there in second grade. 112.
So I was just inquiring there how many overs. So 112. So I'll do some maths and I'll get back to the viewers.
Yep. Long day. We talked about the 9:30 start. That first
68
session.
overs left, Henry.
First session is long from a bowling point of view as Belford comes in.
So
and he's hit that very firmly to mid-off. They've taken a single.
Walter with a bit of a fumble there, but it hasn't cost them.
So
the run rate's up to about 4 and over here.
Required. Which is manageable. We talked about, that idea of, 190, 200 runs in the final session. I think we might have plucked around 170 would be ideal. So if they could be 190 to 200 at tea with wickets in hand, they'd be in a very good state, Northern Suburbs. Push through the covers from Brown. They've pushed that point back a bit deepish now, about halfway. So they've just got the single there as Clayton picks up another possession in the fielding stakes.
I think Clayton would be happy to... he'd want to have Kendall on strike here. And I actually wonder as well if they did deliberately push that man back simply just to get Josh Brown to be able to have Josh Brown facing
Sale
from this end.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
They've got both their mid on and mid off back for Sale. And I should just say while I'm on it, we do like to give shout outs on this thing. There's a good friend of mine, Seamus Collins. He's currently up in Mount Isa on work. He's
Brother of Paddy.
Yes, brother of West legend Pat Collins.
Relatively recent premiership winner in my time, a big win against University of Queensland 4 or 5 years ago at AB Field. As Sale comes in to add to the train of encyclopedia from a club cricket point of view, got the prize wicket of Yanu Kutsi in that fixture with an absolute long hop, which Kutsi put down.
Deep in wicket's throat, I remember specifically.
I think it was Stevie Paulson at deep in wicket. He couldn't have picked him out any better.
Sale's coming very wide here. He's coming around the wicket. They've just, for the first 2 balls this over, they actually had mid on and mid off up. They've now pushed them back. They're on the ropes. So
you just see where Brown takes them on.
Here.
I feel like watching Brown, with every block you see within him, there's that desire to absolutely smack it over the ropes. There's so much power in those forearms and shoulders. I think he's waiting for maybe a fully or something.
That was tossed up there.
Pushed firmly for a single.
On the topic of Pat Collins, I must say, very unlucky not to play for Queensland, that man.
How so, Henry?
He's just a great cricketer. Top bloke as well.
We've all had our chances.
Oh, we have indeed. So.
Just as unlucky as you, Cobo.
I wouldn't put myself in the same category.
In that final, he had a big celebration of that wicket of Kutsi on the stroke of tee. And that game went right down to late on day 4 at Allan Border Field. There was a run out late in that game.
Direct hit,
I think from Atkinson. Backwards.
I'll give your encyclopedia a run for your money.
Yep.
Yeah, righty.
So, now I remember the finals. There's been some great ones in my 5 years in the role. Some good one-day and T20 ones.
Some serious days in the stands at Allan Border Oval.
I've just received a message from the son of North's director of coaching, Ken Healy's son, Lewis Healy, just saying that it's great to be tuning in. So
Lewis played a bit for Norths.
Yeah, was a very good keeper actually. First 11 keeper at Terrace, 2 years running. He did play first grade cricket at Norths, I think, from memory. Mainly played in second grade, stuck behind his cousin, obviously very classic Tom Healy.
They like to have the gloves on the Heelys. They all seem to glove them.
Taking away from their...
Christmas Day and Boxing Day must be interesting. Who keeps?
So.
Belford continues. Kind of just dabbed there from Brown there. A bit of a nothing sort of shot there.
Bit of a nothing shot from Brown. That's the one you sort of don't want him to play there, whether it's off the front or the back foot.
It's a bit like the shot Flip got out to.
That's exactly what I was about. Yeah, the shot Phillipson played yesterday to Brown was also a nothing shot. Pig of a shot, you'd almost say.
Tell you what, on doing the rounds, good update from third grade. As Belford comes in, I'll just hold for a pause for effect.
And there's a play and a miss, a little peel, but...
Gold Coast, 7 for 179.
So that a 60-run lead, was it?
It was a 60-run lead, so 230 ahead. Obviously plenty of runs, but they've lost some wickets there. Opened the door slightly ajar for Northern Suburbs there in third grade. I'd love to, if they could wrap up that tail quickly. Give them a chance to chase something around 240, 250.
Belford bowls another one in the block hole there for Brown.
Would make for an entertaining late day 4 there in third grade there. So game slightly more open than it was at the start of play. North's trying to pull off a bit of a wild come from behind victory there in third grade. We'll continue round to fourth grade after this ball. Brown just takes a single there to mid wicket. Kutsi does the chasing. Fourth grade out at Redlands. Still batting Redlands, 8 for 413. So been a long day in the field for University of Queensland, Doogie.
Yeah.
Ollie Noel and the boys would be probably a bit flat.
We're struggling to take a wicket there.
And they've just recently taken some wickets. So the two batters are 7 and 1 between, and they have faced a couple
8
of
for
balls.
413. It's almost time to shake hands as far as I'm concerned. With
It's been
40 overs left.
It's been a good couple of weekends there for Redlands 4th grade batting at Fred Kratzmann Oval as Belford comes in. Hit firmly from Fleming to mid-off, so they've enjoyed the spoils of being the top place side and getting to bat first and bat well. So
Another good over there from Belford, just the one from it. Takes his figures to 1 for 12 off 11 overs today.
Very handy bowling there from Belford, and yeah, I mean it's as important for the students to keep the run rate down as it is to take wickets.
We'll try and sneak in another update. I know Nick Sale gets through the overs quickly here, but checking in 5th grade, North's perspective. Toombul lost a couple of wickets here. 4 for 126, Toombul, in chase of North's 279. I think it doesn't go anywhere. Rowan Pine, skipper for North, with a wicket there. Just check. Well fielded by Cootsie there. Just was checking some stuff on the live stream, and he was bowling. The skipper for North's 5th grade.
Good bloke, Rowan Pine.
Former housemate of this caller, and has a strong theory around bowling at the stumps. And as Brown hits that through the tight cover field, and they come back for 2. Rates the stump theory pretty highly. He says it's bowl at the stumps, put fielders on the leg side, and we checked the stream. He had a pretty packed leg side and some catches there. So North's just swinging that game a bit back their favour with the score of 279 on the board there, and Toombul 4 for 126.
Yeah, you've always got to attack the stumps, Michael. Top of off.
Sale comes into Brown, left alone.
That's really come back there. I think Brown's a bit taken back by how much that actually came back in.
I'm sure he'll
Just
dart in that
getting a
quicker
bit of
ball at
drift.
some point. Bit of drift. We talked
Went
about
on with the arm.
his medium paces as a youngster. Probably has a good arm ball. Sale comes in. Push back. We'll keep continuing. Let's see how what's your prediction for 6th grade without looking?
So Redlands had
That 30-run lead.
a 30-run lead.
Gav Brown to open for Valleys.
Yeah, I said, so I've been on the Gav Brown train heavily. And so we would have been 6 or 7 overs since then. So I'm going to say none for 60.
Valleys 1 for 25. I was just checking the live stream. I'll go into the app to double check the scorecard. I'm guessing that 1 wicket is probably Brown, which is a big wicket for Redlands. Bit of a dent for Valleys. No, sorry, Khan is dismissed. So Brown's still to come in that game. Oh, that's cramped. Josh Brown in this game. But so Gav Brown's still in the sheds. 1 for almost level there in that 6th grade game. So time will be running out for Valleys to try and come from behind in that game. But they'll need to get... What would you need as a lead to think about declaring? Or is it more around overs to bowl them out in that
I think
game?
it's more overs to bowl them out. If anything, you want to give them a lower target where if they want to bat to survive... and you've got a few more overs at your sleeve to get them out, and them not playing their natural game, I think that's the go there as
100?
opposed to a
100?
Yeah, if you've got 100 off 30 overs or something, then because 30 overs would probably be where you'd want it, and you've already, unfortunately, in a losing position as it is, having lost first innings.
I think you want to give yourself 40 overs. 40 overs to bowl them out.
That's right.
As Belford comes in to Fleming.
Another tied over from Nick Sale there. Just 2 from it. Uni have really put a stranglehold on the North's players here. Just 1s and 2s and over, which wouldn't affect North's here. They're trying to consolidate, keep some wickets in hand. You might see them try to up the ante in the second half of this session. But for now, I think they'll be happy to take around 2 and over, just milking the bowlers and keeping those wickets in hand as Fleming just bats another one down to mid-on.
Field. It's a little period just building here. You might have that sort of show of aggression from Fleming. He took down Sale for a couple of shots over the bowler's head. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets a good look at Belford and feels if he can do the same to the medium pacer. We talked about he's a great shot maker, very stylish left-hander. Can play in the air, over mid-off and cover with great ease, one of the hardest shots to play. So if he gets something, which he likes the look of, might see him have a crack.
So, Roddy, no juke balls in the competition this season?
No Duke's balls.
In line with
Cricket
what's
Australia,
going on
yeah,
with Cricket Australia?
What's the rationale there, Roddy?
I'll wait as Belford comes in. There we go, a little shimmy and hit it hard to cover, like he was listening to me. I think there was a couple things. There was comments around, I think, from the Australian test side and the coaching staff around bowling in our conditions here and the ball. There's also some comments around spin. That they're with the Duke ball in the Shield competition for the last 4 or 5 years, that as Belford comes in the 4-day competition, not too many sides were getting great use of spinners with, quicks rolling through teams and, 2.5, 3-day Shield games. There was a bit of a comment around that and trying to prepare spinners for whether it be a tough contest against India here or whether it be overseas in the subcontinent. And there was also just some comments around, as Belford comes into Fleming, in a period of, a bit of global unrest and pandemic around supporting a local cricket provider in regards to Kookaburra.
No, that's admirable. I mean, you've also got to take a holistic view, though, and I mean, my greatest concern is that I want the pinnacle, the Australian cricket, they need to run that program so that they aim to win the Ashes in England.
Yep. So it's interesting. I think when you follow,
that's what Australian cricket's about.
I think they need to worry about closer to home with winning against India with the Kookaburra, mate.
They lost to India with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, I think they need to worry about it.
As a lover of cricket myself, if I could have one thing in every 5 years, that's what I want.
As Sale comes in, speaking of that series.
Oh, a leading edge there from Brown. We've had another tight over there.
Just tried to be cute there, Brown, and just sort of hung the bat out there rather than sort of follow through with the shot.
Another maiden from Belford leading into Sale here. Probably makes Brown think he might have to do something to make push the game forward.
We saw Fleming shimmy down late in that over to Belford. I think it's definitely that sort of feeling that they want to keep progressing the score. Northern Suburbs, but University bowling extremely tight. But talking of the India series, geez, wasn't that a great Gabba test? No, we didn't get the result, but the Indians put on one of the great shows for a test match.
He's an incredible player, Rishabh Pant, and I've just stood up to have a look at the field. So we've currently got a deep mid on, both mid on and mid off on the boundary. We've also got a deep mid wicket on the boundary. So sail in. Brown gets forward out of his crease. So they certainly want him to have a go here, Brown. Knowing him, he'll want to have a crack too. So
he's bowled some good tight lines here, Sale. He's darting them in.
It's a great contest.
We had the one over from where Fleming hit him for a 4 and a 6 for 10, and we haven't seen much since. So Uni's really tightened the clamp down since then. Maidens from Belford and Sale, 5 dots this over. Hopefully he can finish it off here. We saw a 4 and a 4 and a 6 from Fleming off Sale, and we haven't seen much since. It's been quite tight from the Uni bowlers.
Hasn't given him any width through his arm, Sale. Well fielded again by Clayton.
Potential run out on there.
We talked about Clayton at bat pad. We talked about a second grade grand final where he took 3 or 4 absolute blinders at bat pad, and he's very good in that area. You often don't find too many specialists in that position, but the ones who are, they seem to be pretty darn good.
They seem to love it in there, righty.
Yeah.
They no fear and love chirping away at the batter, and obviously
we'll be saying much, Clayton?
Yeah, Clayton will be having a word, that's for sure. He's a chirpy little man. He'll be having a word as he walks back to point there to Kendall, telling him how it's done after.
Yeah. Fair few of these players know each other relatively well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of good banter here in relationships. I know when Wilso goes out there, everyone will have a few words to say to Wilso, as he always loves having a word back. One of the greats, Sammy Wilson, and that's just.
Oh, there's a run out. A bit of a mix-up there.
And there's just a bit of a mix-up there, and that just goes back to all the dot balls and not many scoring opportunities for Norse in the last sort of 4 or 5 overs here.
Mate, Norse are well on top here.
Good call, Covo.
It's been tight bowling from Uni, and as a result, there's just a slight little mix-up there. As Fleming's just going to take his time here and just settle. Pressure is building on him, that's for sure, but he's got the experience to just take back and have a breath as Belford comes around the wicket and Fleming goes back and just defends this one into the offside. So, yeah, it's been another fantastic spell from Belford. I think his first 8 overs, his 8-over spell in his first went for 5 runs, and we've got 7 of 4 overs here. So he's really doing a job for University here.
Done a similar job to McFadden for North yesterday. McFadden got through a lot of overs, about 28, 29 overs.
Similar bowlers.
Yep.
Not the quickest of bowlers, but sort of just hit the length.
Oh, that's an interesting ball there from Belford, and he lets Fleming know. Set a bit, gave him a little stare.
Slower ball out the back of the hand there, if you watch this one closely.
He's done it. He did one of those early to McSweeney, which
We're
just
watching the replay.
I'll tell you what, you can't see these on a Thursday night at 7:30, righty? Just out of the back of the hand.
Yeah, that is a...
And if you've got like an orange Jaffa and you've
Probably
just had a
swings a bit
couple
as well.
come in, you just can't see them, that's for sure. He comes back to Fleming, and that one's just a little bit slower still. So 4 dot balls here from Belford. Fleming
is tied down. He saw it in the last over. He did try and walk down the crease a bit. So he's going to look to potentially move around his crease. He's a class player. He's set at the crease. He looks in complete control. He just can't throw it away.
Yeah, there's 8 minutes to lunch here, 7 or 8 minutes. So sorry, not till lunch, till drinks. First drinks break after the lunch break. So yeah, Uni are really doing a job of putting the squeeze on, and on the other side, North don't want to throw away a wicket here after grinding away and doing some good work. And establishing a platform for which 2 of these batters could...
Both batters 100 balls.
Could lift off from.
You're bang on there, Doogie, and it's going to be crucial when Sale comes on. Both Brown and Fleming had a good look at him now, and they're going to really want to take him on. They need to up this run rate, and obviously with the way Belford's bowling from the other end, been very restrictive on the run rate. So there's 2 to come in this over. Belford's strike, and he's hit it well, but he's hit it straight to the fielder. So
I think it's very much going to be that hour going into tea, which is where Norths are going to want to maximise this partnership.
It's crucial, man.
And push into a, not crazy stuff, but just up that scoring. If they can go in, we said sort of like in a perfect world, you'd love to be 180, 190 at tea. Give yourselves trying to double that in the last session, wickets in hand, to get to that 371. Which does require a bit more. We're 70 or 80 runs away from that. So I think that last hour going into tea
as you said, both of these batters have faced 100 balls, and they're sort of knowing what how Uni is bowling to them and what their sort of plan is at the moment. So they will have sort of a calculated risk that the 2 of them will talk about.
Sail in, round the wicket, Brown on strike, and he bats it back
on how they want to score a few more runs in the second hour of this session.
So this will probably be Sale's. This will be his last over before the drinks break. So they've still got both men back.
The single's there, but we've got a very straight cover and a very straight mid wicket there, which sort of cuts off that one-day type.
Potentially looking to cut their Sale, but he just...
And the other thing that's happening at the moment with Sale and Belford getting quite quick through the overs is that the over rate is it's going quite well. We have 51 overs bowled as a current time, which is pretty much bang on in the middle of the day.
Is it a maximum of 112? So we see Sale in around the wicket.
Minimum.
So they've got to bowl 112.
So they could potentially bowl more.
They could, yep.
They'll calculate it. I dare say they won't be bowling one over 112, Henry.
Thank you, Dougie. I didn't think they would.
No, they'll be very much on top of it, and especially in this middle part, they're going to try and squeeze a few overs in as
shot from
Brown goes back to a back of a length ball and just hits it behind point for 2.
2 for Brown. So
I hate to see him turn blind. He keeps doing it anyway.
That's his style. But here's a question for you, Doogie and Covo.
Yeah, mate.
Say the game keeps continuing, get to the 80 over mark.
Yep.
Second new ball, or they keep going with the old one, which is tough to score off. What are you thinking? It's probably going to depend on the situation at the time.
It's a case of if they've got the run rate under control, I'd potentially keep going. But if North's looking to get on top, we'll just watch this ball sail in around the wicket.
Sometimes it'd be quite hard to score with that old ball, that old red ball.
You'd also benefit if North's are on top and they're getting quick runs. It's a double-edged sword because you often see teams score quite quickly against a new ball and it'll fly to the boundary. So tough decision. You just got to weigh up your options. Sail in around the wicket. Sorry, and he's flicked one of his pads there. There could potentially be two if they run well. They're going to make it back comfortably.
Good over so far. They've got 4 off it. Wrap it up. So. Just show you don't have to be going for the fences and the big hits to get that.
And that's all they need at the moment. They don't need 4 and over. So they're in control. So I've just received a text from John Hopes, the North Chairman of Selectors, Vice President of the club.
One of the greats.
Absolute.
One of the greats.
Absolute gentleman. A very, very good man. So he's currently watching at home and he wants to know how your golf swing's going, Doogie.
Not a left to right, Hopesy. Power fade to the right.
There's a few cricketers who have that sort of swing, the inside out over mid off and cover.
Yeah.
Right side of the rough, fairway sort of area. Gets a bit of coverage.
No doubt Hopesy's very comfy on the couch.
With
a large Coke in hand.
Probably.
Peak comfort on a Sunday afternoon.
Probably got the 4 live streams up from the North's finals. As Belford comes in.
Yeah.
And
Fleming's just come down the wicket there just to try and create a bit something different.
He does seem to me as though he's potentially getting a bit frustrated at the moment.
I think he wants to hit something. He definitely wants to hit something.
So he just needs to keep his head here. No, he's a very busy man, John Hopes. He's overseen him, Ken Healy, Brett Mortimer, Paul Keller, Michael Mainhart. They've all overseen we're just coming in.
Just pushes
They've
back.
all overseen an incredible redevelopment at Norths. Tony Comfort, Ian Bartlett. I could keep going on. It's currently the facility down there. It's the best grade cricket. Or it's the best club cricket facility in the country, potentially the world.
Very much so, but can't get a shield game on with
the envy of other clubs.
Over 4 days. Henry, what's your thoughts on the drainage system they have implemented there?
We won the club championship, so that's all that I'm worried about. Belford in.
Well played from Fleming, and no one out there should run away for 4. The pull shot
just trickles into the covers there from Fleming.
Scoreboard keeps ticking for Northern Suburbs. 3 for 114.
So.
Messages coming in, gents, or
yeah, there is. There's quite a few viewers tuning in online. Well,
the viewership's peaked up with Covo on the call.
You're too kind, Mick. So
I copped some constructive criticism yesterday when I went back to the North after play. So I think it was more when I was doing the call by myself in the last hour yesterday. It's hard to create a lot of excitement when it's just yourself.
Yeah. I don't doubt it, Michael. I unfortunately was unable to join you at that time.
If there's one bloke who can do it, it's Michael Wright.
It was great to have Doogie Hill and Henry Coventry on the call.
So
backing me up. We had a couple of little guest spots yesterday from people, but for the last hour as University pushed on to 370, I was by myself.
I've tried to get D Brown down today. Great man, Darren Brown, former current Terrace teacher. Actually, he's current chairman of selectors at Terrace. He's also the former chairman of selectors at West.
Yeah, he talked a lot about West yesterday. He had some good
famously dropped Cameron Gannon. If he hasn't told you about
he mentioned that. Don't know if Gano is watching here. Former North and Western Suburbs player, now over in Western Australia, plying his trade as Belford comes in. And that's a no ball. That's right over the head. And it's gone. They've run. Yep, they'll run through for something.
Yeah.
It's just slipped out of the hand there. Hand of apology went out from
Belford.
He has
apologised, and they're singing the scorers. But my God, rest assured that Kendall Fleming, I doubt he'd be accepting that apology.
Was it the slow ball, or was it just slipped straight out from a quick ball?
Here on the replay.
He's bowled a couple there out of the back of the hand, which can sometimes go awry. No, just out of the hand.
It's just come out.
Jeez.
Kendall's got out of the way of that one very well.
Done his best Matrix impersonation. He's got out of the way
if anything, Kendall's just, he's overreacted a bit in my opinion. He could have just stepped back.
Could have late cut it for 4.
Could Could have hit it over third man for a one bounce.
Interesting to see how Josh Brown would have handled that one. I wonder if he would have baseballed it through mid-wicket.
I think we could have seen that in the Union College top story.
I feel like Brown is very much looking for a ball around his middle region.
Just get out now. That's drinks here after the first session. First hour of the second session. Northern Suburbs are 3 for 116 off 53 overs, chasing 370 here in the Bulls Masters Premier Grade Final. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back after drinks here in the middle session of the Bulls Masters first grade grand final here on day 4 at Webb Harris Oval. University of Queensland host here as Sanders comes on a bowl here to Kendall Fleming. See Nick Sale played into the by Fleming. North resuming 3 for 116 after 53 overs. Joined here with Henry Coventry and Doogie Hill not far away. Good to have you on board, Covo.
Always good to be with you, Michael. Always good.
Had a drink in the break and ready for what should be a pretty exciting hour. This on the way to tea.
Yeah, this is moving day, to use a golf phrase. It's day 3 right now, so this is a crucial period. If North can get some runs, we'll just watch this ball. Sanders in, Fleming on strike, over the wicket.
Oh, squared him up there.
Yeah. And I get the feeling that Sanders is really going to push here. And he's really going to try and...
Bring like a 3 or 4 over burst and just trying to get a wicket here.
And he's just going to bust his gut and run as hard as he can.
No, the likes of him and Walter, it's a hot day. They, on the drive here, talked about 31 today, and they started earlier, but a long first session, 2.5 hours, so the bowlers and fielding side will be feeling it. Obviously, Will Sanders, the big 100 yesterday, so bit of a sore body overnight and this morning. So it might be a 3 or 4 over burst here, see if he can get a prize wicket of Kendall Fleming or Josh Brown as he comes in here to Kendall Fleming. Pushing him back. Played back down the wicket there.
You can hear the grunt in him as he runs in.
He's put in. He's got a huge run up, the youngster. We were talking about there's a few of our future stars and talent on display in this game. Will Sanders, Noah McFadden, Will Presswich, young Jack Clayton. He's a bit removed to the 19s bracket, but been in our youth systems, and those first 3 I mentioned are playing next week in some invitationals in the Queensland Under-19 side as Sanders turns to come in again to Fleming. And he's wafted at that one outside or stump. He frustrated himself there, Fleming, not the shot. Sort of spun the bat in his hands after that one.
This has been a really good start to this over.
Great start after
looks
drinks.
Dangerous here, Sanders. And yeah, he's got Fleming on edge here.
Got the replay here and just kind of chucks the hands at that one. Yeah, away from the body, nothing shot
45,
there.
bat at 45 degrees. That's not what you want to be doing.
No. One of the shots you play in a one-dayer with no slips and deep third man and plenty of confidence you can get it through there, but with a slip and a gully and a bit of nibble there, not the shot as Sanders comes in on the front foot there.
So we have had a comment online asking about the new franchise cricket comp. I'm not well across it, so the BPL. Funnily enough, I actually saw Ian Healy down here today.
He's down here watching.
So, North's board member. He's the father of Tom. So yeah. What I was going to say to Kirsten is, if you want to find out, come down and have a chat to Heels.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's more than happy to talk to you about it.
Google it if you want it.
Yeah.
Sanders comes in. Slice through the point. They'll take a single, but Clayton's moved well there.
He was very casual there, Brown.
Brown.
He was far too casual, and he has been casual with his running today.
We've commented on him turning blind, but
it worries me, mate. But I mean, not that I'm supporting one team or another, but
no, you want to see people run out those singles firmly. And he just kept watching the fielder there, and then realised, Jack Clayton's left-handed and can throw, and he had to put the skates on for the last couple of strides, but made it. I think even with a direct hit, he would have been safe, but Clayton rushed Brown and made him close out that single. Don't want to be run out here. Well-established partnership here. We talked about earlier. They came together at 3 for 36, now 3 for 117. Both batters have faced well over 100 balls here, into their 30s both. So a lot of North's fortunes rests in the hands and probably more the bats of these two at the crease, Fleming and Brown. Both very natural scorers, can play some aggressive cricket. And we'll have Phillipson bowling from the university end, replacing Belford. To the left hand of Fleming. Cut, and I'll take a single there to the deepish cover point of Sanders. Easy single there.
Must say, Roddy, it is quite a slow outfield actually today. I have noticed the ball hasn't been travelling very quickly along.
It's definitely better, Nick, than it was last weekend where we played on day 2. There was quite heavy with the rain leading into that weekend. I think it's also more. It's a big field. It's probably one of the bigger fields in the competition. Big square boundaries. Even straight, I wouldn't say is short. So a bit of a squarish type field. So it makes you earn out here. We've seen a lot of 2s and 3s hit to the square boundaries. Might have been 4s on different fields around the competition. So you've had to run a bit out here. It's one of the hallmarks a bit of the university innings as Phillipson comes in. Grady and Sanders early in their innings hit a lot of 1s and 2s, and then as they got set, sort of opened the shoulders and picked up some boundaries and things like that. So Norse pair here might have to do the same as Brown goes aerial. I don't know, he's got it all. And it's been caught a bit on. Didn't get it. And the students are up and about. The big
I don't know about that shot. I mean, you know, I know you got to back yourself, but he'll be really disappointed with that, Brown. You know, it was there to be hit, but
just didn't get a lot of toe, I think, on that one. We get the replay up. He got none of it. If Brown gets him, they go well over the fence. But big celebrations from the students.
Had to take a risk there, Brown. He'd been tied down for a while, 36 of 112 deliveries.
Well caught there, I think, by Cardi there. But the big wicket of Brown from Phillipson there, 4 for 118. And the students celebrated. A few dance moves from Michael Phillipson there. Yeah. After again the big wicket.
He'll be really, really disappointed with that. Really disappointed with that, Brown. So they're 4 down now. I mean, they're up against it, North. There's no two ways about it.
Brings in Sam Wilson, lefty. 2 lefties at the crease here.
Yep.
He'll fancy himself here, Phillipson, against the 2 lefties. Get a bit of side spin on the ball, and he'll want.
Well, good now. We've got Doogie back on the call. We'll get our mics sorted. So we've got the Doogie Hill, Henry Coventry, and myself, Michael Wright, on the call. Doogie joining us after university, taking a big wicket of Josh Brown. Doogie, welcome back.
Thank you. Just in time from the beverage top-up break. Yep. Just in time for a university wicket. Plenty of pressure building on Josh Brown, as I touched on. Phillipson, one of the... Him and Walter, one of the stalwarts of Premier Cricket, especially for the University of Queensland, gets the breakthrough. So Wilson's got a big job here to do with Fleming. What I think's got to happen here is Fleming's sort of got to take a bit of a roll here, and he's got to up the run rate while Wilson gets set, because Wilson, understandably, can take a few balls here to get set, and Fleming's got to make sure that the run rate's ticking over. Otherwise, they're sort of just going to dig themselves a hole here.
No, as Phillipson comes in, we were talking just before you came on, Doogie, this is probably the moving hour of the day. If North get itself in the best position, they need to probably score 60 or 70 runs in this hour going into tea, and ideally be 3 down with 2 set batters going in to tea. So start of this hour, the big wicket of Josh Brown, and unfortunately continues the trend today of not necessarily starting well in the first part of these little mini sessions of the day. We've a North's point of view, they've lost a couple of wickets on the start of those little mini hour sessions within this contest.
It's at crucial times, Michael. It's at crucial times.
Just sets you back. It means the next 20 minutes, what Kendall, who had played with some good intent prior to drinks, probably just has to make sure they keep the score going as Sanders pushes one into cover, and excellently moved from Jack Clayton. He's done a great shift in the field. He's been at point for most of it, and bat pad to the spinners, and moves incredibly well to his left, and took away any chance of a single there. And just looking from a distance, I think there's plenty of reminders maybe from some of the fielders about the score and the stage of the game. I think there's a lot of players out there who know each other relatively well, and again amongst it. So a bit of feeling out there between the batters and the fielders out there.
Yeah, very much so. I dare say Sammy Wilson would have had a few words to say in the field. We see Sanders just come in and bowls that one back of a length, and Fleming just bats that one into cover to Cardi. Yeah, they definitely would have had some words to say while University was batting, and no doubt they're returning the favour here. So it's game on, especially this 15 minutes after the wicket we've just had. Uni be desperate to take another wicket to really drive it home, and North really can't afford to lose another wicket in this session. They need to keep.
No, they can't.
They need to keep wickets in hand with another 250 runs required for victory.
We just see Will Presswich walk down in front of us, never hitting the nets. He could be handy later on today.
Push through to cover, and they'll just get a single, well fielded there. Clayton again doing the mopping up.
And a nice harbour bridge from Jack Cardi.
How do you rate his prospects, Michael? Will Presswich. Very impressive young cricketer, mate.
Yes, very impressive. Bowls quick. good left-handed bat from the lower order.
Beautiful action.
So
Beautiful
yeah,
bowling action.
he's from good pedigree from the Prestwich family. They all bowl pretty sharp and all can. We talked about him yesterday. All give a bit of a whack with the bat. Usually pretty handy fielders. Definitely think he's going to be someone which state systems will look at the next few years as he develops into a man from a bowling point of view. It's pretty tough ask just to jump into the really top end of cricket at a young age from a fast bowling point of view. You need a few years to get the body going and build up that strength as Sanders comes in.
Yeah, he bowls well, Henry, but I think he got found out in the university innings. 20 overs, no wickets. I thought his length was quite short when he was bowling to uni and kind of let him back into the game in the back end of yesterday. He bowled really well in the first two sessions, pitching it up, and took the Australia vs India approach of trying to bowl bumpers for a session, and they kind of cost Norths yesterday because they were really on top and they could have kept going for a few more wickets if they pushed it up. But you learn those things as a young fella, and you look at the other side of the fence, and Will Sanders is a very good mate of Will, and he took him apart yesterday as Will comes in. And Wilson straight drives this one to mid-off. So, yeah,
two special knocks yesterday, though.
Yep.
Two
really very special knocks.
You could see in the applause from the university supporters and also just even the celebrations from the two batters. Couldn't find a bigger moment to score your maiden first grade hundreds. And they were well and truly backed up by the University of Queensland supporters on the hill. I think even when they were around the 30 and 40 mark and they started, scoring at will, you just see the crowd got a little bit louder, claps for some 4s and 6s early in their innings as Sanders comes in. Well played from Wilson, good intent off his pads, but well fielded by Grady. The guy can't keep himself out of the game here in the field. But you could see they got behind him early and it's kept that pressure from a batting point of view, and the runs flowed. Just as we're talking, I thought I'd just give an update around the ground. Second grade Norths closing in on a first innings lead, which will probably be that game. I think they've just picked up their 9th wicket. They have Sunshine Coast 9 for 178 there. One more wicket away from what would be a rather big first innings lead, and I'd expect Sunshine Coast to perhaps just shake hands and concede there. But if not, I wouldn't be surprised if...
Yeah, start your silly Sunday now and work your way into Mad Monday.
So, Northern Suburbs in the box seat to win all 3 formats in second grade this season. So, massive achievement for them. Also, to even add the minor premiership in the 2-day format as well, as Phillipson continues to Wilson.
Wilson's got to make sure he doesn't get tied down here against Phillipson. He likes to take his time. I thought he batted magnificently in the semi-final for Norths in first grade. Wilson anchored the innings, and rightly so, finishing on top. But it's a total different kettle of fish here when you've got to chase 250 runs in the next 4 hours. So he's got to make sure he makes a positive start here. And like we touched on earlier, Fleming's got to make sure that he's rotating the strike and sort of taking the lead in this partnership.
Keep going around the ground. Well played from Wilson through point. Come back for 2. He's had some good intent here, Wilson, doesn't he come out? Third grade should be around tea breaks in the lower grade finals. Gold Coast, who had a 60-odd run lead going into today's, also into the second innings of their match. 7 for 206. North did fight back. They had him 7 for maybe 160, 170. Dan Doran being a tough one to remove for Gold Coast. So they're 7 down for a lead of 260. North will need to take those last 3 wickets quickly and then try and sort of play a mini 30-over chase there. Make a lot of runs, but you never know.
You never know.
They need those 3 wickets quickly. Check in 4th grade as Phillipson continues to Wilson. Forward defence there. Finally dismissed Redlands in 4th grade for 420. Justin Ormandy followed up the 100 of Dylan Gray with his own. He got 140. You're talking about former University of Queensland.
Justin Ormandy, yeah, he's turned up as well.
So 420. I'm unsure what's going to happen. That's probably about a 10 run and over chase there required for University of Queensland, so I'm sure they'll give it a crack. No point just shaking hands. You'd rather go down swinging for your last dig of the season, so there could be some entertainment in that game.
Yeah, you're swinging the willow there and trying to hit as many maximums as you can, aren't you, Righty? One final centre wicket session.
As Sanders continues from the river end to Fleming. And hasn't got much of that. Deep square's out there, but it's going to dribble to Coetzee as he comes in for a single.
He's bowled quite well, Sanders, here for no wicket, and that's a number for 19 off in his 11th over now. So he's dug that one in, and Fleming's trying to take it on and has just fallen in space there.
In 5th grade, really big fight back from Toombul. They are 4 for 160, chasing 279. Woolard is 71 not out. So game well and truly poised there. They need another 120 runs there. Norths need 6 wickets or a draw. So very exciting final session there in the 5th grade grand final.
Very open stance does Wilson have here as you watch him from a front-on angle against Sanders. Trying to wait for some width and crunch that through behind square on the offside, like most lefties love to cash in on.
Checking in at our very exciting 6th grade battle between Redlands and Valleys number 2. Valleys are 4 down for 60, which is equates to 4 for 30 in that game. So they're trying to get some type of lead and then probably give themselves around 30, 35 overs to see if they can jag 10 wickets there as Sanders comes into Wilson. And he's pulled that over mid-wicket. And will run away for 4 for Sam Wilson. He's had some really good intent here, Wilson. Only the 7 or 14 balls, but he's been busy.
No, he's he's the type of bloke you want to play. Everyone wants in their team. You know, everyone. Yes, he's picked on his ability, but he also is picked because of who he is around the dressing rooms and the way he behaves.
The big bear. Loves a big hug, Sammy Wilson, usually with a bit of sweat on it. Enjoys a bit of celebration as well. So good intent to start his innings. Clipped off his toes there. Amongst the runs in the back half of the season in 1st grade, talking about yesterday, we're talking about the South game. He chased down 270 odd batting with Kendall Fleming for a large chunk of that, and then with the lower order, I think he was there with Will Prestwich when they chased that down with a couple overs left in the day, which was a big result needed for North, both in this 1st grade race but also in the likes of club championships and things like that. So he took that confidence into the semi-final where he batted for, I think it was about 300 balls or 250 balls to delay Ipswich and get 60 or 70 odd. So
yeah, really put him in a good position to win that one there. Did Wilso as he
pushed it through cover with some
gets a full
good force
toss from Sanders and pushes that one through cover. Carty's in chase.
Probably come back for 3 there.
Just pull it up inside of the boundary and flick it back to Jack Clayton, and then they come back for 3.
Scoreboard keeps ticking. We talked about a target. We talked about trying to be somewhere around 170, 180 at tee. Wickets in hand. I don't feel that North can lose another wicket before tee if they are to give themselves the best chance. You want two set batters going into that break, and ideally around, I think 190 they'd love.
Don't be afraid to see Will Sanders bowl a short ball here. Try and get one caught on the rope.
I think the square legs come in a few paces off that fence just for the sort of top edge that negotiates that last ball.
How do you think the deck's playing?
Oh, I think, mate, it's magnificent. It's an absolute road.
I think it's been, like you often see at this time of year in finals, pretty hard and flat decks, and probably not exactly what a fast bowler would dream about, but for the contest of good bowlers v good batters, it's does the job.
And not just here, but around the grounds. I would have thought all the wickets would be magnificent. Obviously, with all the rain we had in the previous week, everything sort of dried out by Wednesday, Thursday. So they would have been on the rollers for a couple of days to really make some magnificent batting surfaces, as we seen yesterday. Great day for batting, and today is another great day for batting. We've still got a lot ahead of us. Yeah, and he's nicked that one. That's a huge wicket from Phillipson. Wilson's gone back to cut that one behind point again, and he's just got an edge through to Fry, and that takes Norths to 5 for 130 and really behind the 8 ball here.
Huge wicket for the students. We talked about they didn't want to lose another one. Northern Suburbs for 4T. Wilson had some good intent. Goes back. Edge. Well taken by Fry.
Just a bit quicker from Phillipson there. He really pushed it through, and it's just beaten him for pace as he's going to hit that one behind point. So big celebrations from the uni boys, and 5 for 130. It's quite an uphill battle from here, but it's not over, as we saw yesterday, with plenty of cricket to come and plenty of batting to come. So the new batter coming in, righty.
Nathan Carroll. Talked about his footy exploits last winter.
Yeah.
Good manoeuvre of the ball with the bat. He sort of, I've seen him sweep well in some of the T20s and one days he's been involved with. Busy cricketer, good athlete, will run hard between the wickets. Probably would have been exactly what you wanted in the final session as the game sort of became maybe a bit more of a one-day T20 sort of mode, but he's in early now, so...
Yeah, I think he's got to come in here and sort of put a bit of pressure back on Uni now. He's really got to come in, take the game running, and Fleming's got to stand up here and help him do that so he can get set. They need to rotate the strike regularly. Right-left combination, really make the bowlers work, and that's how Northern Suburbs are going to get back in the game here, by putting a bit of pressure on University, a bit of a counter-attack. They don't need to take massive risks, but they need to run hard, really force the singles and put pressure on them in the field and with the ball.
So just on that wicket, I believe Northern Suburbs in second grade have picked up their 10th wicket of the first innings, trying to find out if that is a game there, if anyone is watching or listening.
You would have thought so with some common sense, and
yeah.
I dare say Omal's at the helm of that.
Yeah, send me a text or a Facebook message just to confirm so we can...
I dare say Tommy's ready to rip in and...
Yeah, knowing Omal, mate, he'd be keen for a few beers.
Oh, mate, he's got the look. Safe to say that is
big
close.
Shout.
Outside the line, I think.
Bit of bounce there as well. There was a bit of bounce.
Quite high. Yes, it doesn't get much more pressure than this for young Carroll. It's his first season of first grade.
It was in the side last year. Sort of plays mostly in the limited overs format. Played a lot of second grade in the red ball. But very much started the season at the halfway point. He was in the rugby mix during the early part of the summer and was training. I think he might have been training with the larger red squad, and sort of decided to keep going with the cricket. And yes, I think he played a third grade game at one point, then into twos, and then into ones. So sort of eased back into cricket. And now he's in the first grade grand final in as you said, a high pressure situation here. Bit different to sitting on the wing in a brothers game.
Yeah, you don't have an open side flanker chirping at you like Michael Phillipson. The uni equivalent would be chirping as he's bowling here. He's just rushed through that one, and he's just flicked that one through to fine leg for a single.
So Carroll's off strike. Off the mark.
Off the mark.
Sorry.
We're facing the next over here. I think I saw Phillipson call for a helmet or something like that, so they might be putting some pressure around the batter here. Carroll's on strike, and they might be going Carty. He's taking his hat off.
So I mean, you know, from a UQ, from a North's point of view, right, they've got another 52 overs, 53 overs.
53.
They have 5 wickets left. They need 240 runs. You know, it's a tough ask, isn't it?
It's a real tough ask. I think it's doable if the wickets were 2 or 3, and then in the next half an hour or so they may remain that and they're on 180. It would have been set up for a great finish here at Webb Paris Oval, but it's a tough one now at 5 down.
The run rate's still under control. It's 4.5 and over.
But basically,
it's an uphill battle from here. These guys have pretty much got put on 200 together, I would have thought.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the students had a 8th wicket partnership worth 174. Norths very much need something of the same calibre. They need 2 batters to pretty much sink their teeth into it and contribute heavily, and they probably got to do it at a pretty darn good clip.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have surprised. I'm actually a little bit surprised at Cardi's bowling. I was half expecting Nick Sale to come on and just to squeeze through a few overs while there's a new batter in, but they're going for the kill here with Cardi coming in, trying to take another pole of the new batter, Carroll, as he comes in over the wicket, and Carroll just leaves that one.
So, a bit less than half an hour on tee. Interesting to see what this half an hour looks like. Norths have to keep busy. Probably cannot lose a wicket in this period to give themselves a slight hope in that last session. Fleming's obviously the key. Probably needs to be here very late on day 4 for a result to go their favour. Flicked off the pads from Carroll.
Carroll looks busy early on. He's come in. He's had a good intent. So he's going to be a crucial batsman. Very good young cricketer. Very good sportsman, as you guys have spoken about previously. Someone's got to give Kendall a helping hand here, you know.
I agree.
And the boys, you just got to believe, you know, they can do this. North can win this if they're good enough. So it's an uphill battle. It's going to be bloody tough. It's a very good uni attack, very classy bowlers, but, you know, it's just grand final cricket. And if you score some runs and if you put the pressure back on the bowlers, pressure can do funny things these days. 3 balls to come in the over, Cardi's coming in. He's just pushing.
And as you say, it is grand final cricket, Covo, and a lot of these uni players have been here many times in the big dance and had success.
Absolutely.
So you'd say they'd have the upper hand with their experience and their bowling attack at the moment and the position they're in. So they'll continue to keep squeezing. I don't think they're going to go too attacking. They're just going to try and keep squeezing and put pressure on Norse and make them try and take the risk and take them on.
They can't have done a wicket before tea. 2 to come. Cardi coming in. Fleming on strike. He marches.
Shimming down, but he sliced that edge over gully.
Don't know if it's going to go.
Chased by Clayton. Seems to be the...
It's going to be stopped. They're only going to get 2 there.
Seems to be the line of the day.
The popular call, chased by Clayton. He's chased a few to the boundary and pulled it up with the throw into the keeper. He's done some metres today, Jack Clayton. But a bit more intent from Fleming there. Likes to shimmy down the wickets to both the quicks and the spinners.
And we should say as well, with 1 ball left in the over, 3 off it, Cardi bowling well. We should say if you're at home watching the live stream, you know, get off your couch and come on down to Webb Harris Oval and watch it. It's a great contest.
Oh, he's glided that through the vacant slip region. It's running away. It could be Clayton again in the chase, but beats him there and 4 runs to Fleming. So glided through that 3rd slip region.
Now, it's a beautiful day down here. It's not too hot. The sun is shining. There's a few clouds in the sky, but it's a great game of cricket.
Get on down here, or if you can't get to the inner western suburbs, you've got 3 finals at North at Shore Road. So,
if you haven't already checked out the new facility, go on down and check it out. So,
just give a quick update. The Bulls game, South Australia 2 for 49, the 10th over, in reply to 321. So a good start for the Bulls with the ball.
So we're going to see Phillipson continue here, 2 for 5. He's, you know, it's incredible how often you see in these tight contests and these where the stakes are high. How often you see a bloke like Phillipson, who's ordinarily not a frontline bowler, pick up some incredibly handy wickets.
He's consistent. He builds that pressure with the offies.
I dare say he would have been in the Captain Henry's ear trying to get a bowl and get involved in the game. He's someone who can have a huge impact, whether that's with the bat or the ball. So definitely wants to be involved and make an impact, that's for sure. So he'll be looking to put the pressure on the young fella here, the old seasoned veteran.
Comes in over the wicket. And Carroll pulls. He doesn't.
Bit of a chase for Coetzee. Well, those come back for 2 there.
So Carroll looking busy early on, but the run rate's still at 2.3 and over. So there's about 25 minutes before the tea break. So they just really need to get through to that. So we'll see. Phillipson trying to get through his overs quickly, behind to Carroll, and he doesn't get all of that. Tries to push into the gap and stop there at mid wicket. So 2 runs so far off the over. Phillipson in once again over the wicket. Carroll's back and he's bowled him.
Bowled him. Big wicket from Phillipson.
It stayed low. Carroll looks very despondent. He doesn't want to go.
There's not much you can do
We'll have
about
to have
that
a look
one.
at the replay, but I think he just completely missed it, unfortunately.
Maybe the quicker ball. Replay coming up here.
It definitely stayed low.
Up, just spun in.
Yeah,
And
that's a great delivery. That's experience there. He had to, not the right shot from Carroll. He'll learn from that as time goes on. And he has a look at this one on the replay. But yeah,
Sharp
Phillipson
turn.
very happy. 3 for. He's definitely in the hunt for a Michelle, and no doubt I don't think we'll see him come off from the university end. I think Walter might have to sit on his straps here.
And it's funny, if we just look at the replay, Carroll, he's just got caught in the crease there with his feet, didn't he?
No footwork. You're right, Henry.
It really, yeah.
big 3 wickets from Phillipson here. 2 of them just in this last sort of 20-odd minutes as we move into tea here.
So it's Doogie Hill. Well, I'm going to say, Doogie, you're as a UQ supporter yourself, mate. You'd be comfortable with where proceedings are at.
Yeah, I think it's been a great day so far for Uni. They've really controlled the tempo of the game. As it sort of touched on earlier, the only sort of aggression we've seen from Norse is when Kendall tried to put the pressure on Nick Sale, and we haven't really seen anything since. And I think that's full credit to all the bowlers here at Uni today. They've bowled as a unit, and they've bowled as a cartel and kept the pressure on, bowling lots of maidens. And I'm going to say, unfortunately, Michael Phillipson is reaping the rewards. But, they're sending in...
Team game, mate. Team game.
Yeah, that's it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I can't quite make out who the new batter
Pretty
is.
sure it's Connor Sully coming to the crease.
So, yeah, Connor Sully's coming in, and I think this is what you touched on earlier, Henry, about getting a pinch hitter in, and I think that's what Norse are trying to do. This is sort of a last gasp effort for them. I don't think he's even ready. He's still doing his shoelaces up.
He's a pretty chilled out dude,
Yeah, pretty
Connor
okay.
Sully.
So
Pretty
he's
cool, pretty cool customer.
Yeah.
Pretty cool
Yeah.
customer. So I think, as you touched on earlier, Henry, I think what they're trying to do here is put a bit of pressure back on Uni. Uni's got all of the momentum at the moment. They're just trying to seize a bit of that back at the moment and just try and put a bit of pressure on them. So Sully, I think, will take a few siders. We know that he can hit a long ball. And I think that's the game plan. I think this is sort of the last throw of the sauce bottle for North.
Let's roll the dice. If there's one thing, I can say about Sully, and I know that the scoreboard that our viewers at home are looking on, it says the press which is in it. This is Connor Sully. He will back himself.
He will back himself.
He will back himself.
I was going to have a story about that. We talked yesterday, we got onto the topic of under 19s and that's balloon. This could be a chance. Off the pad. The students were keen, maybe for a bit of inside edge. We won't be able to get much from this angle, but did balloon, so probably not any inside edge on that one. But Phillipson's looking dangerous here. But yeah, in the under 19 World Cup, he polished off a chase batting at number 10 on the big stage and hit a few sixes. I think they needed about 10 and over, and as Phillipson comes in, he contributed with a big shout, and he's given
him. That's a huge wicket for the University of Queensland, and that pretty much takes the wind out of North sails heading into the tea break.
Michael
a bit of a quicker
Phillipson.
ball and hit him on the front pad. Looks quite adjacent.
4 for 7 here, Michael Phillipson.
So we'll wait till the replay comes up.
Hate
on
to see
screen.
Phillipson with 4 for 7, but we'll cop that.
Geez, you can't really complain about that. It does look pretty
He
plumb.
just got the bat behind the pad there and just hit him pretty much on off and just straightened a little bit. Wasn't a big spinner like the one which dismissed Carroll and spun back through the gate. Just propped forward and probably clipping middle to leg there. Just turned a little bit down the stumps.
So
Hit him around off stump. So last couple of overs changed massively for Michael Phillipson. 4 for 7 off 7 overs.
incredible. I mean, he's turned the match on its head here, really.
Been fantastic bowling from Phillipson.
You wouldn't say North were cruising, but they were comfortable with Brown and Fleming both established.
They were building.
batsmen
They
at
were
the
building.
crease.
The game was moving. And
They were getting. They were looking to. They were developing some momentum, but Phillipson's come in and it's been a remarkable spell of bowling.
so in comes Noel McFadden,
No, it's Nugget.
who's a good batter in his own right. They'd probably push Sully up the order for a bit of pop. Not saying McFadden can't free the arms up, but they probably did send Sully an 8 for a bit of pinch hitting ability as Cardi comes into Fleming. And a single, and this push in the field here.
Out.
Oh, he had to hit.
That was out.
Tell you what, if that would have hit, would have capped off a pretty amazing game for James Grady. He's been good in the field. Obviously, the 100 yesterday for the students, and he moved well to this one. Just throw off line. Good dive from McFadden, but I think if it hits, he would have been short there. Almost would have thought in the form Grady's in, he might have hit that one.
Yeah, look, his eyes in from yesterday. It's a bit of a surprise he didn't hit the stumps there with 3 to aim at. But no, it'll be Cardi to bowl to the new batter here, and he'll fancy himself. In fact, the batter was a bit disorganised. He's brought out the wrong gloves.
Brought out 2 left-handers.
Two left-handers.
Michael Dow on the glove change.
And again, Michael Dow. You know, I played 6th grade cricket with Michael Dow. And, he's 12th man for for first grade today. So again, just highlights our point that young players can really develop and develop quickly. So good to see.
Hope you brought out the right ones there. Didn't want to bring out the 2 right-handers. I'm sure it's all worked out for McFadden. Be a bit ruffled after that. You come out, don't have the right gloves, you always get run out, not facing a ball.
It's not your day if that happens, is it?
No. So, I think in the screens, is that Don Michael in the distance over there?
Could be. Your eyes are better than mine.
I looked in the cameras there around the far car park as the cameras pan back around.
I'm sure he's listening to the live stream, Dom.
I think he's got his hands full with
he's got a little one on the run, does Dom.
So
a few uni old boys popping down today, which is always
How
good
many
to see.
games did Dom end up playing for?
He played a handful for
looks
Queensland.
Looks to be the
for
throw
Tasmania.
and curls of Don Michael, but as Cardi comes in,
it's not the long throw of Drew.
another player who played for both Norse and University of Queensland. Originally played for Sandgate, Redcliffe, the Michael boys. Probably a bit of a loss from a Sandgate point of view. They both became very good contributors for both Norse and University of Queensland across their careers. But it does happen. Players move around.
15 minutes to go here till the tea break. Michael, they're obviously trying to consolidate and make it through to tea, 7 down. And I think they'll probably try and reassess and figure out a game plan from there. They're probably about 50 short of the 190 we were talking about at the start of the session that we thought they needed to be at the conclusion at tea.
But you've got to keep playing out.
And they're 7 down, mate.
But mate, this is the exact situation that Uni were in yesterday, 7 for 170, and we saw what happened there. So, game's not over. But
beat the edge.
If Carter gets a few more plays and misses and a nick, it definitely could be in the right direction.
While Kendall is there, that they can do this.
Requires a special knock from him, but
It is, but he's a special player, mate. And he'll believe in himself. He'll back himself to do it. If there's one thing he doesn't lack, he'll be as fiercely determined as ever.
I'm not going to get the numbers right, but there was memories of a Kendall Fleming 100 against Valleys at Norse early on in his first grade career as Cardi comes in. As it sliced through to third man from McFadden. I think got a bit of hand on that, so it might just be the 2. And I think they were chasing a score, chasing well over 300 in a 4th innings. And he went nuts, scored a very brisk 100. And Norse got up there, and he was hitting them all over the place and over cover, over mid-off. So he's got the shots. But probably need to get into tea and have a reassess, and we'll very much have to come out and play a blinder after tea.
But as we said, Michael, he can do it. And the North players, they've just got to believe. And they've got to hang in there, and they've got to keep going. And that true North Viking spirit of never saying die, it'll hopefully get them over the line.
Phillipson comes on for his 8th over. He'll looking to complete the Michelle here. He'll fancy himself against Fleming. He'll fancy himself against both batters, the 2 left-handers at the crease. See what he's got in store as he comes around the wicket to Fleming who defends. Yeah, I don't think Fleming's going to take too much of a risk here leading into the tee break. I think he's going to try and take us through to tee and hopefully it's 7 down. We'll see how he goes. There's a few batters in the shed still to come.
Good move. Well played for the
In
covers.
Press switch and who else we got? Feldman.
But they can play. They can play. Both of them can play. So there's 5 batters left. There's
The best time to bat is at uni is in the afternoon in the last session of the day.
Yeah.
So
We saw that yesterday, so just need someone to have that innings. But game has been broken open by the right arm tweakers of Michael Phillipson. Been doing it for a long time. He comes in. We talked about him taking 7 for the Bulls early in his state career. He's a Peter Burge medal winner. Won a lot of premierships for University of Queensland, and he's come up big in this period of the game here. Oh, the cut shot which brought Sam Wilson undone and just missed the edge there for McFadden.
So there's 227 runs to win for North. There's 3 wickets for UQ. They're very much on top here. We'll watch Phillipson firstly. He buzzed a lot straighter. And he's patted back down to the bowler by Fleming.
Another tight over.
Another
Those
down
figures,
the over.
4 for 8 off 8. Rather impactful. The big wicket of Brown.
I mean, they're extraordinary figures. He's bowled well. Obviously the wicket he got, got Brown off. That was one could say that he was a bit lucky, but that's that. But the other 3 wickets he's taken, they've been just great bowling.
all pressure wickets, I would think.
I say pressure. Whilst it
great
wasn't a great ball, didn't necessarily get Brown. It was the pressure of his bowling which drew the shot, and Brown took on the deep mid on, and not to be. But then the other ones have been genuine off spinners wickets, a bowled, an LB down the stump line, and then a tickle through to the keeper. So I think the main thing is just ask the question every ball and being on the money. Hasn't bowled a ball to really punish or ease off some of that pressure. So just been at the batter and done well. Cardi continuing from the river end. Fleming shimmies down, slicing again through the vacant slip region.
It'll go all the way to the boundary.
Or it might pull
No,
up.
it won't. God.
Sale and Clayton doing the mop-up duties there and kept it to 2.
A nice unnecessary dive from Nick there
And the 50,
and scooped up by
50
Jack.
for Kendall Fleming. Well batted, Kendall Fleming.
And he barely blinks an eyelid. This man means business.
Fortunately, hasn't had the support needed for the big chase today, but has the ability to do some crazy things with the bat. It's probably going to be up to him after this tea break, but needs to get into that tea break. Might be...
Bit of outswing there from Cardi.
Getting, as we talked about, the early start today, 9:30, so it was a long first session. It's the regular 2-hour middle session here. It'll be slightly longer, potentially going to 5:30 in the final session. So they've been out in the field for a while there, the students. So I'm interested to see what the bowlers look like after tea. I'd no doubt Scott Walter will probably take the ball after tea.
Walter's had the heels up for the majority of the session, so
from Fleming.
He'll be keen to polish off 4 or 5 overs as Coetzee charges in from the boundary.
I mean, that is true, but fair dinkum. Why do you need Scott Walter when you've got Phillipson?
He's definitely... Walter's comfortable bowling from either end. Whilst he loves the university end, we'd be surprised if they keep Phillipson on after tea and maybe just flip Walter around and replace Cardi, who's probably going to bowl another over from here just before tea in the next 10 minutes. So might see Walter from the river end as the wicket taker, and Phillipson continues from the university end. Talk about him. He moves in the first slip with the experience behind the wicket of Fry, Phillipson and Henry. Eagerly awaiting an outside edge from Noah McFadden. Goes back and across the Cardi.
Takes a few years of cricket to get into those positions, that's for sure.
slight reverse in the north sense. At first slip, the youngster in Noah McFadden sits there, so he's a good fielder and a good catcher, and puts himself there at 18 years of age. So
good on him. Confidence is key. Yeah. I dare say if you were a young fella and even suggested the idea of fielding in either first, second, third, or gully, I think you'd be sent on your marching orders as Cardi comes around the wicket into McFadden, who just punts it off into the offside, which is fielded by Grady.
Just got a text message from another good mate of mine, Chris Gibbons, saying that he's loving the sound of a tin cracking in the background every few minutes. Turkey.
Thank you, Gibbo. Happy to provide the background effects where required.
Just a can of Pasito, wasn't it?
Yeah. Green Beacons, sponsor of the club down here at the University of Queensland. Great beer, great beacons. I'm on the mid-strengths. Highly recommend.
So Noah McFadden, very good young kid. Obviously had a decision to make between AFL and cricket. He chose cricket.
Paid off with the 19 selection.
9 selections, yeah. So these are those important years, 18 to early 20s, to see how you find yourself in first grade. He's proven to be definitely at that standard. I remember last year where he was still finishing school. He was taking the new ball up the hill at North, and he got 3 for 20 or 15 overs. So it has definitely fitted into that top level of first grade cricket very easily. He's had a few handy contributions with the bat and batting out some draws and things like that, and being a handful. So he shows he's at that level as Phillipson continues, and he's taken him on, and Fleming's gone.
That's 6.
6. A nice flat 6 from Fleming. Loves to hit over mid-off. Took it sail down similar fashion at the other end, but good intent.
I tell you what, though, this is a great knock here from Kendall. It's a backs against the wall sort of innings.
He's gone again, and he's got an even bigger piece of it over into the side screen, testing out the new side screen at the university end here. So back-to-back 6s from Kendall Fleming.
He's not mucking around, Kendall. So
will he go again? Flip trying to squeeze in a quick ball there.
So that mid-off is now. He wasn't always on the boundary at the start of this over, and he's creeped back a bit he's in.
He sliced that.
It's just
and
landed
it's just
short.
landed. He went again. So not going to die wondering, Kendall Fleming.
Been quite expensive here, Phillipson. He really needs to rein it in.
Yeah, those figures is blown out a bit.
Be quite disappointed with this over.
There's some words being exchanged between Phillipson and Kendall Fleming.
Not like Kendall want to have a chat, is it?
No stump mics out there, so might have to be one for off the field later on.
What's your thoughts on sledging, Michael?
I think as long as it's clean and not personal, that's I wouldn't say it's sledging, it's just a conversation. I think the main thing's around the context of the game and the situation. I think sometimes people get a bit too personal and chuck in a few too many expletives.
That's awesome.
But cut from McFadden. But Phillipson, I think, always been known to be a bit of a niggler.
Always been known to be a niggler here, Phillipson. He'll be wanting a shot here onto the last ball of the delivery, and he just bunts that one into the offside.
So
seems to be unhappy there with the umpire, Phillipson. I don't know what he was saying to him. But
I think it might be Phillipson and Fleming who are having a bit of a conversation amongst themselves there, and the umpire might be getting in between them or having a role as the referee. Just been hit for back-to-back 6s. I'm sure the bowler, after he sliced that one to point and almost was caught, might have made a comment about the upcoming tea break and things like that, but I think there might have been some words exchanged there. But interesting to see what Fleming does to sail, with maybe this being the last or second last over before tea.
I think they'll get through another one.
Yeah, so I think Phillipson would probably like another one on tee, chasing that 5th wicket.
Depends if he tries to take him down here with a few maximums. If he gets a...
Although Sale is taking his time with the measuring out the run-up.
He's just trying to slow the game down here and put the game back on Uni's terms.
So Kendall's going to go here. So it was a bit quicker one in shorter. Darted in by Sale there. So as we see, there's quite a few
supporters rolling in.
People that are starting to come in. Second ball over, he flights it up.
For the grade cricket fans and tragics out there, there's a couple of big names floating around. We've got Chris Hartley in the background here, Jared Turner, former Norths and university players, mostly for university. Lots of success whilst they were students. And that's a big shout. And he's been given.
And Steve Dine says the umpire doesn't have any hesitation in raising his finger. That's a huge wicket.
Almost feel like Fleming walked then. I think he was resigned to the fact that was out. Probably a quicker ball under the sweep shot.
I think they might take tee here potentially.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think that could be curtains.
Yep, right in front of off.
Right in front of off stump, going on to hit.
If we can just get another replay of it, we'll...
So one more replay. Didn't spin much, just sort of went down off stump line.
Geez, you reckon it was outside the line?
Nah,
no.
Probably off.
Hit him high though.
Hit him high, but down on that one knee. Height, probably clipping the top of middle and off there.
Anyway, Michael, we'll take a break. We're back at 3 o'clock. So
8 for 160 Northern Suburbs. Halfway through the 66th over. We'll take a break and come back after tea.
Yes, absolutely. So the game quite evenly poised. It's 210 runs.
Welcome back here to the final session of day 4 in the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between Northern Suburbs and University of Queensland. University of Queensland going into the tea break with all the momentum, picking up 3 or 4 quick wickets to have North's 8 for 160. They finished with the key wicket of Kendall Fleming right on tee. Michael Phillipson being the main destroyer with 4 wickets, and Nick Sale picking up the wicket of Fleming just on tee. So Northern Suburbs chasing 371 for victory. Seems to be quite a hard ask with only 2 wickets left and 211 runs to get in 2.5 hours play. But joined by Henry Coventry. There's always a chance though, Covo.
Oh, Michael, I mean,
what are you giving the North's chances here?
Look, mate, I'm happy to declare my interest at the start. I'm on the North's executive board committee. So, yeah, mate, it's a bitter pill to swallow for us all.
But there might be some fireworks. We've got young Will Prestwich and Noel McFadden, a couple of under-19 stars at the crease here, left-handers.
You know, I think I saw Sammy Wilson, as the North's number 6 batsman. I saw him walk past Will Prestwich and, you know, gave him a pat on the back and said, good luck out there, mate. You know, you never know. So, you never do know, Michael. No, you do never know. So,
and full credit to the students. They've bowled well today. They've built pressure on the back of the 370 with the bat. So the batters put him in a great position. Well done to James Grady and Will Sanders, who scored hundreds for both of them, but put them in a position where they can bowl like this and dominate the game here on day 4. And Sale continuing his over after the wicket of Fleming just on tee.
So, I mean, if you are Norths, you know, it's a tough position. You know, we'll just watch this ball. Sale comes in. He's getting through his overs quickly. And the press, which is there. You know, if you are Norths, what do you do? How do you approach this? You know,
I think both batters just new to the crease, maybe some siders, get a bit of a sense of what uni you're going to throw at them, and they probably do have to play some shots. It's going to take a couple of worldly knocks, probably from these two at the crease. Don't want to leave too much for Luke Feldman, number 11, but maybe give themselves a chance to get their eye in. And
can he swing the willow, the old fox?
I thought he can swing the willow, definitely. He's won games for Queensland with the stick, batting down the order at 10 and 11. But I think these two got to make a really big chunk of the next 211 runs if they are to be a chance. So it's a couple of young, talented all-rounders in McFadden and Prestwich, 2 lefties. Can't really see who's bowling with a fair few spectators rolling in, but it seems to be wicket taker Phillipson
going to continue by the looks
continuing.
Of it.
A bit unsighted as some fans roll into the hill and scene area here at Webb Harris Oval.
We might just ask if the...
Might have to stand up, you and I. We might have to.
We might have to get out. I don't really want to be with the UQ supporters. They're very much enjoying this. Lots of people have come on down, as we said. Chris Hartley, Don Michael,
Jared Turner, who's Benny Davis, another player who's played for both clubs. So seems to be a bit of that. As Phillipson comes in to McFadden, push through to cover.
So they've been very watchful early on here, Norths. It's hard to get a gauge on what their tactics are going to be. We'll just have to...
Have a little break there, Covo. You snack on that toasty.
Thank you, Michael.
There's an aerial shot, and it could be a chance, and it's taken. Looks to be Cardi at mid-off. Moved well to his left. And 5 wickets for Michael Phillipson.
So they're 9 down Norths, and now McFadden, the out batsman.
We'll get a good shot here. He'll duck into camera down the bottom here. Cardi moved to his left.
He just didn't get a piece of it. So Michael Phillipson, 5 for 21. Been quite an incredible spell of bowling, Michael. Been special to watch this, mate.
Turned it on its head in that final hour before tea. North were building. It was still a big ask at the time, but Brown and Fleming had formed a partnership after being 3 for 36 and progressed to about 3 for 120 for Phillipson. Very much spun University of Queensland now in the dominant position, having Norths 9 for 160 in reply to 370. Just
no, it's a sombre camp at the moment, the Norths one. You can tell they're quite devastated is a word I'd use. It's safe to say though, Michael, that the reality is that UQ really have had the better of Norths.
In the 2-day format and in the last few years, had some good tussles, but they were a dominant win. The students over Norths in the fixture, they dismissed Norths for around 100. Scott Walter picked up 5 in that game, and then in this game, people can't forget the Norths had them on the ropes here at 6 for 123 midway through day 3, and a fair bit of momentum, but a great batting performance and partnership as Phillipson comes in to press which the batters crossed between James Grady and Will Sanders, hundreds between both of them at number 8 and number 9. Incredible batting late here on day 3 to get them to 370, having been 6 for 123. So I don't think people can forget those 2 knocks.
No, I mean it's been UQ have been very fortunate. They've had Phillipson's bowled a spell of bowling the likes I haven't seen before. To come on as a part-time off-spinner and take 5 for 21 in the first grade final is quite remarkable. So, and he's bowled beautifully. He really has.
Good mix of deliveries. He got one to turn, big to dismiss Carroll. Yeah. Got one just to straighten down the line for the LBW of Sully.
Absolutely.
Bit of flight.
And
for
he's almost outsmarted.
Yep, just pressure.
His other player,
Obviously, with North having to make 371 and make the pace of the game, bowling tight and having pressure was always going to be the University of Queensland approach today. And Sale coming into the new batter, Feldman. Pushed through to short cover mid-off there. Students pushing for that 10th wicket. I expect there might be some celebrations with that 10th wicket. Hit back past the bowler and they'll take a single. The deep mid-off. Field spread for both batters. Norths have to pull off a miracle here for the 10th wicket. They need to score 210 runs for the 10th wicket to get that first grade title, and if that was to happen, it'd be some serious viewing here at day 4 at Webb Harris, so stay tuned. And pressure's come down, he's hit it high. Cardi going back, and it's gone all the way for a 6 over mid-on, so Presswich going after it. As we said, it's going to take something special here for the 10th wicket. We won for the record books and for the newspapers if this was to be pulled off, but Will Presswich having a crack there, taking on Nick Sale. Just before tea, Northern Suburbs wrapped up the second grade premiership. Sale comes in, and another big shot, but probably going to find some turf there, and dribbles away for 4. So Will Presswich not going to go down wondering.
No, and that's the way to do it. It's the way to approach it, It's the right attitude, Michael.
So currently just need 200 for the win. Get a single here, get to 199 under 200. I feel like there's a couple of fielders in the deep, expecting maybe a missed time chance here from Presswich. Takes the single to mid-off. Takes the runs required to 199 for Northern Suburbs. So
it's great to see now. We can see all the UQ women's team have come on down and support their
I think
club.
there might be some youth and some junior stuff. There seems to be a lot of nets with some maybe some Tabners or some pre-season trials for Tabners for next year. So a lot of youngsters in the nets and a few more of the adults on the hill with some beverages and refreshments in their hands. As Feldman pushes forward there. So we're saying the call, Northern Suburbs in second grade picking up the title there. Dismissing Sunshine Coast just before tea. And there will be a lively chase in third grade at Northern Suburbs. They've dismissed Gold Coast for 239, so pretty much need around 300 in the last, what would it be, 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes. So big ask there, but there's some big hitters. Addy Grewal for Northern Suburbs and get amongst it. Bit of T20 form for him. That'd be a serious chase there from Northern Suburbs third grade to come from behind. And Shout for a stumping, but not to be.
So
Didn't quite drag that foot.
he's not going to go wondering here, Prestwich. He's going to throw it. So
Trying to keep an eye on this action, but also keep flicking around the grounds. Never know when this 10th wicket could fall here. Checking at 4th grade, which involved the students as well. As Phillipson comes in to Prestwich. Back and across, push to short cover. In 4th grade, Uni are chasing 400 plus. They're 2 for 67, so steep ask for them in 4th grade. With Redlands in the box seat there, and Prestwich gets a hold of that, but can't really see. And I think it's bounced in front of deep mid-off for a very hard-hit single. Blinded by some buildings and some spectators there.
It was Cardi there at mid-off.
Just bounced in front, was it, Covo?
Had bounced in front. One of his colleagues, if I could, for better use of a word, yelled out that he should have had a go for it, but I can safely say he wasn't going to make it even if he did. So
Checking in 5th grade, which is a real tight finish between Norse and Toombul. Phillipson into...
the Fox has gone for it.
Got a bit of toed on that and just dribbled out to deep forward square. Toombul says 4 for 178, but there might be a wicket recently. And I just witnessed an amazing catch from Sam Deacon on the call, one-handed off his own bowling, so that either the 5th or the 6th wicket there for Northern Suburbs. Looked great on the stream from Frogbox. If people want to tune in for a good game.
It's great that grade cricket Michael's done what they've done, mate, and it's fantastic that you've got all these live streams.
Phillipson into Prestwich here. I think they'll continue the long handle here. The young lefty, he's gone big and cleared the fence. The youngsters down there didn't want a bar of it. Some good heat on it. See how the throw? Yep. Right into Scotty Walter, lefty there. He'll probably follow that with a conversation, checking if he bowls left arm seam up. Get some coaching tips from the great left arm swing bowler.
Right, so here's a hypothetical for you, Mick. So Northern Suburbs get 50 runs in the next 12 overs. They're looking okay. 80 overs ticks over. Do you take the new ball at 9 down?
Oh, I think it's pretty hard to keep slogging it against that old ball. So I feel like whilst they've ticked some runs over here from Prestwich, there's a chance coming here at a cow corner or a mid-on. One's going to get skied or towed to a fielder. So with plenty of runs to play with, I think they'll just keep rolling the dice with some spinners and see if Norths just want to keep having a slog there, chasing that 371. So 11 overs time would be when the second new ball could be taken. But whether University would take it if they were still bowling at that time. If they're still bowling then, there'll be some fireworks between now and then, Covo, so strap yourself in.
Mate, well, that's what we want to see, That's what cricket's about. So, sails in.
Back to the bowler. Phillipson probably looking for that 6th wicket. Sale coming into Feldman. Well fielded again by Clayton, being amongst the touches. Covo, as commentator and watcher, we got on my desk, we had the Andy Bickle Award Player of the Match. Hard to go past a Grady or a Sanders with the bat yesterday.
Mate, I agree.
That's the wicket.
And UQ have won.
Return and bowled catch for Nick Sale. The 10th wicket. Northern Suburbs dismissed for 180. People seem to be shaking hands, but...
I think the umpires are looking over at North to see if that's going to be curtains or if they're going to want to keep batting. But they're shaking hands and it's game over, and UQ, once again, are the champions.
3 times in a row in the 2-day format. University of Queensland, Bulls Masters, first grade premiers for the 2-day competition. Well done to the students. Great season, a great couple of years for them. Just a replay here. Return catch to Nick Sale. A great batting performance on day 3, dominated by James Grady and Will Sanders to take University to 370. And North, not off to a great start today. Wicket first ball of the day. Never quite really in the chase, aside from some little cameos from Josh Brown and Kendall Fleming. Just too much and too well bowled from University of Queensland, and they've signed off the 2020-21 season as premiers.
No, it's a momentum thing as well, Michael. When you got them was it 6 for 130? They had them yesterday, and Saturday let off the hook. You know, and UQ had all the momentum, and they took it in today, and they were too good. They're a very good team. They're a classy team.
Well done to North, though, getting here. They've been a good program as well. So two strong sides playing off in the grand final. Congratulations to the University of Queensland Premiers, taking home the Cam Battersby Cup. We'll wrap it up there, get down for the presentation. So thanks for watching and viewing today around Queensland cricket. All the best for the rest of your summer, and get home safely, and have a happy Easter here from Michael Wright and Henry Coventry. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Take care.